Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei created House of Dragons. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It had been some time since everything seemed peaceful for the group of favorite demons after the battle against the apocalyptic beast, Trihexa. Thanks to the combined efforts of all the factions and the god of destruction, Shiva, they managed to stop what could have been the end of the world. Everything was calm and serene. A little over a year had passed since Hyodo Issei had become a demon and discovered that he was the current BGMI. It had been quite a tumultuous year, to say the least. Going from being the perverted beast, whom all the girls at Kuo Academy avoided, to being the Red Dragon Emperor, surrounded by 11 beautiful girls was a significant change. However, things had not always gone smoothly. Since the school year began nearly 6 months ago, Issei's situation had only worsened. Rias and Aquino had enrolled at Kuo University, where they encountered a young and handsome professor named Kaito. This had caused both girls to develop a crush on him, leading them to pay less attention to Issei, which affected him deeply. Asia, Zenobia, and Irina had ended up in a different class than Issei, and now that Asia was the new head of the Occult Research Club, she had many more responsibilities that kept her from spending time with him. The same went for Zenobia, who had become the new student council president. To make matters worse, the three girls had met 3 boys they described as quite cute, with whom they spent all their time, much to Issei's dismay. On the other hand, Ravel and Kaneko, now second-year students, had been busy preparing for their exams and studying to avoid poor grades, unlike Issei. As a result, the time they spent with Issei had drastically decreased, especially since Kaneko had been getting closer to a third-year student who offered her free math tutoring, something Issei struggled with. Only Rosweiss used to spend time with him, but 3 months ago, she had been summoned by Odin to Asgard, and there had been no sign of her since. It was worth noting that lately, she had been acting strangely around him, blushing or avoiding his gaze shyly when he complimented her, which puzzled him. The same was true for Ophis, who had also been spending time with him but had been away for a month, having gone to the dimensional gap to talk with Great Red. Kuroka and Lufei had been called by Valley, which was why they hadn't been in touch for a while. Kiba had started tutoring sessions for university entrance exams. Gasper had been trying to improve his confidence by joining the football club, but he ended up on the girls' team, keeping him busy with practices. Yes, Hyodo Issei was alone once more. At that moment, the self-proclaimed future king of the harem was wandering aimlessly through the city streets. He had been feeling down for weeks, and the sad reality was that none of his friends seemed to care or even notice. A sigh escaped his lips as he slipped his hands into the pockets of his jacket. He might have continued like this if it weren't for a sign in the window of a music store advertising a special offer. It featured an electric guitar, an amplifier, and several useful accessories at a great price. Seeing the instrument filled him with nostalgia, reminding him that at 12 years old he had owned a similar guitar, but he had set it aside upon entering Kuo Academy, becoming obsessed with other interests, influenced by his perverted friends. Checking his wallet, he pulled out his credit card and looked at it hesitantly before making a decision. He thought to himself that he would go for it and entered the store. 20 minutes later, he emerged with a case slung over his back and a large box under his arm. With his demon strength, carrying the heavy load was no problem. He headed to the park, where he sat on a bench near the fountain. He reflected that if things continued like this, he would go crazy. He hoped this new distraction would help him cope. The dragon's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that he was not alone, even if it didn't mean much. The boy smiled sadly but felt grateful. He thanked Drake before starting his walk home. Upon entering the Hyodo residence, he found it as empty as it had been for several months. Initially, he hadn't been affected, but as time passed, feelings of abandonment and loneliness hit him hard. He appreciated the time and company that Rosweiss and Ophis provided, making his stay in the house more bearable. As he climbed the stairs with an air of calm, he reached his bedroom door, hesitating slightly before opening it. With a deep sigh, he stepped inside, glancing around the large space and at the big bed, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Now that he was sleeping alone, the room felt excessively empty. Feeling a slight pang in his chest, he decided to head to the basement, pulling out a piece of paper with the BGMI symbol. He summoned a hologram of a certain maid, who asked if he needed anything. He replied that he did, requesting her presence at his home while he pressed the elevator button. She assured him she would be there shortly, and he thanked her for her kindness before ending the communication. If he had been more attentive, he would have noticed the surprised look on the maid's face at his request. The elevator doors opened, allowing him to step inside and select the top floor. Minutes later, he stood in an underground training field, his gaze fixed on a magical circle that appeared before him. He expressed his gratitude for her arrival with a slight bow, which only heightened the maid's concern. She asked what he needed, her tone steady as she scrutinized his expressions. He handed her a piece of paper, revealing a small blueprint. He requested a new underground floor, insisting that Rias and the others must not find out, a seriousness in his tone that was unusual for him. The maid looked at him with curiosity, surprised by the unexpected request. He sighed and walked over to a sofa, patting the seat beside him. Understanding that something was troubling him, she accepted the invitation and sat next to him, ready to listen. He opened up about his worries and what was happening in his life. 20 minutes later, Grafia frowned at what he had shared, feeling disappointed in Rias and the others. Yet, she silently thanked Roswise and Ophis for looking after him. Since the incident at the hot springs, she had grown fond of the boy, considering him her little brother. It took her 3 days to recall their conversation while he had washed her back, feeling embarrassed to show that vulnerable side of herself while intoxicated. Softening her gaze, she smiled faintly and informed him that she would speak with Surzex about it. Regarding the project, she assured him it would be ready by the time he returned from school the next day. He mirrored her actions, a small smile forming on his face as he expressed his sincere gratitude. Caught off guard, Grafia was surprised when he called her that, but she quickly composed herself and smiled naturally before disappearing in a magical circle. He sank back into the sofa, feeling no desire to return to the upper floors. He decided to remain there until everything was prepared. With the lack of supernatural activity, none of the girls used the training field, allowing him to stay away from them and avoid any comments about them that might hurt him. Noticing the small refrigerator in the room, he decided to prepare something for dinner. Checking the time, he murmured to himself that it was 8 p.m. and that they would likely be arriving soon. After dinner, he lay back on the sofa to rest, feeling discarded by those who occupied his heart. Minutes later, he had fallen asleep. His internal voice expressed concern, hoping he wouldn't succumb to despair as he noticed the boy sleeping with his hand on his chest, his face twisted in a bitter expression. The next day, he slept soundly until the alarm he had set began to ring, waking him from his slumber. He groaned lazily before turning it off and getting out of bed. He kept his eyes closed as he stretched slightly. Slowly, he made his way to the showers, where he could take a bath without the risk of encountering any girls. With a clean body and feeling more awake, he dressed in his Kuo Academy uniform before having a light breakfast. After gathering his things, he closed his eyes. After much practice, he had mastered the transportation spell, so he focused on an alley near the academy. In a flash of red light, the boy appeared in a lonely alley and headed toward the exit, only to be struck by a scene that hit his heart like never before. In a small cafe, Rias and Aquino were chatting animatedly with a handsome young man with blue hair and glasses. While it wasn't so bad at first, everything changed when the redhead and the boy locked eyes, slowly closing the distance between them. The boy felt his heart shatter as he watched. The alley provided a clear view of the cafe, which was quite discreet, allowing only him the honor of witnessing that significant moment. To make matters worse, the dark-haired girl mirrored the redhead's actions, kissing the boy who undoubtedly reciprocated the gesture. It felt like a contest of kisses between them. With a heavy heart, he sought another way out, not wanting to witness such a spectacle again, but not before taking one last look at how the dark-haired girl wrapped her arms around the young man's neck. He was left speechless. The dragon remained silent, not expecting this turn of events, and could only pray in silence that it wouldn't get worse. However, it seemed that fate was not on his side at that moment. At the other exit of the alley, he spotted a certain girl speaking with an older boy. With his heightened senses, he overheard the boy confessing his feelings, receiving an affirmative response from a blushing white-haired girl, sealing their new relationship. He felt disturbed. Using a small spell, he changed his brown hair to black, styling it back while letting a few strands fall forward. He also transformed his eyes to blue. He altered his physique to appear slimmer and pulled out a small bottle from his bag, spraying its contents over himself. It was a little trick he had devised a while ago to evade Kaniko's senses while spying on the girls. He passed by the couple without even glancing at them, continuing his path toward the academy. He noticed that there were very few students around, but he didn't pay it much mind. Entering through the large doors, he crossed the campus and saw the trio from the church sharing a sweet moment, with the boy confessing to a nervous Asia under the watchful eyes of other apparent couples. Holding hands meant something, didn't it? Not wanting to see more, he entered the building and headed to the restroom to shed his disguise. Once inside and back to being himself, he looked closely in the mirror, noticing the dark circles under his eyes that indicated his lack of rest. He closed his eyes before opening them again to check the time on his phone. 7:20 a.m. It was quite early. He assumed that waking up early for the first time in his life had opened his eyes in a painfully clear way. He felt a pain in his chest that was unlike the curse of Samuel. He smiled bitterly. It seemed that the fate of the Sekyudai was always tragic, he thought to himself as he made his way to class. His inner voice said nothing more. If things continued this way, it could be dangerous for him. After class, the day dragged on as the boy tried unsuccessfully to shake off the morning's events from his mind. It didn't help that the girls were discussing the handsome boyfriend of the bearer of Twilight Healing. Slowly, he made his way to the exit, encountering Ravel, who didn't even notice his presence as she walked past him. With a bitter feeling, he decided to return home and see if the project was finished. At the Hyodo residence, he placed a hand on his face, sighed, and walked toward the elevator. His phone buzzed, indicating he had received a message. He pulled the device from his pocket and opened it. The job is done. To go down, you must press the 6 buttons for the upper floors together before pressing the other 3 for the lower floors. Graphia. One more thing, Lucifer-sama will visit you tomorrow as he has an announcement to make. He read the message before putting his phone back in his pocket. Once he entered the elevator, he followed the instructions from the message, noticing the small panel displaying the number 10, indicating a new floor in the building. Subterranean floor number 4. The doors opened, revealing a small hallway leading to a door. Without hesitation, he approached the door and turned the knob, stepping inside. A slight smile appeared on his face as he took in the small room, equipped with all the necessary comforts for living. There was a bed, a desk with a computer, a couple of sofas, a TV larger than 30 inches alongside a console with various games, and a wardrobe. A small bar with a refrigerator and several shelves filled with books completed the space. It was a simple and cozy place that reminded him of his old room. He moved closer to the bed and dropped his backpack onto it before summoning a magic circle, from which emerged his latest acquisition, an electric guitar and an amplifier. These were different from the ones on sale, as he had no hesitation in purchasing the best instruments in the store with his earnings. He changed into more comfortable clothes before collapsing onto the bed, staring up at the white ceiling. Next to his bed was a small piece of furniture, where he noticed a paper that appeared to be a note. Intrigued, he picked it up and read it. Ise-san, the place has everything you requested. It also contains soundproofing seals that prevent noise from escaping while keeping outside sounds out, so you can make all the noise you want. The 2 doors lead to a hot spring and a personalized training field with the equipment you asked for, and a bit more. You also have new clothes, and I took the liberty of filling the refrigerator with healthy food. Graphia. The boy couldn't help but smile. Without further ado, he headed toward the doors, opening the first one. It revealed a standard-sized bathroom with a small hot spring and showers. He opened the next door and felt satisfied upon seeing the training field. It was divided into an open area where he could practice his attacks and sword movements with Ascalon. There was also a series of obstacles for practicing parkour, a hobby that had intrigued him for a long time, but laziness had prevented him from pursuing it. Returning to his room, he went back to the bed and lay down, using his arms as a pillow. He suddenly heard a voice. "You seem happy, partner." What could he say? This place felt like a little paradise where he could set aside his worries. Eventually, you'll have to face the Gremry girl. He knew that, but before he could move forward, he needed to rid himself of the feelings weighing on his chest. Unfortunately, it won't be that easy now that you're a full dragon. He opened his eyes at the words of the celestial dragon, but before he could ask what was meant by that, a hologram appeared on the furniture next to his bed. It's been a while," a familiar voice said. "Rosjan," he exclaimed, surprised. She blushed slightly but quickly shifted her attention to her surroundings with curiosity. "I just finished my business in Asgard. I'm currently sorting out a few details before heading back home. By the way, where are you?" "I don't recognize the place," she said, returning her gaze to him. He lowered his eyes for a moment before looking back at her. "I'm currently 4 floors below the house," he replied seriously. She raised an eyebrow at his tone, sensing that his mood was affected by a certain redhead and her companions. "Tell me what happened in my absence," she said, her tone serious. He sighed and began recounting the events that had transpired since she had left. 15 minutes later, Issei maintained a neutral expression that didn't suit him, appearing somewhat somber, which the girl found concerning. "I understand. I'll be there soon." "See you," she said, ending the transmission. He stared at the floor of the room, feeling a sudden pain in his chest that caused his pupils to dilate. Arg! He fell to the floor, writhing in discomfort. "Partner!" And everything faded to darkness. Skirt. A certain Valkyrie stood on the terrace of her room, gazing at the sky of Asgard, lost in thoughts of a certain brown-haired boy. She murmured, a hint of sadness in her voice. She had started to develop feelings for him some time ago, particularly since he had asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend. It wasn't that she knew, of course. She had formed a good impression of the boy, which led her to want to spend more time with him and get to know him better. Over time, she began to see him in a new light. She discovered his many facets, with the more mischievous side being the one he often displayed, contrasting with the serious demeanor he adopted when fighting to protect others. He had returned from death thanks to the 2 dragon gods, Great Red and Ophis Ouroboros. When she noticed how he was being sidelined by the other girls, she didn't want to leave him alone. To her, the actions of Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Kaneko, and Ravel felt selfish and childish. That man had sacrificed for them, and this was how they repaid him? By discarding him when he was no longer needed? She frowned. This journey had opened her eyes. Spending most of her time alone, or at least when Ophis wasn't around, she began to experience feelings she had never felt before. She felt nervous when he looked at her with such softness, the compliments he gave her, and the chivalrous way he treated her made her heart race. Yes, since she started spending time with him, the brown-haired boy had not acted inappropriately, which she found oddly pleasing. During this trip, she realized the feelings that had blossomed in her heart. After what he had shared with her, she decided to express her feelings for him. A deep blush spread across her face at the mere thought, but something told her that if she didn't do it now, she would regret it. With that in mind, she entered his room to prepare her things for their return. Hyodo Residence, subterranean floor number 4. Slowly, he opened his eyes, sitting up while holding onto the bed for support. He asked what had happened, feeling dizzy as he held his head. He was surprised when a voice in his mind explained that he was in danger. This was known as the Dragon's Fall, which occurred when a partner betrayed them in any way, or when deep love was unreciprocated. After those words, the room fell silent. He realized that was why he had fainted. He listened attentively as the voice continued, his expression turning serious as he noticed a greenish glow in his hand. Now being a complete dragon, this affected him directly. The feelings of love he had for the Gremry girl and the others were beginning to poison him from within. His dragon power was turning against him, deteriorating his body, and he would also face issues with anger and the risk of losing himself to battle instincts. He processed the information slowly. Normally, It would only trigger battle instincts and mood swings, causing his power to spiral out of control and inflict harm. However, when there was more than one partner, the situation became more severe, leading to all that had been mentioned. Another moment of silence passed. He asked with a bitter smile if he would begin to die slowly because of love. The voice confirmed that unless he rid himself of those feelings, which no dragon had ever done out of pride or simply because it was impossible, he would face this fate. He kept his gaze lowered. Forgetting Rias and the others was not easy. But they had forgotten him. He had given them all his support, helping them overcome their struggles, but now they no longer needed him. He frowned. He recalled all those moments they had shared, even the kisses he had received from them. He covered his mouth with his right hand. He felt a sharp pain in his heart and coughed up a bit of blood. Now he understood. This was what the voice meant when it said his power would kill him slowly. He smiled ironically, wondering if all the girls who claimed to love him would ultimately be the ones to bring about his end. Thinking it over, he considered letting himself die slowly. Perhaps when he was gone, they would realize he had existed, or maybe they would feel remorse for a long time in their long lives. He didn't know, but something about that idea seemed appealing. Then, he heard a feminine voice echo in his mind. Another voice called his name, emotionless. A voice that curiously wasn't Ravel's. A playful voice chimed in. Remembering those who still acknowledged his existence made him open his eyes. Surely, they wouldn't want to see him let himself die just to make the others notice. He smiled genuinely, they wouldn't forgive him for that. Perhaps Lefei and Kuroka were less close than Roswise and Ophis, but whenever they were home, they always made time for him. He made his decision. If Rias and the girls no longer needed him, then he would follow his own path. By taking the exam to become a high-class demon, he could establish his own nobility and leave the Gremory group behind. Ideas began to form in his mind. He no longer owed anything to Rias. He had given her everything he could, and she had taken advantage of it. He felt no doubts or regrets. With a determined look in his eyes, he asked Drake what he should do. The dragon remained silent, waiting to see what decision the boy would make. He couldn't help but feel a sense of worry as he sensed the feelings of defeat and pain beginning to overwhelm his host. He was alarmed when he saw the boy cough up blood, a reaction triggered by his power responding to memories that fueled his emotions, causing both physical and emotional pain. However, when he noticed the boy drawing a genuine smile, he let out a sigh he didn't know he was holding. "Alright, just follow my instructions." 10 minutes later, a red magical circle lay on the floor of the room, surrounded by 8 smaller circles and various symbols, with the head of a dragon at its center. He looked at his work and asked what to do next. Transfer 7 boosts. The boy complied. Boosted gear. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, boost, boost. Transfer. The circle illuminated as a soft pink bubble began to form. "Now, let me explain the ritual." He nodded, raising his hand to his face to catch every detail. "When you enter that bubble, the magical circle will expel all corruption from your heart, especially the harmful feelings you have towards the girls. But let me warn you, you are about to experience pain beyond your imagination." The boy closed his eyes at the dragon's warning, then opened them with extreme resolve. If he could withstand Samuel's curse, this would be a walk in the park, he thought as he stepped closer to the bubble. Slowly, he reached out, lightly brushing his fingers against it. Suddenly, a terrible pain coursed through his body, as if everything inside him was tearing apart. He fell backward, his body convulsing in agony. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his lips as he breathed heavily. He murmured that he understood, one eye shut in pain. "Let me tell you, I don't know how long the ritual will take. Are you ready for true hell?" There were people who wouldn't forgive him for dying. Besides, if he wanted to be the harem king, he had to be strong and overcome the challenges before him. He slowly got back on his feet. With a wild smile, he stepped confidently into the bubble. 2 hours later, 2 magical circles appeared in the room simultaneously, from which emerged a silver-haired girl and a white-haired girl. They exchanged uncertain glances before noticing the figure in front of them, who had his back turned. As they approached, they noticed the trail of blood on the floor, causing them to rush forward in alarm until they stood before the boy. With horror, Rosswise exclaimed his name. Issei was trembling slightly, blood dripping from his body. Despite this, he managed to stand, directing a fierce gaze ahead, though he was unconscious. Together, they moved him to his bed. Rosswise began to undress him to tend to his wounds, while Graphia prepared to inform Rias or someone about their discovery. "It's better if you stay here and don't inform anyone about this, Queen Gremry." The magical circle that the silver-haired girl was invoking was cancelled upon hearing the dragon's voice. Drake sighed, indicating the seriousness of the situation. "It's due to a dragon-type ritual." Graphia and Rosswise blinked in slight confusion before noticing the magical circle drawn on the floor. What was the purpose of such a ritual? Graphia asked. The white-haired girl had removed all of the boy's clothing, leaving him in his underwear. She summoned a first aid kit and began to clean his body. They had to understand that when a dragon is betrayed by their partner or is unrequited, that love turns into a poison that slowly consumes them. Both women opened their eyes at this revelation, recalling that the boy was now a hybrid of dragon and demon. They also considered his current emotional situation. It became more serious when there was more than one partner. If he hadn't gone through this, he would have perished within 6 months or less. Graphia closed her eyes, processing what the dragon had said. Everything fell into place. She even began to understand the purpose of the ritual. Rosswise turned her gaze to the boy, who was sleeping peacefully, and a tear fell from her eye. The suffering he harbored in his heart had left him in this state. Graphia's expression darkened as she pondered the implications. She wondered if the ritual stripped him of his feelings. The jewel of the boosted gear emitted a magical circle, which they recognized instantly as the one drawn on the floor. A red flame appeared in one of the small circles. Surrounding it, Rias Gremry, Hyodo Issei, Asia Argento, Zenobia Quarta, Shidu Irina, Tujo Kaneko, Ravel Phoenix, and finally Rosswise. Each name was accompanied by a flame of a different color, first red, then violet, green, royal blue, orange, pale green, dull gold, and turquoise blue. This was a representation of the love he felt for each of those named, even if he had not realized it. Graphia appeared intrigued, while Rosswise blushed deeply, understanding Drake's indirect message. She also noticed that the flame representing her was brighter than the others. With the ritual, all the flames lost their color, turning completely gray and lifeless, except for one. The turquoise blue flame representing Rosswise became even brighter and more vibrant than before. Graphia felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she exhaled a breath she didn't know she was holding. Rosswise, carefully tending to the boy, inquired if this meant he no longer felt anything for them. He had only stopped feeling love for them. He would not harm them or seek revenge, but would simply move forward with his life. Both women relaxed at this response. Thanks to the Valkyrie, he had not closed his heart. Had he done so, he would have become cold and distant. The Valkyrie looked back at the boy, gently caressing his cheek with concern. She decided to return to the Gremry castle, noting that his body was exhausted and the ritual must have placed an extreme burden on him. She placed her hand on his chest, looking at him with warmth before turning to summon a transport circle and disappearing. The Valkyrie cast a sad glance at him before settling beside him and embracing him affectionately. She murmured that she would never leave him alone, closing her eyes. Quickly, the physical and emotional exhaustion took hold, and she fell into a deep sleep after the events of the day. The next day, the boy began to open his eyes, finding himself under the white ceiling of his new room. He blinked in confusion, recalling the worst pain he had ever experienced when he entered the bubble. He had endured 2 full hours of that torment, and the last thing he remembered was the sound of footsteps approaching before he lost consciousness. A soft murmur caught his attention. He turned his head to see the Valkyrie sleeping peacefully beside him. She had an arm draped over his chest, and their legs were intertwined, causing him to blush slightly at the contact. Noticing the bandages on her body, he deduced that she had taken care of him. With a warm smile, he reached out to gently slide Rosswise's cheek. Feeling the warmth of his touch, she clung to him tighter. In a low voice, she murmured that she would never leave him and pleaded for him not to leave her. He shifted slightly to kiss the top of her head, wrapping his arms around her waist. He promised that he would not abandon her, vowing to protect her just as she had done for him during this time. With that, he closed his eyes, feeling his body still numb from exhaustion. However, his rest was interrupted by a magical circle from the BGMI clan. It was good to see him better, a new voice said in the room. The mentioned boy opened his eyes upon recognizing the voice. He directed his gaze to where a pair of silhouettes emerged from a transportation circle. Surzex, one of the 4 great Maos of the underworld, stood before him. "Hello, he greeted cheerfully, only to be reprimanded by his attendant. "Please behave, Surzexima," the maid scolded, giving him a light tap on the back of the neck. The red-haired man whined childishly before turning serious as he noticed certain items on the floor within the magical circle. He calmly bent down to pick them up. "I see the ritual circle did its job, didn't it?" he asked, straightening up to look at the boy. "Yes, for now I still feel some effects, though my body is just a bit numb," the boy replied, gazing at the ceiling. He had returned to his previous position when he had awakened. "I apologize, Issei-kun. Due to my sister's whims, you ended up suffering something you shouldn't have," he said, bowing slightly to the boy. The boy looked surprised before smiling somewhat nonchalantly. "You don't have to apologize, that's all in the past." Although it hurt a lot to get rid of those feelings, he whispered the last part. Both demons heard him thanks to their senses but chose not to comment. They both understood what he meant Graphia from seeing the boy's state after the ritual and Surzex because she had informed him. "So, what brings you here?" "Graphia-san said you wanted to talk to me," the boy inquired, his brow furrowing with doubt. At the boy's question, the Mao adopted a serious expression, causing concern for the boy. "You see, due to your achievements in battle, both the Underworld Council and the 4 Great Maos have granted you the title of Great King. You have also been promoted to a supreme-class demon," the red-haired man stated plainly. Silence. An absolute silence reigned in the room. Graphia's eyes widened, Surzex maintained an expressionless face, and Issei brought a hand to his chin, slowly digesting those words until he understood what the Mao Lucifer had said. He could only respond in one way. "What?" he exclaimed in total astonishment. If it weren't for the silent seals, that shout would have been heard by the Archangel Michael up in heaven. "Yes, you have been given the rank of Great King, placing you on par with the 5 Great Dragon Kings. Additionally, you have risen in the ranks of the Demon Society by meeting the expectations of those elders," he explained briefly. "I see, I remember that's one way to become a high-class demon alongside the raiding game," he muttered to himself. "Congratulations, Issei-san," Graphia said with a smile. "Thank you, Annie," he replied with a small warm smile. Graphia reciprocated the gesture. The red-haired man blinked in confusion but chose to let it go. "Now you can form your own court, but for that, you will need this," he said, approaching the boy and extending a black case. The boy received it with uncertainty and was surprised to see a red dragon design on the cover, recalling that it resembled the one that occasionally appeared in the gem of his boosted gear. "With this, you will no longer be under Rias's orders, although you weren't really under them anyway," the Mao said. The boy looked at him with confusion before his eyes widened at what the red-haired man was showing in his palm. "My 8 pawn pieces." "How?" he asked, filled with astonishment. "The ritual not only rid you of your feelings for her but also severed any bonds, including the pieces she used to reincarnate you," the Mao stated seriously. Even Graphia was surprised by what her husband had said. "You are free. At this moment, you are a dragon in every sense of the word, and that will not change, all thanks to that game of opportunity piece," he said, pointing to the case the boy was holding. Issei looked at him questioningly, earning a small laugh from the red-haired man. "These chess pieces are special because they do not turn the recipient into a demon. Instead, they grant enhancements regarding speed, defense, and magical improvement while retaining their origins," he explained. "I think I understand. If I reincarnate a human, they will remain human, right? Or am I mistaken?" he deduced somewhat clumsily. "Exactly. They also increase their lifespan similarly to the evil pieces. Ajuka also told me that since they are a prototype, he doesn't know what secrets they might hold, So he hopes you can inform him of any developments regarding those pieces, the Mao commented. The brown-haired boy examined the case closely, tears streaming down his face. Surzex smiled as he watched the boy crumble before him, saying that he had become the strongest pawn, with his own set of pieces, allowing him to form his harem and become king. He had high hopes for the boy. The boy expressed his gratitude, regaining his composure and looking at Surzex with determination. He then asked if he could request a favor. Surzex, intrigued, encouraged him to proceed. The boy explained that he wanted to trade pieces with Rias Gremory but preferred not to speak with her, fearing she would refuse. Surzex was surprised but then noticed a certain Valkyrie sleeping beside the boy and smiled, realizing the boy's intentions. He glanced at Grafia, who wore a subtle smile, indicating she understood the boy's plan and supported it. Surzex agreed to facilitate the exchange between the House of Security and the Gremory House, much to the boy's delight. The boy thanked Surzex again, feeling slightly embarrassed as he asked what he needed to do. Both demons exchanged amused glances at his innocence. Surzex instructed him to choose the piece he would give and recite a specific phrase, ensuring to mention the name first. The boy nodded and gently nudged the girl beside him. He softly called for Rosechan to wake up. She stirred, murmuring his name in a sleepy tone. Upon realizing he was awake, she sprang up, tears welling in her eyes as she launched herself at him, expressing her fear of what might happen if he were ever in danger. The boy comforted her with gentle pats on the back and strokes of her hair. Minutes later, the blushing albino had listened to the boy's explanation, learning details about the ritual that Drake had not shared with Grafia or her. She felt embarrassed about losing her composure in front of Mao Lucifer and his queen. She hesitantly asked if he wanted her to be one of his pieces. The albino smiled at his shyness and nodded, agreeing to be part of his noble title. This was her way of getting back at Rias Gremory for what she had forced the boy to do to forget her. The image of him covered in blood still haunted her. With determination, the boy declared that under the name of Hyodo Issei from the House of Dragons, he requested her to serve him as his servant and family, officially making her his bishop. As he spoke, the piece floated before her and integrated into her being. A small sound caught the boy's attention, and he recognized Rias's rook piece at his feet. He picked it up and handed it to Surzex, who nodded in acknowledgement. With everything settled, Surzex announced his departure, mentioning that Grafia would come later to inform the boy about his property in the underworld. The boy blinked, recalling that Tanin had his domains upon reaching the rank of Supreme Class Demon, realizing he would also have his own lands there. Sighing, he turned to the nervous albino, who was staring at the ground. He couldn't help but smile at the sight. He thanked her for being with him and embraced her, surprising her. Once she recovered from her surprise, she returned the gesture. Feeling bold, she pulled back slightly to look into his eyes before kissing him tenderly. The boy's eyes widened in shock, but he soon reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her waist. After they separated, his mind went blank, and he fainted. Alarmed, she called out to him, checking if he was okay. The unconscious boy mumbled about the kiss being the best day of his life, causing her to blush as she carefully rested his head in her lap. Minutes later, the boy opened his eyes, feeling someone gently caressing his hair. Focusing his gaze, he recognized Roswise, who looked at him warmly. He thought in disbelief that it hadn't been a dream and wondered if that meant Roschan loved him. Slowly, the girl had fallen in love with him for a long time. She just hadn't realized it, just like him. Drake's comment made him blush, and the albino girl mirrored his reaction, as the boy continued to gaze at her intently. He whispered just loud enough for her to hear that he regretted not realizing it sooner but promised to take care of her and ensure she lacked nothing. She blinked in doubt before understanding the context of his words, smiling with a hint of blush. Her only response was to lean in and claim his lips in a kiss that expressed her feelings in that moment. Issei felt unlike ever before. He was a supreme-class demon, had his own pieces to assemble his court, and most importantly, a beautiful girl was kissing him with love. The warmth of her lips was something he had never felt before. He couldn't compare it to his memories with other girls, as those felt insignificant now. He slowly stood up, and the white-haired girl followed suit. Are you staying? We have what we need to be comfortable, he asked with a small smile. My place is by your side, my king, she replied with a playful smile. Knowing she felt the same made her lose some of her shyness around him. Then there's only one thing left to do, he said, kneeling in front of the surprised albino. Rosswise, even though I didn't realize it, I've been falling for you. I've never been good with words, so I can only ask you, would you accept being my girlfriend? He asked, gathering all the courage he could muster. Tears welled in her eyes, but she smiled at his words, recalling that he had said he would do things right, realizing this was what he meant. I accept being your girlfriend, Hyodo Issei, she said with a sweet and shy smile. He stood up and gently embraced her. They both cherished the closeness of each other, wishing that moment could last forever. Suddenly, a voice without emotion interrupted the tranquility. I'm back, it said. Startled, they both jumped apart. Hello, greeted a small Gothic girl, raising her hand. Ophis, don't scare us like that, he lightly scolded, holding his chest. The albino girl was in a corner of the room, just as startled as he was. I see, did you become a Daitenryu? She inquired after analyzing him. What are you talking about? He asked, confused. The little girl simply approached him and hugged him, leaving both the brown-haired boy and the albino girl bewildered. Drake explained simply that it was the name given to dragons after they fell. He understood and realized that little Ophis was worried about him, so he gently patted her head. Don't worry, it's all over now, he said with a faint smile. You stopped being a demon, the dragon goddess pointed out. He smiled a bit more. Ophis truly missed nothing, so he began to explain the recent events. I want to join, was the simple comment from the little dragon. Both present blinked in surprise at what the little goddess had said. What does Ophis-sama mean? The Valkyrie asked, puzzled. I want to be with Ise, so I will be part of his group, she explained, leaving Rosswise and Issei in shock as they understood what she meant. The little girl took advantage of their astonishment and the boy's closeness to search in her pocket, pulling out the case of her pieces. To the astonished pair, she opened it and looked for the piece meant for her, which was the queen. Coming out of their stupor, the brown-haired boy tried to say something, but a flash enveloped the dragon goddess, preventing anyone from moving. Seconds later, Ophis stood before him, extending the case to him, which he received mechanically before returning it to her pocket. Shaking his head and coming out of his daze, he looked at her in disbelief at what had just happened. How? If you're much more powerful than I am, as far as I know, reincarnating was practically impossible, he stammered. The albino girl remained silent, as the scene before her was unbelievable. It wasn't difficult to synchronize my power with the piece. Besides, I discovered a little trick with them, she replied in a neutral tone before closing her eyes. The couple opened their eyes in shock as they felt a change in the aura of the dragon goddess. Practically before them stood another person, although the dragon aura remained unchanged. The Valkyrie stammered, unable to believe it. I can completely change my aura, so no one will know I'm in your group, she added enthusiastically, in her typical Ophis style. This was barely recognizable to those who knew her. In the case of Issei and Rosswise, their connection to the pieces allowed them to sense it more easily. The brown-haired boy sighed, realizing this was something he never would have expected. Certainly, this dragon goddess does whatever she wants. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by this, he thought resignedly. Certainly, you have achieved things that others have only dreamed of, partner, came a teasing voice in his mind. He didn't respond verbally but mentally agreed. Upon reflection, he truly had accomplished things no one else had, although he chose to dismiss these thoughts. We just need to change your appearance to go completely unnoticed, and reduce your aura, the white-haired girl pointed out casually. The small girl tilted her head in confusion before nodding in understanding. A glow enveloped her body, momentarily blinding the couple, but seconds later it faded. Even without seeing, they could tell that the dragon goddess's aura had diminished. Now it was almost on par with Graphia, which was saying a lot. Issei's jaw dropped once more. Rosswise nearly felt faint. Before them stood a young girl with black hair tied into two ponytails at shoulder height, cascading forward. Her captivating reddish eyes were partially obscured by bangs covering her left eye. This, combined with her small nose and mouth, elevated her beauty to another level. She wore a black kimono that left her shoulders bare, showcasing her fair skin, while the sleeves flared out at the cuffs. A purple obi adorned her waist, and she wore simple sandals. Her expression was neutral, but both could see a slight blush on her cheeks. The brown-haired boy blushed deeply before fainting, raising his thumb in agreement just before losing consciousness. Who would have thought she could be what they call a femme fatale? Ofisama, the Valkyrie murmured in disbelief. Ofis tilted her head, not fully understanding the words, but she genuinely enjoyed the captivated look the boy had given her before he fainted. A few minutes later, with the brown-haired boy awake, he began to dress in his uniform for school, despite the pouts from Rosswise and Ofis. He used all his willpower not to succumb to the adorable faces of the white-haired girl and the dark-haired one, promising that when he returned, he would take them wherever they wanted, before departing in a magic circle. The two girls exchanged glances before Ofis disappeared somewhere, while the Valkyrie took a bath. At Kuo Academy, a cult club room. The Gremry group was gathered with Azazel, as Rias had summoned them for a regular report, a routine they had been following for some time. The red-haired girl scanned the group before noticing the absence of a certain pawn. "Has anyone seen Issei?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in months," Akino murmured, resting her chin on her hand. All of this occurred under the watchful gaze of the former governor of Grigory, who was aware of the current status of the Security, but at Surzex's request, he remained silent. He leaned against the window of the building, looking out at the scenery, wondering what the boy was up to. However, seeing him arrive with a case on his back and an aura different from usual piqued his curiosity, but he chose to let it go to avoid alarming the group. "I haven't seen him either," Asia chimed in, her expression troubled. The others tried to recall if they had seen him, but nothing came to mind. This made the other members a bit nervous, as they had practically forgotten about the boy unintentionally, so they made a mental note to make it up to him when they saw him. Now that they thought about it, they also hadn't received news from their teammate, the Tower, who was on a mission in Asgard. The fallen angel looked at them with boredom. Despite seeing the slight regret on their faces, he knew they would eventually forget about the boy. Anyway, after the last battle, things have been quiet, but it doesn't hurt to stay alert for any attacks. The red-haired girl downplayed the situation. The others nodded somewhat doubtfully and gave their reports, although there was nothing significant to highlight, as even the stray demons had kept a low profile, not wanting to cause trouble with the Gremry and Citri houses. The redhead could only sigh upon receiving the last report, which was from Gasper. She raised her hands, summoning a transportation circle, and said they were leaving. Akino commented that Kaido-kun must already be at that place before disappearing. The others bid farewell as they headed to their respective classrooms, while Azazel shook his head, hinting that he was likely to wander off somewhere. At Kuo Academy, the brown-haired boy walked calmly, his destination being the room that once belonged to the now-defunct music club. He knew it was wrong to skip classes, but the school festival was less than 2 months away, and he wanted to be in the best condition to participate. Upon arriving at the designated place, he checked to see if anyone was around. Since the third-year students graduated, the club had disbanded, but some instruments and tools remained. The amplifier in front of him was in good condition. He opened his case and connected his instrument, eager to see how rusty he had become. A few quick notes revealed just how out of practice he was, sounding terrible due to his fingers losing their former dexterity. He sighed, realizing he needed to catch up before doing the most important thing, finding members. He began some exercises to loosen his fingers. During lunch, the boy was absent-mindedly whistling a tune. He had made significant progress and could play decently now. He was confident that if he put in enough effort, he could be at his best by the day of the event, or perhaps even better. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Saji Citri patrolling the hallways as the vice president of the student council. With a relaxed expression, he greeted Saji, who looked at him with surprise before shrugging and returning the greeting. Saji asked how he had been, wearing a small smile, though internally he was worried. Their king had informed them about the situation in the Gremry entourage, as he often talked with the redhead, revealing details about the girl's new romantic interests and the boy's displacement. Ruruko had confirmed this after speaking with the trio from the church, expressing their annoyance at the treatment of their friend. Sona had asked them to support the boy to make his school life more bearable. Seeing him in better spirits and somewhat carefree lifted a great weight off Saji's shoulders. The brown-haired boy replied that he was better than ever and mentioned needing Saji's help, casually placing his arm over the blonde's shoulder. Saji blinked in confusion but smiled, relieved to see his friend back to his usual self. He offered his assistance but warned that if it was something inappropriate, he would have to reconsider. The brown-haired boy, slightly confused, waved his hand dismissively, assuring Saji it was something else. This intrigued Saji even more. The boy explained that he wanted to form a band and needed to know who could play musical instruments at a decent level. Saji looked puzzled until he noticed the case on the boy's back. "Are you serious?" "I didn't expect this," Saji said, unsure of what else to say. The brown-haired boy asked if he would help him, looking serious. Saji agreed, mentioning he knew a couple of people who could assist, including himself, while pointing at the case. The brown-haired boy smiled broadly at Saji's response, excitedly declaring he would be in the music club. He gave Saji a friendly pat on the back before heading to the cafeteria. Saji watched him leave, smiling faintly before heading to the student council room to adjust some schedules. In the former music club room after the break, the brown-haired boy looked around at the people present, surprised by who had gathered. He whispered to himself that he hadn't expected this. One girl remarked that she was just as surprised, while another girl murmured that it felt a bit awkward. A third female voice teased him about wanting to form a band. "Don't worry, I've heard them, and I know they're good," a male voice tried to reassure him. The boy rubbed the bridge of his nose, genuinely surprised that everyone involved had some connection to the supernatural in one way or another. "All right, I think we should introduce ourselves first. Hyodo Issei, electric guitar," the brown-haired boy began. "Kiryu Aika, piano and keyboard," the girl with glasses introduced herself. "Tomo Meguri, bass." It was the turn of the light brown-haired girl with pigtails. "Tsubasa Yura, drums," spoke the Citri member. "Saji Genshiro, electric guitar," said the other Citri member. Once the introductions were complete, the brown-haired boy pointed out their positions, finding the instruments already connected and functional. The five exchanged glances, and knowing which song to start with to get familiar, they began their performance. As they exited, the quintet walked through the entrance into the open air. "Ugh, we really were terrible," Tomo complained. "It's the first day, I'm sure we'll improve tomorrow," the brown-haired boy encouraged. "I didn't really imagine you played any instruments, but I must say you play decently," Kiryu commented, adjusting her glasses. "Well, I haven't played guitar in over 5 years, so I'm not at the level I used to be," he replied, embarrassed, rubbing the back of his neck. The others were surprised by this revelation, but even more so by having spent time with him and noticing that something about him had changed. Somehow, this made them feel more at ease. "Then we'll see each other tomorrow. Try to find a singer," Tomo suggested, waving goodbye with a smile. "See you tomorrow," Yura said with a slight smile, as she was a girl of few words. "We'll see you, Hyodo," Saji waved as he departed. "I'm not trying to boost your ego, but this side of you makes you more attractive," the light brown-haired girl remarked as she walked away, leaving him, blushing and wandering aimlessly. The boy walked through the city center, feeling an inexplicable pull to head in that direction. Suddenly, he bumped into someone, and they both fell to the ground. A feminine voice exclaimed, catching his attention. Quickly, he got up to help the other person, stunned to see who it was. She wore a white strap dress, a matching hat, sandals, and carried a small bag, but what caught his attention the most was her blonde hair and green eyes. "Gabriel," he exclaimed, extending his hand toward the seraph. She looked up in confusion, as few could recognize her, and found herself face to face with the Sekiryudai, who was offering his hand. Accepting his help, she got up and brushed off her clothes. "I'm sorry, I was distracted," she apologized, looking a bit flustered. "I was distracted too. It's not your fault," the brown-haired boy downplayed. Then a question crossed his mind. "By the way, what are you doing here?" he asked, genuinely curious. The seraph sighed with slight annoyance, even pouting, before pulling him along by the hand. "I'll tell you on the way," was her response. He allowed himself to be led, feeling that he should accompany the most beautiful woman in the heavens. Minutes later, she had shared how things were currently in heaven. "I see, your brothers leave you out and only assign you paperwork?" he murmured, arms crossed as they continued walking. "Not only that, they don't let me participate in important meetings. They say my opinions don't carry weight when debating what's best for the treaty," she complained, pouting. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "I understand how you feel, but I don't think they mean any harm," he tried to console her. "I know, that's why I can't be angry with them, but it's frustrating," she said, making a face. He felt a bit uncomfortable. As they passed a cafe, a figure watched them with slight disbelief. "That's them," she whispered before standing up from her table. The brown-haired boy and the blonde girl were discussing trivial matters when a shout caught their attention. "Hey, Gabriel!" "Drake," someone called from a table in an establishment. The two turned to see who was calling them. The person wore a black executive suit, dark sunglasses, and had purple hair styled in a low ponytail. Both widened their eyes in recognition of the figure. Gabriel exclaimed Penemu's name with surprise, while Issei echoed the sentiment. The three of them were seated, enjoying cups of coffee, and the brown-haired boy couldn't believe the people he had encountered thanks to his instincts. Gabriel was one of the seraphim of heaven, and also one of the 4 great seraphim. Penemu was a leader of Grigori, holding the rank of cadre. The blonde girl expressed her doubt, questioning Penemu's presence, noting that she didn't often go out. Penemu simply replied that she had grown tired of being the chief secretary of Grigori. The others exchanged glances, understanding her frustration. She continued, explaining that she had been Azazel's personal secretary for a time, handling all the paperwork for the lazy leader. The other two nodded in agreement, sharing a sense of camaraderie over their burdens. Suddenly, Penemu pointed out that she didn't sense any demonic power in the boy, which intrigued both women. The boy hesitated, unsure of how to explain his situation, but he felt a strange sense of trust in their presence. After summarizing his experiences, he awaited their responses. Gabriel embraced him tightly, almost causing him to gasp for breath. After realizing her strength, she quickly loosened her grip, apologizing for the intensity of her hug. Penemu remarked on his new status as a Supreme-class demon and noted that his pieces allowed their recipients to retain their original race. The boy confirmed this, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Gabriel's persistent gaze. Penemu closed her eyes in thought before suddenly expressing her desire to join him. Gabriel enthusiastically raised her hand, eager to participate as well. The boy accepted, though he expressed concern about potential issues with Gabriel, fearing for his safety if Griselda found out. The blonde girl reassured him, stating that Griselda would accept it since he would still be a seraph. The boy hoped for a safe future, and with that he paid the bill, a gesture both women appreciated as chivalrous. They then headed to a nearby park. In a secluded area of the city park, the trio gathered as the seraph invoked a magic circle. From it emerged a familiar figure, causing the boy to tremble with apprehension. The figure knelt before the blonde girl, addressing her with respect. Griselda listened intently as the boy spoke seriously, piquing her curiosity. After he finished explaining, Griselda remained kneeling, processing his words. She expressed her surprise at the actions of Zenobia, Irina, and Asia, acknowledging the unexpected nature of their decisions. Turning her gaze to the nervous boy, she confirmed that her acceptance was due to her loyalty to Gabriel and the influence of the others. The boy was taken aback, having expected a harsher reaction, but he quickly brushed off the past, assuring her it was no longer a concern. Griselda observed the boy's demeanor, intrigued by his resilience. In different circumstances, she might have warned him against any unusual behavior towards her mistress, but something about him inspired trust. Nodding in agreement, she confirmed her acceptance, prompting the boy to retrieve a small case. As he opened it, 3 pieces floated out, each landing in front of the women. Griselda received a knight, Gabriel a tower, and Penemu a pawn. The boy blinked in confusion before understanding the significance of the moment. Gabriel, Penemu, and Griselda Corda gathered under the name of Hyodo Issei from the House of Dragons. He requested that they serve him as his loyal companions and family, taking on the roles of his knight, rook, and pawn from that moment onward. As he finished his recitation, a blinding light enveloped them, and moments later, everything settled. The girls examined themselves for any changes, but aside from the dragon mark on their hands, Griselda possessing 2 marks, including the Queen of Hearts bestowed by Gabriel, everything appeared unchanged. In a final test, they spread their wings, revealing no alterations, and their powers of light remained intact. The brown-haired boy observed his remaining pieces with intrigue as an idea began to take shape in his mind. He realized that the opportunity pieces were capable of seeking candidates for his nobility, meaning they had brought him here knowing he would find the next members of his title. Overwhelmed by the information, he felt a metaphorical smoke rising from his head, exclaiming in frustration about his throbbing head. Once the new members confirmed nothing was amiss, he informed them that the piece allowed them to change their aura while still being recognizable as angels and fallen. If they altered their appearance, no one would recognize them, not even Azazel or Miguel. This news brought smiles to Gabriel and Penemu, one mischievous and innocent, the other malevolent and vengeful. Gabriel now appeared as a young girl, her hair tied in a side ponytail and cut shorter, her curves slightly diminished, completed with glasses. The boy thought she looked lovely. Penemu had adopted a more casual appearance that contrasted with her usual serious demeanor, wearing low-rise jeans and a black top that exposed her midriff, along with a white jacket. She appeared to be the same age as Gabriel, and he found her beautiful as well. Both girls looked around 19 or 20, and the boy admitted they looked fantastic. He called out to them, urging Muchan, Brichan, and Griselda-san to join him. The trio blinked in confusion, with Penemu and Gabriel blushing slightly as they realized he was referring to them. The nickname would surely help them blend in, and it sounded endearing. Griselda frowned at this, which did not go unnoticed by the boy. He playfully encouraged her not to lag behind, prompting the normally gentle and kind nun to puff her cheeks slightly in embarrassment as she followed her lady and new lord. In the Hyodo residence, subterranean floor number 4, the boy and his companions appeared in a magic circle within his room. He murmured to himself about needing to reconsider expanding the space, noting it felt quite cramped. The new members of his nobility settled onto the sofa while he flopped onto the bed, retrieving his guitar from its case and connecting it to the amplifier. He informed them they could leave or do as they pleased, having brought them to show where he was living. The fallen angel expressed her contentment to stay put for the moment, recalling her first impression of him. Despite appearing reserved and strict, she found him easy to interact with. Gabriel expressed curiosity about what he was doing as she watched him play a few notes. Griselda, smiling slightly, admitted she had nothing else to do. She had interacted with him before, but this new side of him was a complete mystery, and she was genuinely interested. The boy agreed that it was fine for them to stay. As he played his guitar, an idea began to form in his mind, but first he needed to practice. An hour later, after finishing his exercises, he acknowledged his significant improvement, something Penemu had noted at the end of his session. Just as he was putting away his instrument, 2 magic circles appeared in the room. Gabriel and Penemu remained untroubled by the silver Gremry circle and the Hyodo circle, while Griselda tensed slightly, not expecting to encounter someone from the Gremry entourage so soon. Repeating the events of the previous night, Graphia and Rosswise appeared simultaneously in the room. They exchanged glances, shrugged, and raised an eyebrow at the new presences in the space. Issei was greeted respectfully by the maid. The albino girl approached him, offering a warm smile. He returned the greeting with a small smile of his own, acknowledging Rose-chan and Annie. Noticing new faces, the silver-haired girl pointed out the presence of a girl with black hair sitting beside the brown-haired boy on his bed, causing everyone to blink in surprise, as they hadn't sensed her arrival at all. The boy, adopting a somewhat serious tone, indicated that it was time for introductions. The albino girl settled beside him, placing him between his 2 first pieces. Grafia stood quietly, analyzing each girl in the room, recognizing certain aspects about them. She thought to herself about the unique combination of beings present: an angel, a fallen, a dragon, an exorcist, and a valkyrie. The boy began the introductions, starting with Kurumi-chan, his queen, pointing to the brown-haired girl with red eyes. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the girl, sensing an incredible power that was almost on par with his own. Kurumi blinked in confusion at the name, but the boy whispered that it was to keep her identity hidden. She understood and nodded, feeling pleased with the name he had chosen for her. Next, he introduced his first bishop, Rosswise, who smiled warmly. Then came his first rook, Brichan, who waved cheerfully while smiling. He introduced his first knight, Grichan, clarifying that he had come to an agreement with Gabriel before she could speak. The exorcist smiled kindly, though she felt a bit strange at the familiarity with which he addressed her. Finally, he introduced his pawn, Muchan, who simply nodded in greeting. Grafia had carefully inspected each girl, realizing something significant. Besides being beautiful, she could sense their power levels. Each one was very close to the nobility level of her husband, and they represented a variety of races, indicating that both noble titles had their peculiarities. However, she was unaware that Ophis, Gabriel, and Penemu had reduced their powers. The maid nodded in understanding. Curious, the boy asked what had brought them there. The maid invited him to follow her to find out, summoning a large magical circle. With a glance from the boy, they all gathered around him, disappearing from the room. In the underworld, they materialized in front of what appeared to be a castle, though the boy was struck by the dark appearance of the building. Grafia welcomed them to the castle of the Red Dragon with a slight smile. His jaw dropped in astonishment, and Rosswise was left speechless. Ophis maintained her neutral expression, but a hint of a smile could be seen if one looked closely. Gabriel sparkled with excitement, while Griselda admired the exterior design, admitting that she liked it. Penemu observed the structure with a critical eye. The front was adorned with a beautiful garden featuring various flowers and a central fountain. Despite the castle's somber appearance, a comfortable atmosphere enveloped them, which everyone noticed immediately. Flags bearing the emblem of the Red Dragon fluttered in the wind. Gradually, the boy shook off his stupor and turned to the maid with a questioning look. She explained that it was a gift from Lord Gremory and Lady Venelana in honor of his promotion, with contributions from Surzex, Ajuka, and Seraphol. Ise nodded, realizing that while this would usually seem overwhelming, he needed a place for his growing group, and his new room in the Hyodo residence wouldn't suffice. He sighed and turned to the maid with a grateful smile, thanking her sincerely. She smiled back, noting that they had anticipated his need for more space as his group expanded. With that, they proceeded to enter the castle. Inside, the boy was taken aback by the grand foyer, a vast room adorned with ice sculptures in the corners. He assumed these must be eccentricities from the bearer of the Leviathan title. As they continued, they passed through a large door leading to a spacious hall. Sofas were arranged comfortably, and at the back, an elevator was visible, flanked by two staircases converging at the entrance of the lift. This detail reminded him of his old home, though the entire building was styled in a Victorian manner. This was a small office, and there was also a private one, the maid explained as she opened a door to the side. The boy looked at her before approaching the room. It was spacious, with bookshelves alongside a couple of sofas and a table in the center. At the back, there was a desk and a chair that appeared elegant and comfortable. What caught his attention were the stacks of papers on the desk, as they were the only items present. Those were the pamphlets he would use to create contracts, she informed him. She had taken the liberty of preparing them and distributing several in various cities across Europe while accompanying Surzex to a meeting. The boy blinked, realizing how helpful this would be, and he couldn't help but smile warmly at the woman. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he truly owed her a lot. The maid shook her head with a slight smile, downplaying his thanks. It was nothing. From here on, he would be able to manage on his own without any issues. He picked up one of the posters, marveling at having his own promotional material. The second floor had a kitchen, living room, and dining area, as well as a small bar. The third floor consisted of bathrooms and hot springs, while the fourth floor had several rooms. The top floor contained a library and a private office, she explained. The boy whistled in surprise at what his small residence offered. Compared to the human world, although it appeared more lavish, it had only what he needed for himself and his nobility. Lastly, there was the basement, which served as a training ground protected by various seals, allowing him to use all his power. It also included a small parkour area to help him stay in good physical shape, she concluded. The brown-haired boy nodded in satisfaction. He asked her to thank Lord and Venelana, as well as the Mao, with a slight bow. The maid nodded before disappearing. Once alone, he headed to the fourth floor, where he sensed the girls were. Castle of the Dragon, fourth floor. Upon arrival, he noticed sounds coming from various doors along the hallway, which featured entrances to several rooms, each with a small customizable board. He realized that many had already been personalized. One board read Gabriel, adorned with drawings of clouds and a halo crowning the name. Another read Kurumi, decorated with chibi dragons fluttering around the name. Rosswise was written with various yen symbols. His curiosity was piqued. Griselda's board featured designs of hearts and crosses, giving it a distinctive flair. Penemu's board was illustrated with a picture of a tropical island. He truly needed a vacation to forget about the paperwork. Still, he couldn't help but smile at the first members of his nobility. They would undoubtedly make quite an impression later on. Opening the first door, he entered the room he had chosen as his new bedroom, letting himself fall onto the bed to rest. Tomorrow he would make several moves. Despite everything, he cast a glance at the case of his pieces on the nightstand beside his bed. They were undoubtedly a mystery to him. Deciding to sleep, he closed his eyes. The next morning, a new day arrived, heralded by the sound of the boy's alarm clock. He got up lazily before teleporting to his room in the Hyodo residence, where his belongings were. He preferred to avoid any accidents with the girls in the castle's bathrooms, as Griselda would likely not take it well. After showering, he had a quick breakfast before appearing a couple of blocks away from the academy. As he started walking, he noticed a figure behind a post. She looked somewhat nervous while observing the entrance to the place. It took him a moment to recognize her since she was facing away. Valerie was startled when he called her name, quickly turning around. Upon recognizing him, she let out a sigh of relief. He apologized for scaring her, deducing that she was likely waiting to see Gasper. She responded nervously, admitting that she hadn't seen him in a long time and had come to greet him after finishing her training. After recovering the cup that had been in Rizavim's possession, she had been at Grigory learning about her sacred gear. At the same time, the data collected was stored for future reference when a new bearer of the Sephiroth Grail emerged. This had been the case since Trihexa was defeated, which is why she had been absent all this time. The boy noticed her obvious nervousness and pointed out that she seemed unaccustomed to being in a crowded place. The girl lowered her head, realizing he had picked up on her discomfort quickly. He congratulated her on her new status, as informed by Azazel and Shemhaza, offering her a warm smile. Grateful for the gesture, he took her hand and led her into the academy. The blonde girl flinched slightly at the touch but allowed him to guide her, hoping to see the little damper. Since it was still quite early, he easily brought her to the music classroom, where he offered her a seat so they could catch up. They talked about trivial matters, and she began to feel increasingly comfortable in front of him. He mentioned that Azazel had told him not to mention her promotion to Gasper or anyone from the Gremory group, but he didn't know why. He sighed lightly before explaining the reason behind it. Minutes later, after a brief summary, she blinked in disbelief and frowned. She hadn't thought Rias was that kind of girl, nor the others. He reassured her that it didn't matter now and offered to help her see Gasper, though it would have to wait until lunchtime. She smiled gratefully, appreciating his kindness, still unsure why she had to go through all of that. As he prepared to stand up to begin his practice, a glimmer from his pocket caught his attention. Intrigued, she watched as he pulled out a case. He opened it, revealing a bishop piece that floated out and landed gently in her lap. Curious, she asked what it was. He sighed, acknowledging that his opportunity pieces were indeed unusual. He proceeded to explain various aspects of his piece game. After the explanation, he had finished detailing everything about his pieces and how they had chosen her to be part of his noble house. She looked at him with an unreadable expression before glancing down at the bishop piece resting in her lap. Taking it between her fingers, she examined it closely, noting every detail etched into it. It was a pure white chess piece, and beneath its base she recognized the seal of a dragon. She closed her eyes to contemplate her next move. She could simply refuse, but something inside her suggested that option wouldn't be wise. On the other hand, accepting would grant her more opportunities to explore the world and a bit more freedom. Being under Rias Gremmery's protection would keep her somewhat sheltered, despite it being for her own safety. Now she would be alongside the feared Hyodo, where she could learn more about her abilities. If someone pursued her Longinus, she would be able to fight on equal footing, without being a burden to anyone. Opening her eyes, she looked determinedly at the boy, who watched her with slight anxiety. She agreed, as long as she wouldn't be left behind. He understood what she meant. She wanted to be of help, something that might not happen under Rias's protection, especially after everything that had happened with Rizavim, which made it too risky, the same reason she had been in Grigory. This was an opportunity for her to grow and enjoy more freedom, as very few would dare approach her under his protection. Additionally, she planned to learn from his sacred gear to help her become stronger, not just to control her power. He recited the necessary words for the ritual, asking Valerie Teeps to serve him as his bishop and family under the name of Hyodo Issei from the House of Dragons. A blinding light erupted as the piece integrated into her chest. Once everything settled, she felt her magic surge and find a new balance. Her sacred gear responded to the piece, harmonizing perfectly with it. Feeling this, she couldn't help but smile. It was undoubtedly the best choice. It seemed that Gasper had just arrived, and the boy offered to contact him immediately. He had sensed his presence, a skill he had recently developed during his solitary days. The blonde girl declined, expressing her desire to adapt to her current situation. However, deep down, she wanted to interact a bit more with her new master, as she had some questions about his recent revelations. The boy nodded and began his daily practice, while the blonde watched with curiosity. After the break, the members of the music club gathered once more. They checked their instruments in a relaxed atmosphere, ensuring everything was in order before starting. The Dampire had left some time ago. The brown-haired boy had indicated where to find the small Dampire and had magically changed his clothes into the school uniform to blend in. The music filled the room, flowing better than the previous day, reaching a point where all the sounds blended perfectly, executing the current song effectively. Smiles spread across their faces as they realized this. Each member was a skilled musician, and the brown-haired boy had regained much of his lost ability in just 2 days. As the saying goes, what is learned well is never forgotten. With each song they played, they improved, and before long, it was time to leave. After classes, the boys walked together, chatting and laughing in a friendly manner. Kiryu adjusted his glasses and commented that if they continued like this, they would overshadow the other band. Issei, resting his chin on his hand, admitted he didn't know them. Saji informed them that the other band was an independent group invited to liven up the festival since the music club no longer existed this year. The brown-haired boy recalled that the graduating students who formed the club had 3 bands that performed at the festival each year. Tomo calmly deduced that this year would be a challenging concert with only 2 participants. Understanding this, the brown-haired boy expressed his enthusiasm for preparing an extensive repertoire. Tsubasa, with a hint of doubt, questioned why Issei had decided to pursue this suddenly. The others looked at him expectantly, waiting for an answer. Issei explained that he had too much free time lately and was pursuing a small dream he had as a child, looking up at the sky with a slight smile. The others considered this and agreed with him. Suddenly, the brown-haired girl with glasses asked if something had happened since he no longer hung out with the girls. The others nearly face-bombed at the question, but the small smile on the brown-haired boy intrigued them. He relaxed and decided to share his past relationship with the girls, the recent events, and how he no longer felt anything for them. The brown-haired girl, unaware of some aspects of demon life, was surprised to learn that harems were normal in this society, along with his reasons for wanting to form one in the past. This left her deep in thought. What shocked her the most was that Hyodo Issei had a girlfriend. No one saw that coming. While he didn't reveal who she was, he promised they would find out soon, calming the group's curiosity. Now they had a clearer understanding of the brown-haired boy's current situation. The Citri group would inform their king as soon as they had the chance. Kiryu noticed that the brown-haired boy had omitted some details about his relationship with Rias Gremory and her group, but he chose to let it go, understanding that the boy had his reasons for keeping it private. However, he could tell from the expressions on the others' faces that they were aware of the details, but he decided to set that aside for now, knowing he would have time to learn more about the brown-haired boy's life as a demon. Once the topic of the school festival returned, they discussed some details before everyone parted ways, leaving only the brown-haired boy behind. He turned toward a particular corner. He calmly asked how it had gone. A figure emerged from their hiding place, responding that it had been pleasant and that they were worried about him. As they approached the brown-haired boy, the atmosphere shifted, hinting at deeper connections and concerns. "I see, I will contact him later. For now, we need to leave, Valerie," he said, extending his hand. The blonde hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the warm smile of the boy, she returned the smile and took the hand he offered. Together, they vanished in a transport circle, taking advantage of the quiet street. Underworld, Dragon Castle. A magical circle glowed in front of the grand building, from which the blonde and the brown-haired boy emerged. The girl was awestruck by the sight, noticing several flags bearing the dragon emblem, the same symbol she could now see on her right hand. "We have arrived. From today, this will be your new home," he said with a small smile. The vampire mirrored his gesture, giving him a smile in return. Without wasting any time, they entered the place, where the girl sensed several strong presences, making her feel a bit uneasy. "Don't worry, they will be kind to you, I assure you," he said to calm her. Fortunately for him, those words worked. As they climbed the stairs to the second floor, they reached the lounge, where the blonde noticed 5 girls scattered across the sofas. Upon sensing their presence, they turned their gazes toward the newcomers. "I see you found another member for your nobility." Rosswise was the first to speak. "My name is Valerie Teeps. I am the new bishop of Esima. Please take care of me," she introduced herself with a slight bow. "So, the bearer of the Sephiroth Grail, huh?" Penemu murmured in surprise. "Nice to meet you, I'm Gabriel, your tower." The green-eyed girl introduced herself, raising her hand in greeting. "Griselda Corda, I hold the Peace of Night. A pleasure to meet you," she said with a friendly smile. "I'm Rosswise, your first bishop. It's nice to see you again," the albino greeted her. The red-eyed girl recognized her instantly, recalling the conversation with the brown-haired boy, where he mentioned that she had always been by his side when he was overlooked. "Well, what a surprise to find you here." "I'm Penemu, Pawn," she nodded in acknowledgement. The red-eyed girl's eyes widened in shock upon learning the identity of the purple-haired girl. "Are you really Penemu-sama? Your aura is different, and you don't look like her," the vampire pointed out in disbelief. The fallen smiled, pleased by the observation. Seeing this, the brown-haired boy explained certain abilities of the opportunity pieces, revealing the identity of the Archangel Gabriel in his entourage, which nearly caused the red-eyed girl to faint. "Kurumi, Queen," was the only phrase spoken by the dark-haired girl. She chose to keep her identity a secret, not wanting to truly shock her new servant. "Now that you are all gathered, I have something to share with you," the brown-haired boy spoke with total seriousness. They were comfortably settled on the furniture while he stood before them. He was grateful that none had gone out for a stroll, as he didn't want to wait to make his announcement. "What is it about?" the exorcist asked with curiosity. "I have been thinking about this since this morning, as I want to improve in several aspects," he said in a calm and serious tone. A brief silence filled the room as he carefully chose his words. "I want to be a king that you and those who will join us can be proud of, which is why I have decided to start building trust with all of you," he began, showing no signs of nervousness, demonstrating the qualities of a leader. The girls listened intently to his words. Even Ophis was paying close attention. "I will spend time with each of you after my duties at school. We will train and chat so I can understand your current abilities, learn more about you and your skills, and get to know you better on a personal level," he continued. They all nodded in understanding, grasping where he was headed. Grichan, I will need your help to wield Ascalon correctly, and we should get to know each other since we will be working together in the future, he said, addressing the monk. She smiled kindly before nodding. Kurumi, we will use the library so you can learn to navigate among humans more easily and understand some things better. Afterward, I will take you wherever you want, he said, looking at the dark-haired girl. She simply drew a small smile in response. Rose-chan, I know your abilities, but it wouldn't hurt to expand your repertoire. You can also help me with my magic. I need to learn some spells, he requested, slightly blushing. The albino girl nodded with a blush that matched her cheeks. Gabriel deduced that she had combat skills and asked if she could lend him a hand, promising that she could request anything in return. She smiled sweetly, embodying the beauty of the heavens, and also the strength that came with it. He turned to Penemu, acknowledging her balanced abilities as a pawn, and requested her assistance in some practice matches. She nodded, seeming to anticipate that the upcoming days would be quite enjoyable. Then he addressed Valerie, expressing his intention to help her with her sacred gear, sensing that together they would achieve satisfactory results. Valerie nodded enthusiastically. He suggested that Rose-chan could assist her in her free time, confident that with Rose's help, Valerie would learn to use her magic more effectively. The albino agreed to this request. That was all he needed to say, concluding with a small smile. As if on cue, they responded in unison, some out of playfulness while Valerie did so naturally, and Ophis followed along with the others. Gabriel felt a twitch in his eyebrow at their antics. He requested them to call him Ise instead, expressing his discomfort with formalities. They complied, playfully repeating his name in a teasing tone. Gabriel sighed, feeling defeated as he listened to their laughter. Some time later, a month had passed since Gabriel began to bond with his group, spending significant time with them in the process. The results were favorable. He had made considerable progress with Ophis, who was becoming less rigid in showing emotions and could now express her feelings more clearly. She had also learned how normal humans communicated, understanding various phrases and popular expressions, and had developed a certain attachment to him. While this didn't bother him, her new demeanor made him a bit nervous. He could have sworn he saw a playful smile on her face at times, but he dismissed it as his imagination. Little did he know that while he spent time with the other girls, Penemu was teaching Ophis the art of charm. He was unaware that this would lead to complications in the future. With Roswise, their relationship had never been better, as they grew more accustomed to the idea of being a couple. They had both overcome their initial shyness about how to interact with one another. Gabriel had little experience with Rias, as she often took the lead, with kisses and flirtation dominating their interactions. Roswise, lacking experience, sought advice from the others to avoid awkward moments with him. Gabriel and Valerie contributed significantly, having watched many romance films that provided them with some insights into relationships. Now, they could hold hands while walking in the park, share gentle touches, exchange fleeting kisses, or simply spend the day cuddled on the couch watching a movie. Those moments meant a great deal to both of them. In terms of magic, thanks to the albino's help, he made significant advancements, transforming his dress break into a true combat technique. He learned several spells and theoretically created a couple of new techniques. It was worth noting that after the ritual, his previous tendencies had vanished, something for which everyone was grateful. They were aware of his past reputation. Despite his incredible qualities, his earlier behavior had overshadowed his true nature. Now they saw someone loyal, brave, determined, unyielding, and unafraid to protect those important to him. He was also fun, attentive, kind, and understanding, a truly great guy. With Gabriel, he honed his hand-to-hand combat skills, having chosen the tower piece based on the Seraph's offensive qualities. She combined that with short-range light weapons, and her great speed made her a formidable opponent. Their relationship also grew closer. He realized that despite her naive demeanor, she was clever and intelligent when she set her mind to it. Griselda began to instruct him in swordsmanship. She discovered that he had more technique than Zenobia, though it was less refined than that of his former companion, Kiba Yudo. She noticed his progress as he mastered the exercises she assigned, even without having wielded Ascalon directly, following her instructions without issue. If he continued on this path, he could potentially become like the first user of Durandal, as his strengths lay in both offensive and defensive power, although his speed remained an area needing improvement. A strong bond formed between them as they discussed trivial topics and shared anecdotes about the nun, recalling some peculiar missions. The brown-haired boy also recounted some of the contracts he had taken on, even touching upon the subject of Miltan. The exorcist displayed a look of disbelief while listening to his story, appearing slightly disturbed, but she quickly moved past it. Things were different with Penemu, as she was more open-minded. They often spent their free time together, whether at a cafe in the city or shopping downtown. Thanks to his earnings, he didn't struggle much. During training sessions, they engaged in full combat, utilizing magic, swords, and hand-to-hand techniques. Initially, the brown-haired boy found himself on the receiving end of a beating, but in the end, the fallen would heal his wounds with great care. He also discovered something about her and Gabriel when he took both of them to karaoke. They both had incredible voices. This confirmed an idea he had formed in his mind some time ago. After discussing it with the fallen, she agreed to help him with his project, while Gabriel joined out of curiosity more than anything else. His relationship with Valerie had also improved. Thanks to Roswei's teachings, she was now capable of using offensive attacks as well as barrier spells. The Valkyrie had helped her fully control her magic, which had increased after receiving the piece from the bishop. Additionally, she found several interesting spells in the private library of the brown-haired boy, which she was beginning to master. They developed a good rapport. Valerie was kind and calm, while the brown-haired boy had learned to approach not only her but also the others with a certain tact. This helped the girls start to trust him. Currently, the red-eyed blonde was perfecting a small ability she had discovered from her sacred gear. Kamikaze Zombie involved creating small zombies that would latch onto an opponent before exploding. She was using an incomplete version, as the original function was to summon spirits of past heroes to grant them their own combat abilities and use the explosion as a finishing blow. For this reason, they had agreed not to toy with the souls of the dead. As for the music band project, he and the other members had improved tremendously. The brown-haired boy swore he played his guitar better than ever. It seemed that as a dragon, learning new things and assimilating information to enrich his knowledge came naturally. At least, that was what he wanted to believe. However, unbeknownst to him, this was due to another reason he would discover later. At that moment, the brown-haired boy stood watching as the Teeps girl summoned her small zombies to control them from a distance. The training involved increasing the number of zombies each time she adapted to a certain amount, as they became clumsy when she lost focus. Considering they were unusually fast, she needed to improve this useful skill. He announced it was time for a break. Valerie opened her eyes, taking a deep breath as the 20 zombies disappeared into the ground. "You're improving. If you manage to control 50, you'll be able to use them at a higher level. Even summoning just 10 could put the enemy in serious trouble." He praised her with a warm smile. The girl blushed at the compliment, then smiled shyly. "Seems like a job has come up," she mentioned, sensing the call of one of her contracts. "Can I join you? I'm curious to see what the contracts are like," she asked timidly. He looked at her in surprise before nodding with a small smile. Together, they vanished in a magic circle. Thanks to Graphia, he had secured several contracts in various locations across France and Italy, while his usual clients had made their contracts with the House of Security upon learning he was no longer part of the Gremory clan. Rome, Italy, the brown-haired boy and the blonde girl appeared in what seemed to be a study filled with books and strange objects that looked almost historical or like something from a curiosity shop. "Hello? Did someone summon a demon?" He spoke hesitantly, scanning the room. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention, and they turned to see a figure buried under a small mountain of books. "Sorry, I can be a bit clumsy sometimes," the stranger chuckled, while the brown-haired boy and the blonde girl exchanged glances, sweat beading on their foreheads. Together, they helped the stranger out from his predicament. "I apologize for my first impression. My name is Nikolai, and I'm a collector," the man introduced himself. Brown hair and a refined face, appearing to be around 40 years old, dressed in a white suit and leaning on a cane with a reddish crystal at the handle. He politely inquired about the services requested. In response, the man adopted a serious expression, pointing to a long box resting on a desk. The flickering candles in the room reminded him of the occult research club. He explained that he had acquired the package at an auction 2 weeks prior but had been unable to open it for some reason, running his hand over the box. The brown-haired man scrutinized it, sensing something supernatural emanating from within. The information indicated it was some kind of ancient treasure, or rather, a relic. The vampire felt her sacred gear react slightly to the contents of the box. He concluded that he thought it might be protected by magic, which is why he had called for assistance. The brown-haired man acknowledged that he could indeed perceive something inside the box as he reached out with his left hand. In a flash, the boosted gear appeared, surprising the trio. Not only that, but letters began to become visible on the surface of the case. The brown-haired man read aloud that only the original owner could claim what was inside. The blonde and the collector blinked in surprise at what the boy had said, as they had seen nothing unusual about the box. The man asked what he meant, clearly puzzled. Issei looked at him in confusion, then shifted his gaze to the girl, who also appeared bewildered. The voice of Drake informed him in his mind that they could not see the writing. He murmured to himself that only he could read it. The observers did not comprehend his words. He explained that the words were engraved on the surface, but apparently only he could see them. The man displayed an expression of disbelief, feeling a bit disappointed. The vampire shared a similar sentiment to some extent. The brown-haired man sighed, expressing a wish to know who the original owner was, just as the boosted gear faded away. At that moment, a bright glow emerged from his pocket. Reaching inside, he pulled out a case containing his pieces, opening it to reveal his remaining horse floating outside. Valerie felt a skill from the Sephiroth Grail activate for no apparent reason. Her body shone brightly, blinding both men in the room. When the light faded and they could see again, the trio dropped their jaws in astonishment. Before them floated the ethereal figure of a young blonde woman with green eyes, gazing at them with curiosity. She wore white robes and a laurel crown. She asked who they were with a hint of authority. The man felt intimidated at once. The vampire flinched slightly at the tone used by the unfamiliar girl. The brown-haired man remained impassive, accustomed to such tones from previous encounters. He introduced himself firmly and politely. The girl studied him, then revealed a subtle smile. She remarked that he had courage, which pleased her. Intrigued, the brown-haired man was still trying to understand how this had happened, suspecting it was the work of the opportunity pieces. He sensed that they might cause him trouble in the near future, though he wasn't entirely sure. He introduced himself with an air of superiority. The man dropped his jaw in disbelief. The young bishop appeared confused by the name, as it sounded rather masculine. The brown-haired man had similar thoughts but kept them to himself, merely nodding instinctively. He expressed surprise that the girl did not seem more astonished to hear his name. He admitted that he was more surprised to see a spirit in front of him, though that didn't compare to everything he had experienced. The spirit blinked in doubt, wondering what could be more incredible than encountering and speaking with the spirit of a deceased person. He casually mentioned that he had met angels, fallen angels, the 4 great Satans of the underworld, and a few mythological gods, not to mention that he was a dragon. Both the man and the female spirit looked at him in disbelief. "Regardless, why did you call me?" she asked, regaining her composure and mentally cursing her slight stutter. "Well, I'm sure you might know what's inside that case," he said, pointing to the box. The blonde directed her gaze to where he pointed, her eyes widening at the familiar sensation. Regaining control of her emotions, she approached the boy, deducing that he was the one in charge in that room. "Maybe," she said cautiously. "Don't worry, it was just a small question. That means you are its original owner." I see he spoke in a conciliatory tone, then shared his conclusion. She noticed out of the corner of her eye that her horse was still floating between him and the spirit. "I have a proposal for you. Accept to be a member of my team, and I will bring you back," he offered. The other person was confused about what was happening and decided to stay out of it. Valerie's eyes widened at what the brown-haired boy had said. This was undoubtedly a completely unexpected turn of events. She began to analyze what had occurred. First, one of the pieces from the brown-haired boy had come to life from its case. Then his sacred gear activated. As she pieced together the puzzle, her eyes widened in realization of what it meant. The same had happened to her. The ethereal blonde had been chosen as a candidate to join the nobility of Issei. While all this was happening, the other blonde wore a disheveled expression before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Well, if you can bring me back to the world of the living, then I swear to serve you faithfully. Master, she proclaimed, laughing again. However, deep down, she truly hoped the boy could fulfill his promise. If she could live again, she wouldn't mind being at the brown-haired boy's service. Valerie was all he said. Are you sure? I've never done it willingly before, she replied, filled with doubt. Despite having reached the balance breaker, she hesitated to use it for fear of making a mistake, having only done so in the past when forced by Rizavim to revive the evil dragons. I trust you, I know you will do great, he encouraged, placing his hand on her shoulder. The blonde blushed slightly. Did he really have that much faith in her? Seeing his expression, something inside her didn't want to disappoint him. After all, thanks to him, she was becoming stronger. All right, here we go, she exclaimed with determination. She clasped her hands together as if praying. Balance breaker. Body and soul resurrection. An incredible golden light enveloped the entire area. The blonde, who was slowly recovering from her fit of laughter, felt her body begin to tingle, alarming her instantly. Minutes passed until the light began to fade slowly. Once everything settled, the brown-haired boy, the blonde, and the brown-haired girl could see a person standing before them. It must be noted that the man nearly fainted from the shock. The blonde was breathing heavily. That ability had completely drained her magic, but it had worked. The brown-haired boy simply smiled with satisfaction. Before them stood not a spirit, but a living person, one who wore an expression of total astonishment. Clumsily and in disbelief, she began to examine her body as tears streamed down her face. There was no doubt. She was alive. Looking up, she met a pair of honey-colored eyes that regarded her with a hint of amusement. In a sudden rush, she approached the boy and in a swift motion pressed her lips against his, who, it should be noted, had his eyes wide open in surprise. A soft sound escaped them as they separated, the boy completely disoriented and blushing fiercely. Then she leaned closer to his ear. From this moment on, I belong to you, body and soul. Master, she whispered in a playful tone. The poor boy couldn't handle it and fainted instantly. Seeing this, she smiled with satisfaction. Valerie and Nikolai merely watched in silence. The man was still trying to process what he had witnessed. The girl had used all her magical power, and she understood a bit of what the new girl was feeling. I suppose we should wait for him to wake up, the vampire murmured, slightly blushing from the act. A few minutes later, the boy had awakened, still dazed by the girl's expression of gratitude, but he proceeded to perform the ritual. Nero Claudio Caesar Augusto Germanico, under the name of Hyodo Issei from the House of Dragons, requested that she serve him from that moment on as his servant and family, becoming his steed. With that said, the piece was embedded in her chest. The newly reincarnated girl felt a strange sensation, but not in a bad way as she examined her chest. An incredible energy coursed through her body, and her senses had improved significantly. She could see perfectly despite the darkness surrounding her. The man, feeling irritated, expressed his impatience, wanting to finish this ordeal and doubting he would get involved in the supernatural again. That's right, Nara-chun, if you would be so kind, he requested. The girl blinked at the way he addressed her. You could call me Naren, that's what I was known as, you know, she suggested. He replied that while he could, Nara-chan sounded cuter, which made her blush slightly. She nodded with a faint smile, finding him interesting. Without wasting time, she opened the case effortlessly, revealing its contents. Issei, Valerie, and Nikolai watched as she held a scarlet sword. This is the Estus Estus, the embryonic flame, my personal weapon that I could never wield, she said with a hint of melancholy. The collector gasped at the sight. It had definitely been worth purchasing the case. Incredible, although it feels similar to a sacred gear, the boy murmured. Well, since we're done here, I just need to pay you. You can leave the sword on my desk, Nikolai said in a serious tone. I'm sorry, but I am its original owner, so it belongs to me, the girl replied instantly. The man did not take her comment well and approached her in an intimidating manner. He hissed that he had paid for it, and therefore it was part of his property. Despite standing face to face, the man towered over the girl, who appeared to be around 20 years old, not considering her a potential threat. Issei and Valerie exchanged glances, slightly surprised by the contractor's change in attitude, but they assumed that was his true nature. Returning to the confrontation between the man and the revived girl, they locked eyes with hostility until she smiled mischievously. Well then, take it, she said, extending the hilt toward him. The man smiled triumphantly as he grasped the sword, but suddenly withdrew his hand, feeling a searing pain engulf his body, dropping to his knees. Only I can wield it. The case was a protection so that power-hungry fools wouldn't perish pathetically, she stated, walking toward the boy and the vampire. The man slowly rose, sending them an angry glare. So this concludes our agreement. It was a pleasure, he said with a slight bow before disappearing along with both girls. Arg! Minute! Nikolai exclaimed furiously, starting to destroy the surroundings in his rage. In the underworld, Dragon Castle. In a magic circle, the boy appeared alongside his companions inside the building. The trio found themselves in the training field, the same place from which they had teleported. We're back. Now we need to introduce you to the other members, the boy said calmly. Okay, but I need a change of clothes, the girl steed remarked, examining her tunic. I think I can help with that. I know a spell to create clothing. I can use it on you. Just think about how you want to look, he offered. He pointed his right hand at her as she accepted his proposal. A magic circle appeared above her, slowly descending while transforming her attire. When it was finished, he tried to control his deep blush, and even Valerie felt her cheeks warm at the sight of Naru's new outfit. Her hair was styled in a bun with a braid around it, adorned with a red ribbon. She wore a long-sleeved vest with decorative cuffs, secured at the shoulders, leaving a neckline exposed on her chest and back. A corset-like belt hugged her hips just below her bust, featuring an opening at the front secured by 3 clasps, revealing a white garment underneath, while the back had a single clasp, with the opening extending down to her lower back, showcasing her fair skin. She wore a transparent lace-like skirt that hinted at her undergarments, complemented by a long cape that reached her ankles. Golden greaves adorned her legs, and her sword was secured on her back. This sight was enough to send the boy back into unconsciousness, having managed to mumble a barely audible "beautiful" that was clear enough for both girls to hear. This elicited 2 distinct reactions. On one hand, Naru smiled proudly at the effect she had on her master. On the other hand, Valerie felt a surge of irritation without understanding why, but she was certain of one thing. She did not appreciate that the brown-haired boy had directed words at Naru that he had never said to her. Stepping out of that strange atmosphere, the new girl carefully supported the boy on her shoulder and began searching for the room that the blonde girl with red eyes had mentioned was a small castle. Valerie sighed before guiding her, knowing she first needed to meet the entire group. The blonde smiled, feeling that this time she might enjoy her life more. Castle room. Naru introduced herself, stating that she had been chosen to bear the peace of night and to stay by her master's side. Her unique introduction raised eyebrows among the group, all except for Ophis, who remained indifferent while clinging to the boy's arm. Interestingly, despite her neutral expression, Ophis had a faint blush and a pink aura surrounding her, and upon closer inspection, one could see a small smile on her lips. Once everyone processed the new girl's introduction, each took turns introducing themselves. The boy then turned to Naru, saying that he would need to explain a few things to keep her informed. Naru simply nodded before taking his arm and gently pulling him away from Ophis's grasp. The dragon goddess blinked in surprise as she lost her hold on him. Naru whispered playfully in his ear, wondering what kind of things she would learn from her master. The boy blushed, feeling a chill run down his spine. It was clear that this reaction was due to the displeasure of a certain dragon goddess. Little did he know that Ophis was the least of his worries, as Rosswise, Valerie, Gabriel, and to a lesser extent, Penemu and Griselda, radiated a dark aura that would have made even Surzek's retreat in fear. He had no chance to turn and witness that terrifying scene, as the blonde girl had already pulled him into the hallways of the castle. However, this did not prevent the girls from expressing their frustration. Hyodo Issei's name echoed throughout the castle, and he lamented whether he would survive until graduation as the blonde continued to drag him along. Another day had arrived in the city of Kuo, and at a certain residence, a mage and a nekisha had just returned from a long mission with Valley Lucifer, the current Hakuyuko. At that moment, both wore expressions of doubt. The nekisha could not sense the aura of a certain resident and owner of the place, which she communicated to her companion. Given the early hour, he should have been sleeping in his room, but even his scent was faint, indicating he had been away for at least a few weeks. For some time, they had noticed how the boy was being sidelined, which filled them with disappointment toward the members of the occult club. And it was not without reason. After all, the girls had shown strong feelings for him, yet it seemed that after everything he had done for them, he had simply stopped mattering. Kuroka felt deeply disappointed in her younger sister. Lu Fei frowned at the whims of the girls. In complete silence, they exchanged glances before nodding and disappearing in a magic circle, hoping to locate the brown-haired boy. Several hours later, Ko Academy Music Club. A certain group of students was gathered in the music club room. They were in the midst of their daily practice, but what stood out was that the brown-haired boy was singing. It appeared they had expanded their repertoire with several songs that required a male voice, or at least someone who could perform them. Since all the songs on the list had been recommended by him, everyone voted for him to join the voices that would interpret them. For now, they played random songs, with the brown-haired boy having searched online for some practice tracks. So focused were they in that moment that they didn't notice a group of 5 students passing through the hallway. At the sound of the music, they felt drawn in, stopping to watch the brown-haired group finish their song. The brown-haired boy skillfully strummed the strings of his guitar before stepping closer to the microphone. As he concentrated on his guitar, the others played the final notes of the song. Once it ended, a round of applause caught the group's attention. At the door stood several boys. The brown-haired boy looked at them with curiosity, while Kiryu tensed slightly upon recognizing them. One boy with light brown hair and matching blue eyes complimented their performance, saying it was impressive. Another, with black hair and chocolate-colored eyes, remarked that many fans would undoubtedly be cheering for them at that moment. A boy with dark blue hair and golden eyes gave a thumbs up, declaring they were fantastic. A blonde boy with black eyes nodded in agreement. With enthusiasm, a boy with reddish hair and green eyes noted that this year's festival would be quite lively. The group looked at them, slightly confused, until the brown-haired girl spoke up. "They are the independent group that will perform alongside us at the festival," she clarified, easing the others' doubts. "I see, I'm glad you like our music," the brown-haired boy replied with a carefree smile. "By the way, I think we should introduce ourselves. My name is Sango Hibiki," said the reddish-haired boy with a smile. "Kongo Akira, a pleasure," introduced the light brown-haired boy with a slight bow. "Mishima Ken," the blonde boy raised his hand in greeting. "Yurar Ryuzuki," the black-haired boy introduced himself with a big smile. "Kobe Shinji," said the blue-haired boy, giving a thumbs up and a curious look. The group connected to the supernatural approached the quintet, while the brown-haired girl felt a tension that wasn't really there. "Nice to meet you, my name is Hyodo Issei," he introduced himself with a small smile that was well received by the boys. "Saji Genshru, hello," greeted the blonde. "Tomo Meguri, a pleasure," said the reddish-brown-haired girl with a smile. "Tsubasa Yura," he raised his hand. "Kiryu Aika," she introduced herself with slight nervousness. The blue-haired boy appeared thoughtful as he processed their names, before his eyes widened comically as he realized who they were. "Wow, you all are definitely an interesting group," he commented with a small laugh. The so-called perverted beast, the vice president of the student council, 2 members of that council, and Asia-chan's best friend, the brown-haired boy mentioned, surprised. "Well, I can't change the past, but at least I can say my current interests have a much more important motivation," the brown-haired boy stated with unusual seriousness. The quintet, along with their own group, widened their eyes in disbelief before noticing his serious expression. "Well, I can only say that change is a sign of strength," the blue-haired boy said, giving a thumbs up. "Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, but we need to head to our own rehearsal," the reddish-haired boy said as they began to say their goodbyes and left for their destination. "They're nice," the brown-haired boy remarked suddenly. The others nodded, except for the brown-haired girl. "Hyodo, do you at least know who they are?" she asked cautiously. He looked at her with confusion. "Oh, the red-haired one is dating Tujo-san, the brown-haired one is with Asia, the blonde is with Zinovia, and the blue-haired one is with Irina," she clarified with some concern. The others tensed at what she said, turning their gaze to the brown-haired boy, who had his hand on his chin, appearing deep in thought. "Oh, that's why they seemed familiar," he exclaimed upon realization. To everyone's surprise, he wore a small, self-satisfied smile, as if remembering that was a significant achievement. "I see, I guess this will be interesting," he murmured, crossing his arms and nodding to himself. This reaction was unexpected. Everyone anticipated he would feel bad, not this calm response. A collective thought crossed their minds. The brown-haired boy was masking his true feelings to confront his problems, unaware of how far he was from the real reason. "Did what Kiryu said not affect you at all, Hyodo?" Issei asked, a hint of concern in his voice. The brown-haired boy gave them a doubtful look, which soon shifted to one of understanding. "I appreciate your concern, but to be honest, it doesn't bother me at all," he clarified with a small smile. The girls present blushed slightly at the sincere smile he offered them. "I don't understand," Saji commented, perplexed. "Let's just say that due to supernatural reasons, my feelings for them disappeared. Besides, they are nice," he concluded, leaving his friends with serious doubts. Then someone recalled a certain topic they had discussed some time ago and thought this was a good opportunity to resolve a small question they had. "Does the girl you mentioned have something to do with this?" Tomo asked, raising an eyebrow. Caught completely off guard, the boy blushed and diverted his gaze. She might have something to do with it," he murmured, feeling like a deer caught in headlights. This reaction stemmed from the fact that outside of his own circle, knowing that someone else was aware of his relationship with the albino made him shy. The girls were taken aback by his reaction, while Saji chuckled softly. At that moment, the school bell rang. "Well, since everything has been explained, I'll take my leave. I have things to do," the brown-haired boy said before packing his instrument and quickly exiting the classroom. "Good luck, Tiger," the bespectacled brunette exclaimed with a mischievous tone. The poor boy nearly stumbled at the door but managed to regain his balance and disappear from sight. "Wow, and I was worried for nothing," the Citri boy said with a small smile. "Hyodo has matured. It seems like just yesterday he was still running away from the kendo club," the brunette mentioned nostalgically while continuing to look in the direction the boy had vanished. "Our world has made him grow up, believe it or not. He's quite a recognized figure," Tomo said as she gathered her things. At that moment, the girl remembered that the Dragon Issei series was competing with Miracle Leviathan in terms of viewership, both being popular shows in the underworld. "HMB. He has turned into quite a man," Tsubasa added with a small smile. The trio pondered this. The side of him they had seen over the past month was indeed attractive, causing the girls to blush. The blonde simply shook his head in amusement before taking his things and leaving. In the streets of Kuo, the brown-haired boy was lost in thought. Discovering that those boys were the partners of the girls was something he hadn't expected. But as he had told the girls in the band and Saji, it truly didn't affect him at all. They even seemed like good guys. Setting those thoughts aside, he couldn't help but sigh at the last comments from the brunette. She was certainly someone to be wary of. Suddenly he stopped, noticing the deserted street and realizing he was inside a barrier. He sharpened his senses before feeling something behind him. Something large, soft, and warm. Thanks to his previous experiences, he instantly recognized what it was, causing him to blush deeply before feeling a pair of arms wrap around him. "It's good to see you again." Sekurya Naya, a voice purred in his ear, making him shiver. "Kukuroka," he managed to articulate with difficulty as he felt the named girl cling to him more tightly. As best as he could, the brown-haired boy freed himself from the embrace of the Nekashu, stepping back a few paces to face the girl. She simply smiled flirtatiously, while the small blonde beside her shook her head at the behavior of the dark-haired girl. "It's good to see you again," he said with a small smile once he recovered from the surprise of the Nikomata's affection. "We're glad to see you too," Asama the small mage also smiled. At that moment, the Nekasha wiped the flirtatious smile from her face. "Now I want to know why there are hardly any traces of your presence at your house?" Kuroka asked, unusually serious. The brown-haired boy smiled at the question. He had noticed the concern filtering through the girl's voice, and the small mage was looking at him with considerable worry. As his only response, the boy stepped closer to both of them. When he was just a step away, a magic circle glowed beneath the trio's feet, and they vanished from the spot. In the underworld, dragon. The brown-haired boy and his companions appeared at the entrance of the castle. As before, the boy could see a look of astonishment on the girls' faces as they gazed at the imposing building. It was becoming a habit, though he had to admit it was still enjoyable. Without wasting any time, the three entered the place. They climbed the stairs to the second floor, walking down a hallway that led to the room, where he spotted a certain albino playing poker with Penemu and Valerie, instantly noticing the absence of Griselda, Gabriel, Neru, and Ophis. He cleared his throat lightly to catch the trio's attention. The first to react to his presence was Rosswise, her face lighting up upon seeing him. She stood up with a smile and approached him, wrapping her arms around him. They shared a sweet kiss that made them forget their surroundings. This was undoubtedly one of the things he loved most, being welcomed by a beautiful girl when he arrived home, especially with a kiss filled with affection. Matsuda and Motohama would surely be envious if they knew. The moment lingered for several seconds, and they might have continued if not for. A light cough from the fallen angel brought them back to reality. The couple separated, both feeling quite embarrassed, as they often lost themselves in their affection, having experienced this a few times during their outings in the city. The boy blushed, realizing he had forgotten they had guests. Speaking of which, Kuroka wore an incredulous expression at what she had witnessed, while Lu Fei's eyes were wide with surprise. This was something they had not expected. He nervously chuckled, scratching the back of his neck, and mentioned that there were things he needed to explain, events that had occurred while they were away. Both girls nodded mechanically before settling onto a sofa, as he began recounting the recent happenings since the ritual. It was evident that Kuroka and Lu Fei frowned several times at what they heard, though the revelation of his new status left them speechless. As he reached the part about receiving his pieces, the rest of his nobility title coincidentally entered the room. Kuroka was taken aback by the diversity of species in his entourage. Lu Fei was also surprised, but that did not diminish her happiness for him reaching his goals. After that, a deep silence filled the room, with Kuroka remaining calm while Lu Fei immediately sensed the growing tension. The girls, just as they had arrived, left, each having contracts to fulfill and not wanting to lose their contractors. Rosswise, Penemu, and Valerie had also been summoned by their current contractors, leaving only the three of them in the castle. Meanwhile, the Nikomata stood with her arms crossed and eyes closed, making the boy feel uneasy. Whether by instinct or from his experiences with Penemu, he had an idea of what might be on her mind. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in having her join his entourage, as despite her rebellious and free-spirited nature, Kuroka was a good girl. Now that her past crimes had been forgiven for her help in the war, her power would be highly sought after. He wanted to have her under his protection, and he always enjoyed her company. Deep down, he didn't want to let her go. He snapped out of his thoughts when she opened her eyes and flashed a playful smile. From her pocket came a familiar glimmer, prompting him to take out the case of his pieces, from which the remaining tower piece emerged. It floated in front of the Nico girl, as if responding to her feelings. He spoke with complete seriousness, deducing that this was what she desired. The blonde was surprised by his tone and expression. In contrast, the brunette merely smiled slightly before nodding. That was all she expressed in response. He then declared, under the name of Hyodo Issei from the House of Dragons, that he requested her to serve him from that moment on as his servant and family, officially making her his tower. The piece shone brightly before sinking into the brunette's chest. A sound caught the attention of the trio. At the feet of the brunette lay a pair of bishop pieces, showing cracks and signs of wear, indicating they had been used long ago. The boy lifted the items to observe them seriously, understanding that this was one of the ties that bound Kuroka to her past. Shifting his gaze to the Nikomata, he noticed small tears beginning to form in her eyes before she pulled him closer by his shirt. Surprised, the boy opened his eyes wide, dropping the items as he instinctively wrapped his arms around the waist of the dark-haired girl, drawing her nearer. In response, the Nekashu deepened the embrace, sensing his closeness. The young mage, who had watched the reincarnation ritual with fascination, was now completely flushed at the scene unfolding before her. Once they separated, the boy immediately fell unconscious, his eyes swirling and his face bright red. Kuroka gave him a warm and tender look, leaving Lufei wide-eyed, as she had never seen the dark-haired girl smile that way. However, when Kuroka changed her expression to a more mischievous one while liking her hand, it caused a shiver to run down Lufei's neck. An hour later. At that moment, the boy was in his private office, browsing through some comments from contractors regarding the girls. He frowned slightly at some of the inappropriate remarks. Setting the comments aside on his desk, he summoned his instrument and stood up from the sofa to head to the small recording studio he had built a couple of weeks ago. He turned on the system before entering the room, taking a seat as he connected his guitar. He thought with a hint of nostalgia that he really needed this as he put on a pair of headphones. In that moment, he remembered the days he spent at home playing his instrument, undoubtedly good times when he had no worries. Pressing the start button, the chosen song began. Rata Blanca, The Circle of Fire. He started playing the riff, unaware that the girls in his entourage had arrived moments earlier, with Penemu setting up the console so they could hear the song outside. Rosswise had also activated her phone's camera, starting to record since the boy had put on his headphones. All of them were captivated by the way he began to play the guitar. Neru and Ophis, having the least knowledge about modern instruments, were mesmerized by his skills, watching the agile movement of his fingers intently. Then, he approached the microphone. The lyrics flowed from him. An unreal form, the face of the moon has hidden, the night lives in my heart. The darkness follows me like a wolf from behind, eager to see me fall. Subliminally, it was heard with strength, the verse of an old spell. You must be able to summon the circle of fire. And do not let go, the sacred mission that lies in your destiny. The girls were speechless, unaware that the boy had such a beautiful voice, except for Gabriel and Penemu, who had heard him sing when he took them to karaoke. Even though the song was in a foreign language, they could understand it perfectly due to their experiences, and even Lufei, thanks to a spell cast long ago during her missions around the world, could comprehend the lyrics. The boy kept his gaze on the strings, lost in the song and the lyrics, not noticing his audience or how Rosswise was recording him. I will listen to the voice within me that will tell me which path to take. Near the end, the smallest star can shine brighter than the terrible darkness. And you will see me, searching for the reason that comes from the infinite. You must be able to summon the circle of fire. And do not let go, the sacred mission that lies in your destiny. He stood up from his seat, swinging his guitar in a sweeping motion, as if drawing the attention of an invisible audience, or so he thought. Thus began the guitar solo. The girls were entranced by the notes he produced. Rosswise began to believe that her recording was worth its weight in gold, considering it her little treasure. Subliminally, it was heard with strength, the verse of an old spell. You must be able to summon the circle of fire. And do not let go, the sacred mission that lies in your destiny. With a few final notes, the song came to an end as the boy kept his eyes closed, holding his guitar before letting out a sigh. He looked up, surprised to see his entourage through the glass of the booth. They gazed at him with total admiration, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Disconnecting his instrument, he stepped out of the booth, only to be greeted by an embrace and a kiss from the albino girl, followed by congratulations from several others at once. Gabriel expressed her excitement, thrilled by his performance. Griselda smiled, noting that she hadn't realized he had such talent. Neru, arms crossed, praised him, acknowledging his incredible abilities. The albino girl, with a sincere smile and a slight blush, affirmed that she always knew he had many qualities. Ophis, in her alluring manner, made him a bit nervous as she clung to his other arm. Lu Fei admired him, while Valerie simply stated that he was amazing. The boy blushed at the various compliments from the girls, genuinely not expecting such praise regarding his guitar skills. Shaking off the feeling, he approached his desk and took a seat, which caught the attention of the girls, especially due to the serious expression on his face. He began, stating that he would take advantage of having their full attention since he trusted them completely. Rosswise tensed slightly at his serious tone, wondering if he would reveal what had happened to him or perhaps clarify details about his noble title. He informed them that there was something they needed to know about him, particularly regarding his previous relationship with Rias Gremory and what had happened before he received the opportunity pieces. Ophis, although she already knew some details, felt curiosity arise within her. Rosswise showed a slightly downcast expression, hoping the others wouldn't be too affected by what he was about to share. Gabriel felt a bit uneasy, sensing the weight of sorrow in him, and something told her that what they were about to hear wouldn't be pleasant. Griselda felt anxious, eager to understand what had led him to change so drastically. Penemu was also quite interested, while Valerie wanted to know what had truly happened that made him let go of the deep feelings he had for the Gremory group. Neru had a bad feeling. The boy who had earned her respect and loyalty now wore a slightly somber expression. Kuroka had a faintly bitter look, and Lu Fei displayed a sad expression. He began his explanation, stating that he was a full dragon, revived by the power of Ophis and the flesh and blood of Great Red. Everyone knew this, even Valerie, who had heard it some time ago. The only one who wasn't sure was Neru, who only remembered his comment before he revived her. He continued, mentioning that being a dragon had its advantages and disadvantages, but he wouldn't go into detail, as he wanted to make a specific point. They watched as he looked up at the ceiling with a slightly dim expression. He explained that certain events could greatly affect a dragon, especially love, which captured everyone's attention. Lowering his gaze, he looked at them with eyes filled with disappointment that wasn't directed at them. He shared that as a dragon, when your partner betrays you or unrequited love consumes you, you begin to die slowly, a phenomenon known as the dragon's fall. The seriousness of his words left them wide-eyed, realizing where he was heading. Except for Rosswise and Ophis, who already had an inkling. He revealed that this had happened to him a month ago. Unable to bear the loneliness, he had become a Tenryu upon falling, earning astonished looks from all of them. They had never expected such a powerful race as dragons to have such a weakness, but they remembered that dragons were immense masses of energy, suggesting that their feelings had a significant influence on their bodies. He continued, sharing that he had been cast aside by Rias Gremory, Himejima Aquino, Asia Argento, Tujo Kaneko, Zenobia Quarta, Shidu Irina, and Ravel Phoenix, the girls he had fallen in love with, who had accepted him as he was. A small, resigned smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. He had named them that way because he no longer felt as familiar with them as before, something that all the girls noticed immediately. He had given them everything he had, helping them in every way possible, but in the end, they had left him alone. Closing his eyes with a hint of melancholy, he reflected on his past. All the girls lowered their gazes at those words. It was clear that he had gone through a difficult time. For that reason, his power had begun to poison him from within. Just remembering a single moment with them caused his heart to ache, as if it were being physically and emotionally squeezed. He opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the desk. Those who were somewhat unaware of his situation felt a wave of sadness wash over them. A voice in his mind had told him that only by forgetting them could he save himself. He looked up at the ceiling. Rosswise clenched her fists slightly at the memory of how he had managed to do it. Ophis already knew the method, but what she didn't understand was how he had accepted letting go of his feelings, as all the dragons who fell had refused to be saved. The others looked at him, waiting for him to continue. At one point, he had thought that he couldn't go on and that dying wasn't such a bad idea, as he wanted them to feel remorse for being responsible for his death. He mentioned this with a calm tone. At his words, all of them widened their eyes in surprise. Did he really wish to die? But he remembered the few people who recognized him, including Rosswise, Ophis, Kuroka, and Lu Fei, who had never left him alone. He clarified this with a small smile directed at the four of them. The albino blushed furiously upon hearing this detail. Ophis felt immense joy knowing that she was part of the reason he chose to live. The brown-haired boy had become someone special to her, although that strange feeling whenever they were alone intrigued her. Kuroka smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly not expecting this. Lu Fei also blushed, but that didn't stop her from smiling at his words. That realization had motivated him not to give up, and through a special ritual he had rid himself of those feelings. He concluded his explanation. All of them regained their spirits upon hearing his last words. Issei had performed a ritual that no other dragon had done, as they had chosen the option he had discarded. He clarified this without providing further details. They nodded, somewhat unsatisfied but taking note to have a serious talk with a certain red-haired girl and her group. He reassured them that it was all in the past, so they shouldn't hold any negative feelings toward them. Shifting the topic, he said it was time for them to get to know each other on another level, accompanied by a playful smile. He anticipated seeing their reactions to Ophis's presence. The girls were surprised by his request. He was undoubtedly someone with a big heart, as it was incredible that he held no grudge against the person who had nearly killed him. However, his second comment raised alarms among certain girls, namely Penemu, Naru, and Kuroka, who blushed at the phrase about getting to know each other on another level. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck as he noticed the trio had a small trickle of blood emerging from their noses. He clarified that he was talking about revealing some secrets, nothing inappropriate, in case anyone wondered. The others quickly understood the nature of his comment, realizing what the trio of women was thinking, which caused them to blush as well. Another point he needed to clarify was that the ritual stripped him of any form of corruption, including his perversion. He stated this with a flat, expressionless face. Kuroka and Lu Fei turned their heads toward him quickly, showing disbelief in their eyes, as if waiting for him to say it was a joke. But the understanding expressions from Gabriel, Griselda, Penemu, and Valerie confirmed that what he said was true. This explained his reaction when the Nikomata had clung to him from behind, as he hadn't felt the usual lust that accompanied such physical contact. Instead, it had been a more timid reaction. Rosswise had realized this a while ago, being the first to notice. It might be true, but during the time they spent together, he had always behaved like a gentleman with her. She added this with a small smile. He blushed at the comment, diverting his gaze and scratching his cheek somewhat awkwardly. As the girls gathered, one of them asked them to drop their disguises once she regained her composure. Kuroka, Lu Fei, and Naru blinked in confusion. The first to reveal herself was Gabriel. Her body transformed, and she wore fitted jeans and a white tank top that accentuated her now curvy figure. A halo appeared above her head as 12 golden wings emerged from her back, and her aura returned to its normal state, along with her power. Next was Penemu, who regained her pronounced curves. She wore loose jeans that sat low on her hips and a black shirt that exposed her midriff. 12 black wings sprouted from her back, her aura returning to its previous strength. Finally, Ophis returned her aura to normal, a hint of her true power seeping into the room. Naru was taken aback to see an angel among them, especially with the 12 wings indicating she was a seraph. She also recognized her other companion as a fallen of the same caliber. Although she felt a slight intimidation from the powerful auras surrounding her, her pride kept her from showing it. Kuroka was equally surprised to recognize the two women, wondering how the brown-haired boy had managed to add them to his group. Lu Fei admired him, realizing he was someone extraordinary for uniting two high-ranking members from different factions into his team. Unaware of the subtle surprise on the faces of the three girls, Penemu analyzed her wings, recalling she had 10 when she was recruited by Issei. Shaking off her thoughts, she speculated that the piece must have something to do with it. However, nothing could prepare them for what happened next. All except Rosswise were left speechless, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Valerie, recognizing the aura, wore a look of total shock. Gabriel could hardly believe it. Kuroka's eyes widened, and Griselda stood frozen. Naru trembled slightly, sensing the immense power of the person before her, realizing that this individual was on an entirely different level. If she had thought the angel, the fallen, and the Nikomata were powerful, the red-eyed girl was in a league of her own. Penemu couldn't believe what her eyes were witnessing, and Lu Fei was equally bewildered. Ophis Ouroboros was the queen of Hyodo Issei. None of them could have predicted this. It was beyond their imagination. The dark-haired girl shifted her aura again, the power leaks disappearing as she offered a small, slightly mischievous smile that made her appear alluring. If she had once thought of her in her lowly form as cute, now she embodied one of his past fantasies, and he felt an immense attraction toward her. The brown-haired boy quickly shook his head, smiling sadly, realizing that a hint of his previous desires still lingered within him. Perhaps he should reconsider the idea of having a harem? Shaking his head again at the thought, he attributed it to his current male impulses being within the norm, maybe. At that moment, everyone reacted. Penemu, still incredulous, expressed her surprise, saying she hadn't expected this at all. Griselda, with a tense smile, agreed that it was indeed unexpected. Nera murmured that she felt small in comparison to Gabriel and Penemu. If she had felt slightly inferior next to Rosswise and the newly joined Kuroka, it was clear that those two were on another level entirely. It seemed she had come to terms with the idea of such powerful individuals being on the boys' team more easily than the others. Valerie, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. The Nikomata, despite her surprise, processed the information quickly, acknowledging the attachment of the former little goddess to the boy. It was expected that she would want to be with him, even if becoming a member of his nobility seemed unlikely, but not impossible. The strongest queen was now part of Athama's nobility. It was astonishing, the mage murmured with admiration. The boy waited for them to absorb all this information before speaking again. He introduced Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, whom he had named Kurumi. She requested to be treated well, her voice carrying a sensuality that had recently become apparent. Instantly, all the girls blushed at her slightly suggestive yet elegant tone. Meanwhile, the boy felt his blood rush, threatening to cause a nosebleed, but he managed to control himself, aided by his currently low level of desire. The first to emerge from the trance was Penemu, who raised her thumb in approval of her apprentice's introduction. She presented her blonde companion, the seraph Gabriel, one of the 4 great seraphs of heaven, affectionately calling her Brichon. The blonde raised her hand shyly. Next was Penemu's turn to introduce her pawn, a leader of Grigori who held the title of Cadre, and whom she called Muchan. The girl with purple hair raised her hand with a faint smile. Finally, Penemu introduced a historical spirit brought to life with the help of the Sephiroth Grail Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known as Nero, whom she affectionately referred to as Neruchon. This was directed toward the blonde with the bun in her hair. Nero wore ripped jeans and boots, along with an unbuttoned long-sleeve white shirt tied around her waist, revealing a red top underneath. She stood tall, exuding confidence, even though she felt slightly intimidated by the prominent figures around her. Yet this only confirmed that her master was someone worthy of her loyalty. Meanwhile, those present, who had some knowledge of history, were surprised by this revelation. Penemu remarked that Nero's nobility was filled with peculiarities that put Cerzex Lucifer's nobility to shame, which made the boy laugh, albeit a bit embarrassed, as he had to admit she was right. He mentioned that he only wanted to share that, and if they wished, they could leave as he needed to prepare a brief report for Ajuka-sama. The girls decided to take their leave to rest or find ways to pass the time, while internally processing everything they had learned that day. Only the albino girl and the red-eyed brunette remained in the boy's office. Curiously, the albino asked what the report was about. The boy replied that it was about the pieces. Both girls raised an eyebrow at this. The boy smiled slightly at their reaction, but he was even more pleased that Ophis was beginning to express herself more. She used to smile vaguely on occasion, but now she could show interest and other emotions through her gaze. Not to mention the alluring looks and soft voice she had been using lately. He explained that the report was about the discoveries he had made so far. The albino nodded, stating she would leave him to his work since she needed to rest, her vacation was over, and she would have to return to teaching the next day. She leaned closer to the boy's face before departing. Once she left, Ophis approached him from the side, asking if something was wrong as she noticed his serious expression. She shook her head, indicating it was nothing serious, but she didn't want to leave without doing something first, which puzzled him. Suddenly, Issei opened his eyes in genuine surprise as he felt Ophis's lips meet his. Thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. He couldn't help but tenderly touch her cheek, which made her smile, awakening something within her, an unfamiliar feeling that she was beginning to understand. She recalled hearing about such feelings from Roswise when Penemu and Gabriel had questioned her about her relationship with the boy. Initially, she had been indifferent, but as their lessons progressed, she started experiencing the emotions the girls often spoke of. At the same time, the boy realized that Ophis was no longer swayed by what the other girls did or said. She was acting based on her own feelings, making this moment completely genuine. He thought to himself that it was true, she was now capable of expressing her feelings, and upon reflection, this didn't feel so bad after all. As they separated, Ophis kept her eyes closed, a noticeable blush on her cheeks, breathing a bit heavily. The boy remained still, and when he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of her, causing his heart to race. When Ophis finally opened her eyes, they sparkled with a new light, one that had confused him in recent days but was now crystal clear. He thought he had found his answer, a warm smile making her even more beautiful. The brown-haired boy struggled to form coherent words, but the glimmer in his eyes was enough for her to understand his feelings. As she stepped away, she headed toward the exit but paused at the door. She wished him a good night and left with a small smile. Minutes later, he found himself staring at the spot where she had paused to say goodbye, lost in thought until he sighed and smiled faintly. The idea of forming a harem had once meant engaging in playful antics with his girls, but now that thought bothered him. If he were to form one, it would be to bring happiness to those who genuinely loved him. If it weren't for the depth and sincerity of Ophis's feelings, he would have been hesitant to open his heart to anyone other than Roswise. He decided to set aside his thoughts for now. He needed to finish the report for Mao Beelzebub. Yet, a question began to linger in his mind. Would anyone else start to develop feelings for him? He shook his head with a resigned smile, doubting that any other girl would take an interest in him. Meanwhile, in his rooms, certain members of his entourage sneezed. He began drafting the report, noting his first discovery. Sometime later, he had a brief conversation with Mao Ajuka Beelzebub regarding the current number of pieces he had, as the Mao was surprised that he had managed to occupy more than half of his pieces in just a month, with 8 members in his court. Afterward, he sent the document detailing his findings. Now, he walked down the hallway of the rooms, observing the personalized boards of his new occupants. Valerie had written her name, adding drawings of coffins with bat wings. Neru had sketched a small coliseum with her name as part of the structure. Kuroka had drawn a couple of bells and some yarn ball next to her name. Lu Fei had also taken a room, having been invited to stay as long as she wanted. The books in his office had piqued the little mage's interest, prompting her acceptance. She had drawn a witch's hat above her name, along with a magic wand. With a warm smile, he entered his room, which featured a drawing of a chibi drake breathing fire. The simple interior had been replaced with everything his secret room from the Hyodo residence contained, making him feel a bit sad, as he hadn't been as useful as he had hoped due to recent events. He murmured to Drake, lying on his bed with his arms as a pillow, that the past month had been crazy. Drake chuckled, remarking that he was something out of the ordinary and that the fact Ophis had taken an interest in him made him wonder what would happen next. The boy blushed slightly at the dragon's comment, the memory of what had occurred in his office still fresh in his mind. Clearing his thoughts, he prepared for sleep, sensing that the next day would be challenging. The following day, he walked through the streets of Kuo toward the academy, accompanied by Gabriel and Penemu, as he planned to introduce them as the vocalists of the band. During their free time together, he had shared the songs in their repertoire for the festival, so they would practice several pieces that day. Roswise joined them, eager to watch their rehearsal and, starting from now, she would be the music club's teacher at his request. Upon arriving at the school, they easily passed through the campus without drawing attention, as it was still early. Once they reached the music club room, a chill ran down his spine as he touched the doorknob, but he ignored it and opened the door, only to feel a wave of dread wash over him. Inside the room stood the former student council, with Sona Citri at the forefront, arms crossed. He stammered her name, feeling terrified. She replied with seriousness that she no longer held that position, so it wasn't necessary to call her that. He nodded, noticing how Seraphal's younger sister scrutinized him, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. She had appreciated every detail of the boy, noting that his hair was now longer, cascading down his back, and that his physique was a bit more defined, indicating ongoing training. She could even see that his movements were more confident. He observed that she had brought unfamiliar people to the educational institution, glancing at the blonde and the girl with purple hair. It was a complicated situation to explain, he thought, as he sensed her uncertainty. What intrigued him most was what they were. He also noticed that at least someone from the Gremory group had not abandoned her. He sighed, realizing this was not how he had planned it, but the time had come to introduce his nobility to the Citri group. He suggested that they should take a seat, and the albino girl summoned a couple of sofas for everyone. The brunette and her group felt a wave of doubt but accepted the invitation nonetheless. He suspected it had to do with the fact that his aura no longer resembled that of a demon. Sona pointed this out, and the members of his nobility blinked in confusion before realizing she was indeed correct. As expected of Sona, he thought, smiling slightly, which caught the others off guard. The way he spoke drew their attention. He sounded elegant and refined. He began to explain that he was no longer a demon physically, but his current status in the underworld still classified him as one. This revelation intrigued them, although Sona and her queen were already considering several theories regarding it. He continued, reaching into his pocket to extract his case of pieces. Sona's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the case, as all evil pieces were delivered in similar cases bearing a Juka Beelzebub's signature. She was taken aback, almost rising from her seat in disbelief. He explained that due to his achievements in the war, he had been promoted and ascended within the Demon Society. Rising from his seat, he projected the aura of a true leader in the eyes of Sona Citri and the other members of her group. He announced himself as Hyodo Issei from the House of Dragons, a supreme-class demon, holding the title of Great King. The room fell into complete silence. All members of the Citri group were left in shock, while Sona Citri wore an expression of total astonishment. The minutes of silence felt like an eternity until the Citri clan members slowly emerged from their stupor. One of them finally managed to speak, congratulating him with a smile, expressing how incredible it was that he was fulfilling his dreams. Others joined in, sharing their congratulations with enthusiasm. Once the congratulations subsided, Sona turned her attention back to him, her expression serious. She pointed out that this did not explain why he was no longer a demon. He smiled at her inquiry. He explained that what he had received were not evil pieces but opportunity pieces, a project that was currently only a prototype. He extended his case for them to see. This meant that the reincarnation system was different, Sona noted with seriousness. He confirmed that while these pieces served the same function, they did not alter the nature of the recipient. The members of the Citri group understood what he meant and could only gaze at him in awe. Sona deduced that Roswise was part of his nobility, along with the other girls, having sensed no demonic traits from the Valkyrie. He confirmed this, and taking advantage of her presence, he expressed his desire to introduce his noble title. Sona blinked, returning his smile with one of her own. He stood up and snapped his fingers, expressing his delight at finally doing so. In that moment, a red magic circle appeared in the middle of the room, capturing the attention of those present as they recognized the shape of a dragon within it. The mark of the House of Hyodo. 5 figures became visible in the area, some of whom were recognizable to the Citri group. At that moment, the door opened again, revealing a certain brown-haired girl with glasses. She apologized for her delay, explaining that she had to finish some assignments, before noticing the crowded space. Quickly, she recognized the former president of the student council. She wondered if she was missing something important. The brown-haired boy urged her to come in, assuring her that she would understand soon. The girl nodded, albeit hesitantly, and took a seat next to Tomo, as the sofas had been removed to create more space. The girls in the brown-haired boys' court wore casual clothes, which were more comfortable than their professional attire, like Griselda, Rosswise, Neru in her battle suit, or Kuroka in her kimono. The boy proudly displayed the contents of his case, revealing 7 pawns. The demons were taken aback by this revelation, especially Sona and Tsubaki, who noted that he had utilized more than half of his pieces in just a month, while the others were surprised by the change in his aura since that time. Kiryu was also astonished. She had learned some things about the demon world from Zenobia and Asia, understanding that when a demon reached a high rank, they could have their own servants. Musa introduced herself, raising her hand in greeting as she stated that she was a pawn. Neru declared herself as the knight of her master, her pride evident as she looked at them with an air of superiority. Griselda smiled kindly as she introduced herself as the second knight, and the others were momentarily stunned, especially Sona. Her casual attire made her less recognizable compared to her usual nun's outfit. Kiryu was surprised as well, realizing that this was Zenovia's surname, leading her to deduce that the girl before her was a close relative of the blue-haired girl. Tujo Kuroka introduced herself as the Rook of Issei, having concealed her yokai traits to blend into the human world at Issei's request. The attendees were again surprised, as they had doubted she would join another noble house after her past troubles. Yet here she was, part of the brown-haired boy's nobility. Kiryu's eyes widened again at the surname, recognizing the school mascot, and the same thought about Griselda crossed her mind, concluding that they were related. Brielle introduced herself as the other rook, her innocent smile brightening the room. Valerie Teeps, the bishop, shyly introduced herself with a gentle smile. This revelation caught them off guard. The boy had made a bold move, knowing that Valerie was not someone with a combative demeanor. However, he also recognized her untapped potential, admitting that he had a good eye for recruitment. Rosswise introduced herself as a bishop, smiling warmly. The blonde Citri felt flushed in the presence of the beautiful girls forming his friend's noble title, while the other girls and the silver-haired yokai analyzed each one with caution. The purple-haired girl displayed experience in her gaze, surprising them as she was a fallen. The exorcist was another topic. They were astonished that she had been recruited, especially since they knew she was Gabriel's Queen of Hearts. The other blonde, with her hair tied up, appeared proud, so they were surprised to see her show respect and recognition toward the boy, especially if she was aware of his reputation. The Nikomata intrigued them as well, and it was curious that she held the same piece as her sister. The other blonde was undoubtedly a mystery. After all, she was an angel, raising questions about how she agreed to join the boys' group. The damper was another subject of intrigue. They never expected her to join someone's court, particularly because her sacred gear was quite unpredictable and not suited for battle. Another enigma was the albino girl, who was supposed to be Rias Gremory's second rook, yet here she was, now serving as Hyodo Issei's bishop. They were filled with intrigue about why and how he had joined the group. Then it was time for the last member to introduce herself. Tokisaki Kurumi introduced herself with a small smile that radiated charm, using a stuck tone. Saji was caught off guard, nearly falling over from the overwhelming allure. The other girls blushed at her tone, and even Rugal showed a hint of pink on his cheeks. However, that feeling quickly faded, replaced by complete shock. Her presence was imposing, reminding them of the power level of Graphia Lucifuge, the queen of Surzex Lucifer. Sona analyzed the boy's noble lineage before letting out a sigh. She calmly enumerated the various races within the group, noting the presence of a human with unknown abilities, an angel, a fallen, a half-vampire, a nekashu, a valkyrie, and a dragon. Even her own noble lineage was surprised by this list. Gabriel summoned a pair of golden wings along with her halo. Penemu conjured a pair of black wings. Kuroka made her 2 tails and ears visible. Valerie's eyes glowed red. Rosswise donned her armor. Griselda smiled as white wings emerged from her back. Neru summoned her scarlet sword. Ophis manifested dragon wings, finding it amusing to join the others. This display significantly intimidated the Citri group, as some members of the brown-haired boys group exuded a powerful aura. On the other hand, Kiryu was in awe at the sight of a real angel. After that brief demonstration, everyone returned to normal. Sona, her voice serious, stated that she wanted an answer to something. The boy assumed it was regarding Griselda and Rosswise, which he mentioned in a similar tone. Sona was surprised that he had guessed her thoughts, but she nodded in acknowledgement. He explained that he had reached an agreement with Gabriel, which was why she was in his group, accompanied by a small smile. Sona raised an eyebrow at this but decided it was a sufficient answer. He hesitated, unsure of how to explain Rosswise's situation. He seemed uncertain, prompting her to ask if it had been that bad. The notion that Rias might complicate the peace trade began to form in her mind. He quickly clarified that it wasn't that, just that he felt a bit embarrassed. This caught her attention. The albino girl interjected seriously, stating that Surzex had authorized the peace trade between the Gremory House and the Sekiryudai House. Sona was surprised but nodded, understanding what had transpired. He continued, explaining that he had begged Surzex for a trade with Rias, but he didn't want to deal with her directly, fearing she might refuse. He mentioned that Surzex had asked him to be part of his nobility, which he accepted without hesitation, something he did not regret. The albino girl smiled, a slight blush on her cheeks as she spoke. He smiled back, also blushing at her words. Seeing this, Sona quickly put two and two together, her eyes widening in realization. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, pointing at them and stammering, receiving a couple of affirmations that left her speechless. All the comments from Saji, Tomo, and Tsubasa about the boy's behavior flooded her mind, highlighting how his previously flirtatious attitude had vanished entirely. Everything clicked into place, and she deduced that the albino girl had a significant influence on his new demeanor. This was something she had never expected. Recovering, she expressed her surprise but also her happiness for him. He thanked her, and she simply smiled in response. Sona noticed a special sparkle in their eyes, a connection she hadn't seen even when he was with Rias and the others. In fact, she could tell how several girls from the Hyodo group looked at him, clearly having earned their trust, admiration, respect, and total acceptance, especially from their queen, Kuroka, and her knight, Neru. Though the others were not far behind, it seemed that regardless of his past behavior, he was destined to create a harem. Another question crossed her mind. She asked if Rias was aware of this, sensing the answer even before he could respond. No, only you, the Mao and Grafia know, the boy replied seriously. The dark-haired Citri could only sigh. When her friend found out, she would not take it well, though she had to admit that she had brought it upon herself. I knew too, a new voice said, alerting everyone. Instantly, they adopted combat stances, except for the brown-haired boy's entourage and Kiryu, who was asking Gabriel several questions. A male figure stood on the small stage, examining the microphone. Azazel-sensei, the brown-haired boy exclaimed in recognition. I'm not surprised. After all, you tend to know things that others don't, said Seraphal's little sister while massaging her temple. Well, let's just say I have something to do with what's in the case he has in his pocket, he said casually as he walked toward the two kings. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened at the implications of that comment. Yes, I contributed to part of the design of the opportunity piece, he confirmed what the boy was about to say. I see, he whispered in surprise. So, why are you here? I know this visit isn't just for socializing, Sona pointed out, raising an eyebrow. Hee, you're starting to know me well. Come, let's talk, he chuckled lightly before gesturing for the boy to follow him. The boy understood the gesture and followed him down the hallway, all under the furtive gaze of his group, or at least those who were distracted talking with the Citri group. So, what is he like? He directed the question to the Valkyrie, who blushed but then smiled tenderly. I'll just say he's the best thing that's happened to me so far, the white-haired girl replied. I see, but I have a question. How did you manage to change his perverted ways? She asked, extremely curious. At the question, the girl's smile faded, replaced by a somber expression that inexplicably made her feel regret for asking. But before she could reconsider, the white-haired girl spoke. It's not an easy topic to discuss, as it's hard for me to erase that scene from my mind, she said, now with a serious expression, setting aside the dark feeling that had surrounded her moments before. Now that I think about it, he hasn't talked much about that. Griselda joined the conversation. That's because he didn't want to worry you. I'll just tell you that the ritual is meant to expel any corruption from within him, specifically the corrupted feelings he had for the girls in the occult club, and his perversion. She explained briefly. Everyone started to pay attention to the trio's conversation, as they also had that question, except for Rugal, who was indifferent to everything. Normally, dragons that fall abandon their will to live. Issei is the first to perform the ritual and survive, said the queen of the Hyodo group, joining the conversation. All eyes turned to the dark-haired girl, who wore a serious expression. What do you mean by fall? Tsubaki asked, completely puzzled. It should be noted that now the entire Citri entourage was paying attention to the discussion. When a dragon is betrayed by their partner, or unrequited love strikes deep, they fall, their power poisons them, and their feelings slowly kill them, a serious Kuroka said, recalling the boy's words when he explained this. The entire Citri group widened their eyes in understanding, feeling genuinely sorry for the boy. Regardless, I only know that he is a different man now. Penemu spoke, dissipating the tense and somber atmosphere that had reigned moments before. That's true. This project is proof of that, Gabriel quickly added. She had deduced that the Fallen wanted to steer the topic away, as well as lighten the uncomfortable atmosphere. On the other hand, if the boy were to discuss the details of the ritual, it would be in the future when he felt they were ready. You're right, although it's hard for me to imagine Ahikun playing an instrument decently, Sona commented jokingly, going along with the banter. She had also noticed the intentions of the blonde and the purple-haired girl, but seeing that the boy was doing perfectly well was enough for her to forget the topic. After all, her doubts regarding Issei's non-existent perversion had been resolved. Well, then I'll show you something interesting, Rosswise said, pulling her phone from her pocket. With a small spell, she created a hologram of the device's screen, large enough to be clearly visible to everyone present. A video began to play, showing a brown-haired boy in a booth. He connected his guitar and put on headphones, while a girl with purple hair approached a console and pressed a couple of buttons. Then it started. In the hallway outside the music club room, the brown-haired boy and Azazel leaned against a window, watching several students in an athletics class. Azazel informed the boy that Surzex had asked him to convey that the city was now under his protection. The boy's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. He expressed disbelief, questioning why that responsibility wasn't assigned to Sona and Rias. Azazel explained that with 3 high-class demons, the duty fell to all of them. The boy realized that when Azazel mentioned the red-haired girl, he felt no emotion in response, as if her name held little significance to him. He reflected on the situation, noting that he would have to meet with her, sounding slightly concerned. Azazel suggested that he could go disguised, observing the boy's reluctance to see the girl. The boy agreed, admitting he didn't want to deal with her at that moment. He understood that she might not take the news well, especially regarding her loss of control over him. Azazel then produced a mask from his pocket, which caught the boy's interest. It was an electronic mask, clearly high-tech. Azazel proudly explained that he had created it using knowledge of sacred gear, and it could disguise the aura of the wearer. The boy acknowledged its usefulness, though he noted that opportunity pieces could do something similar. Azazel, incredulous at the boy's flat response, resigned himself to seeking Sona's assistance with the mask. The boy put it on, impressed by the clarity it provided. Azazel elaborated that the mask utilized advanced technology from the 3 factions and Asgardian magic, which would be beneficial despite its limited functions. As they re-entered the room, the duo noticed that everyone was watching a projection. The boy's eyes widened comically as he recognized himself in the footage. It was a high-definition recording of the song he had played the previous day, secretly recorded by Rosswise, who had the ability to project images from her phone as holograms. The moment the guitar solo began played, he felt a wave of anxiety about what his peers would say. Sona watched the boy in the recording, captivated by his talent and voice. After hearing about him from Rosswise and others, her perception of him began to shift. Initially, she had felt envy because he had helped Rias resolve issues she couldn't, even as her best friend. However, admiration soon replaced that envy. As a result, She began to see him as a potential romantic interest but chose to keep her distance, not wanting to add tension to the Gremmery group or find herself at odds with Rias. She noticed the boy seemed pressured by the attention from girls, and she didn't want to add to that burden. Then her friend shared some details that emerged before the confrontation with Bale, including the trauma she experienced when she was killed by Rainier. This was how she realized what had been troubling her about the boy's behavior. However, since her friend began talking about the young teacher she had met, she started to worry about him, questioning whether she should approach him or not. She had mentioned this to her queen at one point, but unfortunately, her older sister overheard her. Since then, her sister had playfully teased her, encouraging her to win over the boy so they could share him. Being someone who adhered to rules and moral standards, Sona found these comments incredibly embarrassing. But now, seeing the change in the boy and how he had managed to move forward, her sister's idea didn't sound so bad. Unnoticed by everyone, a cloud of steam seemed to rise from her head as she realized her train of thought. Tsubaki admired the boy's way of playing. He was undoubtedly incredible. Remembering a certain question from her king, she couldn't help but think she might try something with him. This was evident as she observed Sona's varied expressions, who seemed to be in a silent debate with herself. The boy was attentive, kind, protective, and trustworthy qualities that her king sought in a person. Now, it was just a matter of seeing how intelligent he was. Meanwhile, the others watched in fascination as the boy mastered his instrument, while Momo and Ruruko imagined someone else in his place, causing them to blush. Everyone understood the lyrics since they were demons, even Kiryu, who had received help from Gabriel by using a spell to understand other languages when the video began. Saji had to admit that the brown-haired boy surpassed his own guitar skills, which led to the decision for him to be the lead guitarist. Considering that the original idea to form the group came from Issei also helped solidify this choice. Rugal observed the boy's talent with interest, confident that when they performed at the festival, he would have many admirers. Once the video ended, all eyes turned to the boy, making him more nervous than he already was. He could recognize the looks of astonishment from some, admiration from others, and a few blushes from his group and Sona. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Was Sona Citri blushing? Now that he thought about it, he recalled some glances the Citri heiress had been sending him for a while, as if she were debating whether to say something, but he attributed it to some matter with her former king. The look was the same as now, but that blush intrigued him. It almost seemed like she was attracted to him and didn't know how to handle it. Wait a moment. How on earth had he come to that conclusion? It seemed that he was starting to notice those little details, as the dragon pointed out. He heard Drake's voice in his mind. Drake explained that it was quite simple. Thanks to the connection with his opportunity piece, he was able to access a portion of his servant's abilities, which included reasoning, though in this case, it was more of a touch of feminine intuition. Issei's eyes widened as he understood what the dragon meant. This explained why he had been able to grasp certain things more easily lately. Even his deductive skills had drastically improved, allowing him to relate to girls more easily by intuitively knowing what to do or say at the right moment. That was amazing and a bit unsettling in many ways. His dragon senses detected the pheromones she emitted whenever she approached him, so he had subconsciously realized there was some attraction between them. The boy reflected on what the dragon had said, but something pulled him from his deep thoughts. He heard a voice asking if he was listening, and he felt a gentle shake on his shoulder. This snapped him back to reality, and he looked at the blonde boy with slight confusion before realizing that everyone was watching him with concern. He apologized, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly glanced at the Citri heiress. Sona, feeling his gaze on her, became slightly nervous. Then she noticed something different and couldn't help but blush as she realized it was a look of understanding, as if he had discovered something. Had the boy realized that she was starting to see him in a different light? No, that wasn't possible. The boy was too oblivious to notice something like that. But then, why did she feel so exposed in front of him? Shaking her head, she turned her gaze back to him, who was being congratulated by the entire Citri group while they urged him to play something for them. She couldn't help but smile slightly at how embarrassed he looked by the compliments. It seemed that despite everything he remained humble and honest. He finally agreed to play after much insistence from his friends and the Citri group. The brown-haired boy stepped onto the stage as chairs were conjured by Roswise and Tsubaki for the comfort of those present. Azazel leaned against the window with his arms crossed, smiling slightly. He found the interaction among the young people entertaining. Saji, Tsubasa, Tomo, and Kiryu took their places under the watchful eyes of their audience. The Citri group looked excited, especially Momo and Ruruko, who were eager to see their boyfriend perform. The Hyodo group also showed immense interest, as they too were looking forward to seeing him play live. A magical circle began to glow in the area, capturing everyone's attention. Then a familiar voice spoke up, revealing a certain blonde who had a contract with the brown-haired boy. She had arrived after finishing her reading in the castle library. Kuroka, slightly embarrassed, explained that they had been summoned by Ise to join the Citri group. Curious about what she had missed, she noticed everyone was seated. Gabriel gently pulled her towards the group of boys on the mini-stage. The brown-haired boy was discussing something with the brown-haired girl in glasses while typing on a laptop that served as a console. She understood immediately and couldn't help but feel excited, quickly taking a seat next to the blonde angel. The boy announced that those who knew something about anime would recognize the song. Taking a deep breath, the 5 boys shook off their nerves and began to play. One Vision, Tanimoto Takayoshi. Introduction. The body that releases light melts into matrix evolution. At that moment, everything will be understood. The meaning of our meeting. Momo and Ruruko suppressed a squeal as they watched the blonde play his guitar and harmonize, while the brown-haired boy sang. The girl with glasses created the sound on the keyboard, Tsubasa made his presence known on the drums, and Tomo played the bass in perfect synchronization. Sona, influenced a bit by Rias, had started to appreciate anime, so she recognized the song instantly, just like her bishop Rei Kasaka, her other bishop Momo Hanakai, and her pawn Ruruko. The first was secretly an otaku, while the other 2 knew the preferences of the Citri pawn. Is the shape of your heart something that can reach the gods? Is it something that changes with every second? Do you understand what it means to believe? Everything about you is being tested. Pre-chorus. Just having courage isn't enough. When fear unites us as one, at that moment. Chorus. The body that releases light melts into matrix evolution. At the moment everything is fulfilled. Now that is now. The heart that transforms into zero melts into matrix evolution. At that moment, everything will be understood. The meaning of our meeting. Even the heartbeat can carve the same rhythm. Overflowing power, you should be able to feel it. To become one to fight. We should have become one to understand each other. Pre-chorus. The grains of time that have piled up will open the door to miracles at that moment. Chorus. The power to choose the future awakens matrix evolution. You cannot evolve with just you. Now open your eyes. The answer you kept searching for realizes evolution, matching the shape of your heart, never letting go again. Musical solo. Thanks to the laptop that had tracks for some instruments, the missing sounds, in this case the saxophone, were added. The Hyodo group watched this with admiration for their king. Gabriel and Penemu felt a bit nervous, as they would also be singing soon. Normally, Penemu wouldn't care much about what others thought of her, but since she joined the boys' group, she had experienced aspects of ordinary life she previously overlooked, resulting in a different way of thinking and beginning to behave like an ordinary girl with her own problems. For Gabriel, it was different. Despite being somewhat naive, standing in front of so many people made her feel a bit anxious, as she wasn't used to receiving so much attention. The group felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as the applause echoed through the venue, even Azazel joining in the moment. They were slightly embarrassed by the warm reception from the Citri and Hyodo groups, wondering if this was how the event would unfold. The brown-haired boy signaled for Gabriel to join him on stage, encouraging her with a smile. Although the blonde felt nervous, she pushed aside her shyness upon seeing his warm expression and stepped up beside him. He whispered something in her ear, and she nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, the others understood, and he took the guitar strapped to his back, starting the song. As they began to play, Saji and Issei complemented each other perfectly on guitar, with the brown-haired boy introducing a riff that contrasted beautifully with the blonde strumming. Both showcased their skills, exciting the girls and even eliciting a small laugh from the fallen one, who noticed their chemistry. The music flowed, and the atmosphere was electric. The blonde's voice surprised everyone, especially since she was an angel, which made her performance somewhat expected yet still impressive. The song continued, and the brown-haired boy captivated the audience with his guitar skills, enhancing his image in front of his peers. Sona, among the crowd, was particularly affected, her cheeks flushing as she watched him smile, lost in the joy of playing. As the song reached its climax, the applause erupted once more, causing the seraph to blush and thank her companions shyly for their praise. The others received compliments as well, creating a lively atmosphere in the venue. The brown-haired boy approached the fallen one, gently taking her hand and guiding her toward the small stage, where she followed him timidly. She was grateful that Azazel did not recognize her, as he would have reminded her of it constantly. Whispering words of encouragement in her ear, she nodded again, and with a signal, the band prepared for their next song. They launched into God Knows, showcasing the synchronization they had achieved after a month of rehearsals. The albino girl recorded every performance in high definition, capturing the essence of their hard work. Even Azazel was filming, though his reasons remained a mystery. As the song played, the audience was entranced, enjoying the performance that their friends had prepared. The atmosphere was filled with energy, and the group felt a sense of unity and accomplishment as they shared this moment together. It was evident that all the girls were blushing, surprised that the fallen had such a powerful voice, except for Gabriel, who already knew. The music began, and the atmosphere shifted as the melody filled the air. Penemu took a deep breath with her eyes closed, feeling the rhythm of her heart in response to the emotions that surged within her as she sang. The applause and cheers from the audience reached her ears, and she had to admit that it felt good to be there, enjoying the moment. The leader of the group, Hyodo, spoke briefly with the purple-haired girl, nodding in understanding before summoning a small flute and handing it to her. He then approached the seraph and exchanged a few words, invoking a violin and presenting it to her as well. The group gathered together, engaged in a conversation that left the others intrigued, especially as they watched their knight and pawn position themselves among the members. The boy addressed the audience through the microphone, explaining that this song was not part of their usual repertoire due to a technical issue that made it difficult to perform, but with this group, there were no such problems. He closed his eyes, entrusting everything to the mouse, hoping for a successful performance since they had never played this piece before. As the first notes rang out, it became clear that the song was quite different from the previous ones, showcasing a more dynamic style. The audience soon understood the purpose of the flute and violin. With a guitar in hand, the brown-haired boy stepped closer to the microphone, much to the excitement of his group and Sona. Now that he was alone, he reflected on what remained of his past relationship, only guilt and a future he had sold away. With everything seemingly over before it even began, he sought answers, unable to stop asking questions. Who prescribes the potions of love to heal him from himself? Who offers smiles to replace the losses and let go of the only thing he had ever loved? Despite the absence of the one he cherished, her memory was stitched into his very being, a reminder that lived on within him. Although she would never return, he searched through the remnants of his heart for that abandoned kiss he had never given. The audience now understood the technical issue. The song was in another language, which could pose a challenge for the other students to comprehend. However, they had to admit that this was a whole new level of music. Rosswise looked at her boyfriend with a blush on her cheeks, feeling truly fortunate to have him. She eagerly anticipated the expressions of the Occult Research Club when they realized the kind of person Issei truly was, someone they had dismissed on a whim. Ophis felt her heart race as she watched him, grateful for his help in understanding her feelings more deeply. She now recognized the emotions she held for him, having made it clear the night before. Neru stood with her arms crossed and eyes closed, a smile of pure delight on her face as she enjoyed the brown-haired boy's voice. To her, he was the person she respected the most. After everything that had happened, he continued to move forward without giving up, and she had heard all about his achievements during his conversations with the white-haired girl. Bringing her back to life was also a significant act, and he was an honorable person attractive in many ways. Kuroka reaffirmed her desire to repopulate her kind with his help, but she also felt a growing wish to be closer to him emotionally, something that might happen soon as she began to develop feelings for him. Now that she lived in the shadows of the past, her heart had shattered into countless pieces. Where was the smile she had forgotten? All that remained was the grimace she had created to mask her pain. Who would tear down the walls she had built long ago to hide from herself? Sona Citri looked at the brown-haired boy with gentle eyes, recognizing that he was truly an incredible person. She realized that the lyrics he sang reflected his past feelings, likely remnants from before he performed the ritual. Unable to resist, she closed her eyes and let herself be carried away by the music. Lu Fei saw the brown-haired boy in a new light, adding another reason to her growing list of things she admired about him. She wished to spend more time by his side. She also noticed that the lyrics described her feelings toward her former group, leaving behind a scar that would never fully heal. Even if she no longer held any feelings for them, the memories of their moments together lingered. Griselda smiled warmly as she watched the boy perform, savoring every moment. Being with him was undeniably interesting, and any doubts she once had about joining him were now a thing of the past. She simply wanted to enjoy life a little more. Gabriel shared similar thoughts. For the first time, she felt alive, evident in the smile that graced her face as she played the violin. While she had enjoyed her life in heaven, she now relished experiences that had once seemed impossible, benefiting from her place in the boys' court, the most significant being the assurance of safety. She had realized this a few weeks ago but hadn't mentioned it yet, hoping to learn more before informing her king. Meanwhile, Penemu felt liberated, fully embracing her nature as a fallen angel, leaving her worries behind and enjoying herself immensely. Valerie began to see the boy in a different light as well. He had helped her grow stronger, treating her as an equal rather than someone who needed constant protection. She appreciated the company of the other girls and recognized that her decision to join the boys' nobility had been the right one. The Citri entourage thoroughly enjoyed the performance, eagerly anticipating the surprises the band would bring to the school festival. Momo and Ruruko blushed deeply as they watched the boy they loved move on stage, wishing he could have his own moments to shine. Yet, something told them that his time would come at the festival. Azazel smiled, entertained, knowing that Hyodo Issei's group would certainly make waves at the event. He had analyzed each member of the boys' nobility and recognized the immense potential of the team. He was eager for that moment to arrive, looking forward to a grand time. As the song reached its conclusion, the applause was thunderous, with Momo whistling enthusiastically, causing the blonde to blush while Sona shook her head in light amusement. After stepping down from the small stage, the group took a brief break and the brown-haired boy approached the Citri heir. Sona felt a slight blush at his closeness and the familiar way he addressed her, yet she maintained her composure and nodded at his request. "Of course, I will gladly help you as long as I can," she replied kindly. The boy relaxed, a small smile forming on his face. "As you know, now that I am a high-class demon, this territory is under my responsibility, so I need your help with Rias," he stated seriously. Sona's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected that, or perhaps she had. "Unfortunately, it will be difficult for me to assist you with her. I doubt she will take it well that you are no longer under her command," she explained with a slight grimace. Regarding that, he had found a way to do it and just needed her to go along with it. He showed her the mask that Azazel had given him. The brunette raised an eyebrow, slightly shaking her head. "A disguise won't work, and even if you mask your scent, your aura will give you away," she pointed out, identifying a flaw in his plan. A mischievous smile appeared on his face, surprising Sona, though she managed to hide her reaction in time. "That's covered. I just wanted to show you this part of my disguise so you could recognize me," he said with a playful laugh. A bead of sweat formed on Sona's neck as she watched him act like a cartoon villain from a Saturday morning show. "I don't know what you're planning, but count me in," she conceded with a small smile. "Thank you. I really owe you one, Sona," he exclaimed, enthusiastically hugging her and lifting her slightly off the ground. The Citri group wore expressions of horror at the sight. Knowing their leader, it was likely she would leave him half-conscious for such an outburst, though Tsubaki expected a different reaction. The Hyodo group felt slightly annoyed, except for Rosswise, who merely sighed at the scene. Though I must admit, I'm glad to be the first, she thought, letting out another sigh before looking back at the scene with a small smile. At that moment, Sona Citri didn't know how to react to the brown-haired boy's spontaneous act. If it had been anyone else but Issei or Serafal, she might have left him half-conscious for such audacity. But since that wasn't the case, she could only blush while mumbling unintelligible words, which was the reaction Tsubaki had anticipated. This confirmed that for Sona Citri, Hyodo Issei was someone special. Once the boy realized what he had done, he slowly released her while apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable," he said, smiling sheepishly. He appreciated having a bit more tact, not wanting to offend her by abruptly stepping away, so he exited her personal space calmly. "Don't worry, it was just your way of thanking me in the heat of the moment." She downplayed it while cleaning her glasses with her eyes closed. However, the deep blush on her face was impossible to hide, visible to everyone. In response, Saji had slumped to the ground in a dramatic display of frustration, hitting the floor. "Gah! Why is it always him?" he lamented, crying out dramatically. "If that's all, then I'll take my leave, guys," he said once he regained control of his cheeks, though it was harder after his pawn's comment. "By the way, here," he said, handing her a paper with a magic circle printed on it. The girl raised an eyebrow in doubt upon seeing it. "I'm not living in my old house. I actually live in the underworld," he clarified. Sona nodded in understanding, though the place intrigued her greatly, wondering if he could have secured a place in the human world. "My new home is in my territory gained from rising in rank within the Demon Society. The building was a gift from Lord and Lady Gremory as well as the Mouse. I didn't want to waste it, so I'm currently living there," he explained, as if reading her thoughts. To her surprise, he seemed to understand her perfectly. "I see. Then I'll take my leave," she said, putting the paper away in a safe place. However, when she noticed him leaning slightly toward her ear, intrigued, she heard him inhale softly. "Jasmine, my favorite scent. You have good taste, Sona. I hope to learn more about you when you feel like visiting me," he whispered in her ear. The girl blushed intensely, especially at his last words. But when she saw him facing her again with a small smile and a warm gaze that surprised her, she deduced that there were no ulterior motives behind his comments. Regaining control of her cheeks once more, she turned to head for the door but paused before stepping away from him. "Thank you for the compliment. I hope to visit you soon, Hikuen," she said as she made her way out. The Citri group followed her, bidding farewell to the boy while Momo and Ruruko cheered him on with thumbs up. Once everyone had left, the boy turned to the others, blinking in confusion at the sight of an unconscious blonde with a couple of small bumps on his head. It was surely the work of the two girls with whom he had a relationship to keep him in check. He also noticed that the presence of the former governor of the fallen angels had vanished just as suddenly as it had arrived. Curiously, this no longer surprised him. He murmured softly that they would wait for the person to wake up. Before he could do anything else, the sound of his cell phone caught his attention, and a broad smile spread across his face upon seeing who was calling. This piqued the curiosity of his entourage. Yura and Tomo raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Kiryu, on the other hand, wore a lost expression after having spoken with a real angel, not just one who claimed to be. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a certain ace of Archangel Michael sneezed. He expressed joy at hearing his parents' voices on the other end of the line. With that, the uncertainty among those present was resolved. He explained that he had moved. Rosswise sensed that they were likely asking why his room was empty, given that his personal belongings were at his current residence. He shared that he had a girlfriend and had moved in with her, clarifying that their relationship had changed. As he spoke, he stepped out of the room. An uncomfortable silence settled over the group, as everyone was concerned about the boy. He reassured them that his parents would understand, a comment that eased the tension slightly as Saji slowly got back on his feet. At the Hyodo residence that night, The female members of the occult club returned home after their activities. Rias complained about the tiring day as she left her shoes at the entrance. Akino agreed, noting how much time they spent helping Ryuzuki and his band. Rias, however, was excited to see him perform in front of the whole school. Zenobia then caught a familiar scent in the air. Asia, Irina, Kaneko, and Ravel also noticed the inviting aroma. Just then, Issei's mother appeared from the hallway leading to the kitchen, announcing that dinner would be ready shortly. The girls exclaimed in surprise to see her, as Issei's parents had taken a vacation to relax after their recent ordeal with Rizavim. Their memories remained intact, as they had accepted everyone despite their demonic nature. The woman smiled kindly before disappearing back into the kitchen. Minutes later, they all gathered around the table as she served their meals. Zenobia and Irina were practically drooling at the sight of the delicious dishes. Asia smiled warmly, having truly missed this. Kaneko and Ravel scanned the table, sensing that something was amiss. Rias was the first to notice the absence of Issei and couldn't help but ask if he would be joining them for dinner. Akino chimed in, suggesting he was likely wasting time playing a game in his room. Kaneko frowned, referring to him as Ero-senpai. Rias sighed and turned to Asia, asking for her help. Before Asia could get up, Issei's mother interjected, saying it wouldn't be necessary as she served her husband with a small smile. The girls blinked in confusion at her comment. Curious, Rias asked what she meant. There were several possible explanations, such as him having already eaten, being at a friend's house, or perhaps making a contract. But considering she hadn't heard from her pawn in a while, anything was possible. The woman revealed that he had moved out over a month ago. The girls froze in shock as Rias struggled to process what she had just heard. His father, wiping away tears of pride, exclaimed that his son was growing up and now lived with his wife. Zenobia began to speak, followed by Irina and then Ravel, each struggling to find their words. None of them could process those words, no matter how hard they tried. If Rias hadn't expected the boy to have moved, the fact that he was married was beyond all logic. Still, she couldn't react after such shocking news. The woman laughed, imagining the little ones running around the house when they visited, thinking about how she would soon have grandchildren to spoil. That small comment snapped everyone out of their stupor, generating a collective annoyance at even considering the idea. Rias was the first to react, rising from her chair with a frown, pulling the others out of their daze in the process. But before she could do anything else, a hologram appeared on the table, revealing a certain silver-haired maid. "Lady, a request has come from the Archduke," she informed professionally. The red-haired girl cursed her luck. This was truly inconvenient, and her search for her pawn would have to wait for now. "I'm listening," she said with a serious expression. Both adults continued to be lost in their fantasies. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The Hyodo group was in the living room of the castle, discussing the first mission that Grafia had assigned to them. "According to Grafia, we will likely encounter the Gremory and Citri groups," the boy stated seriously. "I'll get to see Chiron," the Nekashu purred with a small smile. On the other hand, Rosswise expressed her concern. "This is worrisome," she commented. The boy chuckled lightly, capturing everyone's attention. "Not thanks to Azazel-sensei," he remarked, showing them the item given by the fallen. Seeing the item, everyone raised an intrigued eyebrow, but before they could comment on it being a terrible idea, the boy had already wandered off down the hall, likely heading to his room. An awkward silence reigned in the room. "He's probably going to change," Penemu said lazily, breaking the silence. Everyone blinked, processing the comment before imagining the boy's costume, which led to an eruption of laughter as they envisioned various funny images. In the brown-haired boy's room, he searched for some garments he had seen a while ago among those Grafia had provided, specifically those meant for high society appearances. "Bingo," he murmured upon finding what he was looking for. Calmly, he began to dress, putting on the clothes and small accessories. Once he finished, he took the mask given by Azazel, smiling before putting it on and looking at himself in the mirror. "It just needs my personal touch," he said, summoning a magical circle around him. When everything was complete, he couldn't help but smile at what he saw, then focused on the piece of king and used his special ability before applying the liquid that would mask his scent. "This will be fun," he murmured with a mischievous grin. He quietly expressed his concern, hoping they wouldn't rush and that he would have time to explain. Back with the girls, they had already put on their battle outfits and were now waiting for their king to head to the mission location. Then they heard footsteps coming down the stairs from the upper floors. They all tensed at the unfamiliar aura in the area, quickly positioning themselves in battle stances, mentally cursing the oversight and internally apologizing to their king for the imminent chaos they would cause in repelling a possible attack. All except for Ophis. Then they saw the figure descending the stairs, which made them tense even more. Put. The unknown figure stood at the foot of the stairs, visible to all present. Rosswise relaxed almost immediately, sensing what was happening as she recognized the identity of the stranger. Contrast, the others analyzed the newcomer as soon as they could see him. He wore black leather pants with 2 straps on his left leg, black boots with matching spurs. A somewhat loose belt hung at his waist, holding a white pistol on his right side, likely some magical artifact. A type of black suit with various details covered his torso, mostly hidden by a red jacket that formed a small cape from his waist down to his ankles. White gloves adorned his hands, and straps were positioned at shoulder height, while a kind of black fleece lined the inner collar of the garment. He was blonde, with tousled yet stylish hair that partially covered the left side of his face, while some fell forward over his shoulders and some flowed down his back. What caught everyone's attention the most was the red mask adorned with golden details, resembling an electronic masquerade, which revealed bright golden eyes with black scara. He smiled with a certain elegance, and even his noble demeanor drew their interest. Kuroka asked cautiously who he was. On the other hand, Naru squinted her eyes before her jaw dropped in surprise, quickly recovering to cross her arms with a slight blush, realizing she had been fooled. Had she really forgotten him? She hadn't expected that from Kuro-chan, he remarked theatrically, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. It was evident that his voice had changed after putting on the mask. Lu Fei was the next to catch on, covering her face in embarrassment with her hat. She warned him not to play with her, her smile carrying a hint of danger. Gabriel and Penemu looked away, both blushing deeply as they recognized the awkward situation. The blonde maintained his mischievous grin, which soon transformed into a larger, more tremulous smile. Faced with the incredulous stares of some, the irritated gaze of Kuroka, and the embarrassed expressions of others, he covered his mouth as small spasms shook his body. He burst into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach with one hand while steadying himself against the wall. Kuroka's irritation grew. If they couldn't recognize him, then Rias Gremory wouldn't stand a chance, a familiar voice chimed in. Kuroka blinked in confusion, while those who hadn't realized the truth widened their eyes in realization. The blonde, having regained his composure, slowly reached for the mask, removing it. Kuroka gasped as honey-colored eyes met hers with a playful glint. Though his hair remained golden, his face hadn't changed, allowing them to recognize him quickly. He stammered, feeling a tremendous blush as he realized the prank he had pulled. He reassured her not to worry, adding that she looked devilishly cute when embarrassed, which made her blush even deeper, steam almost rising from her head. She had never felt so flustered, having overlooked the accessory given by Azazel for him to conceal his identity. The others felt equally embarrassed, though they couldn't help but feel irritated by his comment about Kuroka. He continued, teasingly mentioning that they too were not exempt from the moment, naming Valchan, Fei-chan, Naru-chan, Bri-chan, even Mu-chan and Gri-chan, promising to remember this for a long time with a soft expression and a small smile. The named girls averted their gazes, feeling the sting of his words. His current appearance didn't help. He looked dashing in those clothes and hairstyle, and the blonde hair suited him well, almost princely. Ophis chuckled lightly at the situation, though she too felt a slight blush at the sight of the now blonde boy. Rosswise sighed but couldn't suppress a small smile. They all cared for him in their own ways, and that was what mattered. Locking eyes with him, she saw his feelings reflected back at her, causing her to blush instantly, yet she held his gaze, imprinting the image of him in her memory for special occasions. Then he declared it was time to leave, noticing that everyone was ready. Those simple words restored the seriousness of the moment. Approaching them, he summoned a teleportation circle for everyone. He assured Fei-chan that they wouldn't be long as he bid farewell to the little mage. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Looking down, he saw the blonde mage holding onto him, her gaze lowered. "Fei-chan?" He articulated slowly. She stammered, gripping him tighter. Then a familiar glow emerged from his pocket, canceling the jump as the magic circle vanished. The others fell silent. Thanks to Roswise and Kuroka, they understood that the little mage wanted to be closer to him. The pair had mentioned that she had been seeking time alone with him for a while, whether to ask him to take her shopping or simply to chat about their past adventures. "Faye," he murmured, realizing what she wanted. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pawn from his case. "A bishop would be the best option, but I only have 7 pawns left," he thought, letting out a somewhat frustrated sigh. Leaning over the mage, he took one of her hands to place the piece in it. The girl quickly met his warm gaze, and a huge smile spread across Lu Fei's face as she realized he had accepted her. She expressed her gratitude softly, holding the piece close to her chest as it shone brightly. Lu Fei Pendragon, under the name of Hyodo Issei from the House of Dragons, was asked to serve him as his pawn and family from that moment on. The piece vanished into her chest, and she felt her magical power growing within her. She murmured her thanks, a quiet acknowledgement that only she could hear, before gently caressing his cheek. Her heart swelled with joy at his words, and she couldn't help but smile beautifully. Her gaze shifted to the others, who looked at her with smiles of acceptance. Then Issei declared it was time to leave, putting on his mask and summoning the transportation circle, disappearing from the location. Outside Kuo City, the Hyodo group appeared in what seemed to be an abandoned warehouse. The masked blonde commented on the cliché nature of their surroundings in a flat tone. Suddenly, his field of vision changed to a more technological display, showing data about the structure in front of him, along with the date and time. He blinked in confusion, especially when he saw a message in his visual field. Synchronization with dividing gear complete. Face art spell configuration stored. This was unexpected. He asked his internal resident for clarification, wondering what had just happened. The dragon responded, explaining that the mask functioned like a sacred gear, linking with the dividing gear, allowing him to use it without invoking the white gauntlet. It had also memorized the appearance-changing spell, meaning he could simply wear the mask to change his look automatically. Realizing the potential of this new ability, he felt a surge of excitement. Turning to his entourage, he focused on the Dampire, approaching her and placing his hands on her shoulders. She was taken aback for a moment but could sense the warmth in his gaze beneath the mask. He encouraged her to show how much she had improved, and while the others looked surprised, she quickly regained her composure, smiling confidently. She assured him he would see her capabilities, then turned and walked calmly into the property. He instructed Kuroka to raise a barrier to protect her from any potential danger, taking on the role of leader and using their names professionally. Kuroka nodded and focused on the direction the Dampire had gone. Thanks to her senjutsu, she could sense the pair of presences and their energy levels, concluding that the girl would have no trouble dealing with them. He leaped onto the roof of a nearby building, which resembled an old mansion on the verge of collapsing, landing gracefully on the traditional Japanese-style roof. The girls followed suit, gaining a wide view of the warehouse, even though they couldn't see inside. Kuroka summoned a massive magical circle, forming a barrier that covered a significant area around the site. Inside the warehouse, the Dampire moved through the space, fully alert, scanning her surroundings with her enhanced vision as small magical circles surrounded her. A sinister voice echoed throughout the area, announcing that someone had intruded where they shouldn't have. Another raspy voice added that it would be fun, as they hadn't had any entertainment with the weak prey that had come their way. From the shadows emerged 2 tall, muscular figures, grinning wickedly, one of them licking his lips in a sadistic manner. The second one declared that the fun was about to begin, transforming into what appeared to be a chimera, growling fiercely as it surrounded itself with demonic power. Crimson Flash Ultimate. The warehouse exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, vanishing completely. With the spectators, seconds before, everyone had felt a dangerous surge of demonic power, followed by a deep growl. The explosion shook the entire area, but thanks to the barrier created by Kuroka, it did not attract the attention of the human authorities. A thick cloud of smoke obscured the view of what had now become a battlefield, with no place to hide. Amidst the smoke, 3 silhouettes could be seen. As the smoke cleared, everyone could identify the vampire, completely unharmed, surrounded by glowing blue magical circles. One of the other silhouettes, revealed to be a beast, spoke, acknowledging the barrier. It seemed they would have a bit more entertainment. The other figure, appearing human at first, began to grow and transformed into an oni, wielding a sword in its right hand and an axe in its left. The blonde narrowed her eyes, which then glowed crimson, matching the aura surrounding her. She invoked her attack, summoning a pair of small zombies. One wielded a claymore, while the other held a pair of short swords. With her arms crossed, the blonde watched as the magical circles disappeared, indicating that her defense had been dropped. Kuroka sensed the shift in the girl's magic, a change that made her smile mischievously. The masked blonde observed the new configuration of the magical barrier surrounding the vampire, analyzing the enemy's statistics and receiving a brief report on their abilities. This was undoubtedly an interesting item. The 2 zombies began to move clumsily toward the pair of vagabond demons, who charged at the small monsters. The one with the claymore started attacking the oni, while the one with the short swords lunged at the chimera. At that moment, 2 magical circles erupted in the area, revealing the Gremmery and Citri factions. This was the place, the red-haired girl noted, her eyes widening in surprise at the state of the surroundings. It was nothing less than ruins. Moreover, a girl was already there, fighting against the demons she was supposed to exterminate. She also noticed Sona and her entourage present. Sona mentioned that she hadn't expected to see Rias. Rias acknowledged Sona's presence, explaining that she had received orders from her older sister, who said these demons were unusually strong and that Sona might need assistance. The small damper recognized the other day walker, Valerie, causing a stir among the Gremmery group. Kaneko pointed toward the building behind them, her ears and tail visible, urging everyone to look up. Turning around, both groups saw silhouettes atop the structure Kaneko indicated. From the perspective of the Gremmery and Citri, the silhouettes were hard to distinguish against the massive moon shining behind them. Yet, the figure in the center exuded a particularly concerning presence. A chill ran through the Gremmery group as they noticed a ghostly silhouette behind the unknown figure. This silhouette was unmistakable. Draped in a tattered cloak, it pointed a massive scythe at them, its red eyes piercing into their souls. Rias whispered the name, Grim Reaper, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger surrounding the figure. Sona and her entourage exchanged confused glances at the name. They had already recognized the brown-haired individual. Sona had to admit that if it weren't for the mask and recognizing the girls accompanying him, she might not have seen through the disguise. Returning to the Gremmery group, they shook off the unsettling feeling caused by the manifestation, with Rias being the first to speak. Who were they? She wondered, feeling a mix of concern and authority as she faced a potential enemy, questioning their intentions. But the real question was, what were they after? A possibility began to form in her mind as she recalled the blonde fighting against the vagabond demons. It's rude to ask someone's name without introducing yourself first, don't you think? The masked figure replied. Rias frowned at the response, momentarily forgetting the battle behind her. Kiba narrowed his eyes at the reply, preparing to summon his demon swords at the first sign of hostility. Good evening, my name is Sona Citri, and I am in charge of this city, the leader of the Citri group suddenly declared. At least someone here has manners. It was a pleasure to learn the name of such a beautiful lady. The masked figure replied with an expressionless voice, before turning to the brunette with kindness and a slight bow. The redhead glanced at her best friend, who was slightly blushing as she cleaned her glasses with a handkerchief before putting them on and returning her gaze to Rias. Well, he has a point, she thought in response to the silent question from the Gremmery heiress. Rias let out a defeated sigh before adopting a proud posture. I am Rias Gremmery, And this city is under my protection. She introduced herself elegantly, standing tall with her eyes closed. When she opened her eyes, she saw the stranger with his arms crossed, directing his gaze toward the vampire who continued her fight, completely ignoring Rias. "Don't ignore me!" she exclaimed, pouting as she waved her arms. Her servants could only watch her with pity, except for a certain sadistic queen, who chuckled softly. "Sorry, did you say something?" the masked figure asked innocently. At this, both Rias's group and Sona Citri's laughed lightly as they watched Ria stumble, losing all her pride. "You're dead," she declared, her eyes glowing menacingly as a reddish aura enveloped her. Raising her hand, a magic circle glowed before a mass of reddish power surged forth. The masked figure focused on the approaching attack, his eyes shifting from gold to a brilliant blue. "Dividing gear. Divide, 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 divide. Divide, 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 divide." Those were the words he could read on the digital display provided by his mask as his special ability activated. This caused the destructive power of the Bale clan to diminish rapidly. When it reached him, a soft breeze replaced the attack. Everyone present dropped their jaws in disbelief. Rias couldn't believe it. This person had just neutralized her attack without even moving. The Gremory group shared similar thoughts, unconsciously taking a step back. Sona was unaware that the brown-haired individual could do that, although an idea began to form in her mind, and despite sounding far-fetched, she found no other explanation. Her group simply did not react, though the small Shinigami regarded him with newfound respect. Another reason to admire the Hyodo. It seems you are unable to keep your cool in certain situations. But returning to the topic, I will respond to the courtesy shown by Sona-san. He commented as the shadows that concealed him mysteriously dissipated. These same shadows continued to cover the girls, revealing only a few small details besides their eyes. Those eyes looked at the Gremory entourage with intensity, though they remained unaware of it. As he began to show a bit of his aura, the Gremory group could observe that manifestation hovering above the boy, giving him a somewhat intimidating presence. Taking a superior pose, he extended his hands before making a slight bow, placing a hand on his chest. "My name is Spectra Phantom, a pleasure," he said solemnly with a small smile as his eyes glowed golden and powerful. Thus ends the second chapter of this story. When I published the first, I had already written nearly a third of this one. As you can see, the direction the story has taken is different from others, mainly because I know nothing about the Assassin's Creed universe and never intended to go down that path. I don't know how long it will take to update since I also need to catch up on my other stories, which I left without updates for a long time due to a lack of inspiration. Currently, I have a project for another high school FIC with 3 chapters, but I won't publish it yet as it would make it harder for me to progress with the other stories. I know it may sound like a spoiler, but if you want to find out first, I must finish at least one of my fics. I have read your comments and truly appreciate your reviews. Considering this, I will make some clarifications. The story will likely have 3 arcs. The harem will mostly consist of noble titles, although I am considering adding Serafal. There will be chapters of 20,000 words. The term Detenryu I took from the Detenryu no Yoroi of Azazel. I translated it as Fallen Dragon, although it could also be translated as Celestial Fallen Dragon. Spectra Phantom. That was the name echoing in the minds of the Gremory group, who cautiously regarded the masked figure, who stood tall after bowing slightly before them. The presence of the individual put the red-haired girl and her group on high alert, primarily due to the dangerous aura he exuded. It was thick and menacing. Meanwhile, Rias glanced at Sona Citri's entourage, filled with immense doubts about their calm demeanor in the face of such a threat. Sona herself appeared unusually composed, which surprised Rias, as she expected a more analytical response from the girl regarding the figure before them. A sudden sound drew Rias and her companion's attention, revealing a beast resembling a chimera that had ensnared a small body in its grasp, pinning it to the ground. On another front, the Oni struggled to block the attacks from his opponent, who wielded his sword with remarkable skill, leaving minor cuts on the vagabond demon. At that moment, the chimera lunged at the vampire, snapping the members of the Occult Research Club out of their brief stupor. Kaneko and Hyodo understood their master's silent command and moved to assist the red-eyed girl. However, they encountered an unexpected barrier that halted them instantly. Kaneko pointed out the barrier, noting its presence. Kiba attempted to break through it with his sword, but it left no mark. Frustrated, he declared he would take it down himself, channeling an attack infused with destructive power. The sound of the impact made Rias hesitate, momentarily distracted. Inside the barrier, they witnessed the chimera being thrown back after colliding with the invisible shield protecting the vampire, who was surrounded by several magical circles that swirled around her before vanishing. Recovering from her surprise, Rias unleashed the crimson sphere of energy she held against the barrier. A cloud of smoke erupted from the impact, and as it cleared, the barrier remained completely intact. Rias exclaimed in disbelief at the failure of her attack. A voice echoed, informing her that she would need more than that to breach the reinforced barrier. Sona and her companions had noticed the speaker long before, observing the scene with calmness. The small albino girl called out to her older sister, who stood a few meters away, her right hand raised and surrounded by a faint aura of energy. Chiron greeted her sister with a mischievous smile, though a look of disappointment lingered on her face, making it difficult for her to hide her feelings toward her younger sibling. Chiron felt a chill from her sister's gaze, which conveyed an emotion she couldn't quite identify. Breaking the silence, Rias asked Kuroka why she was there and why she was aiding the stranger. Kuroka responded with a small smile, claiming he was her new master. The Gremmery group raised an eyebrow at her response. Before anyone could respond further, they sensed a surge of magical energy within the barrier and turned their attention inward. Akino's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed the chimera slowly rising after being forcefully thrown back by the invisible barrier protecting the girl. Gritting its teeth, the chimera focused on the blonde girl, who wore a satisfied smile, her eyes glowing red, driving it into a rage. The creature muttered under its breath, and suddenly, it was surrounded by multiple circles of various sizes, causing it to widen its eyes in terror. From these circles, elemental attacks erupted, bombarding the chimera before it could react. The ground trembled slightly from the various impacts on the battlefield. Akino whispered in disbelief, unable to process what had just occurred. This reaction caught the attention of Rias, Gasper, and Asia. Rias asked Akino what was happening. Akino explained that it was a high-level magical attack that combined offense and defense, her gaze fixed on the smoke cloud raised by the previous assault. The trio blinked, understanding the significance of her words, as magical attacks were their specialty. However, it still did not fully explain what the spell entailed. Sona explained that Greatest Caution was a high-level spell due to its complexity and magical energy consumption while adjusting her glasses. Everyone present focused their attention on the dark-haired girl, who was analyzing the battle within the barrier. Kuroka smiled, amused by everyone's reactions and genuinely liking the Citri girl. Sona continued, explaining that the barrier was camouflaged, making it invisible to the naked eye. However, if someone touched it, they would be marked as a target for an almost unavoidable attack. It was a terrifying spell, and few could execute it properly, her voice filled with respect. This explanation left the Gremmery group stunned. It was clear that the girl had learned new tricks. Despite this, Gasper felt happy for his friend. Back inside the barrier, the cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing the chimera missing an arm and covered in wounds. The other demon, seeing his fallen companion, shouted in anger, vowing to take revenge. Before he could act, the small zombie jumped in his path and lunged at him. The demon growled in annoyance, only to see another zombie join the fray, making it difficult for him to defend himself. Easily, both zombies broke through his defenses, launching devastating attacks that inflicted serious injuries. They clung to him around his waist and chest. Under the terrified gaze of the Oni, both small beings began to glow. The Oni's scream echoed in the air. Then, a massive explosion enveloped the wandering demon. It seemed the battle had come to an end. Spectra's voice suddenly broke the silence. The Gremmery group jumped slightly, surprised to find the masked figure standing between the Gremmery and Citri heirs, having moved without anyone noticing. "You can dissipate the barrier, Kuroka," he ordered calmly. Rias cursed herself for overlooking that detail, realizing that Kuroka was vulnerable and could have been incapacitated without harm. Or so she thought, as she had overlooked the masked group's presence, knowing they would have intervened if anyone attempted to harm Kuroka. Yes, Kuroka replied, lowering her hand as the energy around her faded. Gasper was the first to leap into what had been the battlefield, calling out Valerie's name. The blonde girl was taken by surprise when the small damper clung to her waist, but she quickly recovered and affectionately patted his head. As the masked figure stepped toward Valerie, he felt the sharp edges of weapons at his neck, recognizing the sacred demon sword and durandal. Magical circles surrounded him, courtesy of Rias and Aquino, causing him to halt immediately. You still haven't told me what you want here. Or rather, what you want with Valerie, he demanded. The blonde remained unfazed, unlike some members of his entourage, who tensed at the threat to their master. Especially Neru, who subtly reached for her weapon, only to catch a fleeting glance from her king, prompting her to abandon her attempt at the silent command. The job is done, Spectra-sama. We just need to finish it, the damper said, now standing in front of the boy. Her outfit consisted of a white frilly dress with black details, leaving her back and shoulders exposed. She wore armor covering her abdomen and chest, with 2 plates cascading down her hips, and metallic gloves reaching her elbows, where she had puffy sleeves separate from the dress. Beneath the dress, metallic pieces covered her legs, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail with a black ribbon, giving her the appearance of a warrior princess and accentuating her beauty in the eyes of all. When she bowed before him, the expressions on Rias and her companions were priceless. Kiba and Zenobia loosened their grips on their weapons at the sight, inadvertently leaving the masked blonde's neck exposed, while Rias and Aquino dispelled the magical circles, still in shock. Asia was also surprised, while Kaneko let her neutral expression drop in astonishment, watching as her sister stood beside the damper and mirrored her action. Well done, Valerie. I'm proud of you, he said warmly, stroking the girl's cheek, causing her to blush slightly at the gesture, especially with spectators watching them. Then he turned his gaze to the Nekishu. Kuroka felt a warm appreciation from him as he repeated the action, earning a soft purr from the girl. Sona and her group showed subtle signs of surprise on their faces, mostly due to how the boy was behaving. If they didn't know who he was, they would genuinely believe he was someone entirely different and from a higher social standing. So, that's who you were talking about? Val? Gasper thought shyly. At this comment, Rias and her friends snapped out of their stupor, staring intently at the small damper. You knew! Rias exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the little one. Hiya! He shouted in terror before hiding behind the blonde. Some time ago, I joined the nobility of Spectra-sama, so when we met, I mentioned it, the damper clarified, meeting the redhead's intense gaze. Nobility? But he isn't a demon, Rias replied immediately, filled with doubt. At this remark, the boy's noble lineage smiled, some with mischievous expressions and others with malice or mockery. Sona and her group exchanged knowing smiles at what they observed. Indeed, that little trick the boy possessed was quite interesting. However, a certain Nekishu quickly identified the masked figure's aura thanks to her abilities. Dragon? Was the simple comment from the Gremory Nekishu. That single word surprised the Gremory group, especially the girls, who recalled certain information regarding the dragon of their own group. I think you owe us many explanations if you don't want to be considered a threat I need to deal with, the redhead said, looking at him intensely as her eyes turned crimson due to her aura. Kawai. Don't worry, Gremory girl, you'll get your answers tomorrow, he said teasingly, leaving the sentence hanging. The mentioned girl growled slightly, annoyed by the informal treatment, but she understood the blonde's hint. Tomorrow at the Occult Research Club building at Kuo Academy, she specified the location. The blonde nodded as he turned and walked away, accompanied by Valerie and Kuroka. I'll be there at 9 a.m., he said before stopping and turning back. Valerie and Kuroka positioned themselves behind him, the former smiling kindly and the latter with a playful grin. All right, I almost forgot, he said, placing his hand on his hip. In a swift motion, he drew the gun from his waist and aimed it at them, causing immediate tension when the barrel of the weapon lit up. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, alarming both groups. 3 beams of light shot toward them, 1 white and 2 golden, hinting at some holy power within them. Quickly, Rias and Akino raised barriers while Sona and Tsubaki tensed in place, but did nothing. At the first impact, the barriers were easily shattered, while the remaining 2 attacks, containing holy power, passed harmlessly between the Gremmery and Citri groups. A sound of something being erased came from behind them. When they turned, they could only see 2 enormous smoking craters where the 2 wandering demons had once stood. Both groups returned their gaze to the masked figure, who still held his weapon, which was still smoking from the shots. Blowing on the barrel to dissipate the smoke, he skillfully spun the gun on his finger before holstering it again, then smiled slightly at them. "With your permission, Sona said. Gremmery girl," he said, bowing once more before disappearing in a magic circle. "We'll see you later," Chiron-chan Kuroka bid farewell as she vanished. "See you later, Gasper," Valerie said warmly. In the building before them, the other figures also disappeared in magic circles, leaving only the Gremmery and Citri groups in the area. "But I thought we would have to fight him," was the comment from the Citri pawn, who let out a sigh of relief. He knew Issei wouldn't harm them, but with the Gremmery group present, anything could be possible as they would be caught in crossfire. Sona had that in mind too, but what intrigued her most was how he had destroyed both barriers created by her friend and her queen, knowing very well that they were not weak at all. Gram Demolition, a spell capable of instantly destroying magical formulas, Tsubaki murmured in astonishment, recognizing the technique employed by the boy. Sona's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, the boy had learned a dangerous trick. Despite its short range, its margin of error is 0, and it is the best anti-magic attack known so far, was the comment from the Citri king. His servants were taken aback by the revelation. Rias reflected with concern on how to disable magical enemies by leaving them without the ability to attack or defend. Spectra Phantom was certainly someone to take seriously, especially after recalling how easily his destruction power had been neutralized. Sona stated that they would be there at 9 a.m. the next day while summoning a transportation circle. Rias merely nodded as she watched the Citri group disappear from the location. She sighed, glancing at the female members of her group, feeling the weight of the night's complications. They needed to return home. Tomorrow would be a challenging day. She murmured as she invoked a transportation circle, vanishing along with her servants. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The Hyodo group had just arrived at the castle after a brief mission assigned by Surzex. They were now in the living room, dressed casually for comfort. One frustrated blonde exclaimed about how they dared to threaten their master, vowing not to stand idly by next time. Her companion, a horse-themed girl, attempted to calm her down, suggesting it wasn't as serious as she thought. Another seraph, Griselda, echoed this sentiment, noting that he could have easily escaped if necessary. Curiously, the fallen angel raised an eyebrow and asked why he hadn't reacted. Naru, Griselda, and Gabriel turned their gazes to the boy, who was dozing lightly on the sofa, using Roswise's lap as a pillow. Ophis, Valerie, Lefay, and Kuroka also watched him with curiosity, anticipating his response, though most already had an inkling. He lazily remarked that it would have taken too much effort on his part, turning to hide his face against Roswise's abdomen. The unexpected response nearly caused everyone to fall backward, except for Roswise, who had a bead of sweat on her neck, and Ophis, who smiled with mild amusement. They all exclaimed in unison, urging him to take things more seriously. Lu Fei, however, merely watched them with a sense of embarrassment, thinking they should be mature enough not to react so childishly. He explained that had he reacted to their movement, Rias might have interpreted it as a hostile action, and he simply didn't want to start an unnecessary confrontation. Although speaking with his face buried in Roswise's stomach diminished the seriousness of his words. He continued, noting that he had sensed her frustration even before arriving, possibly linked to the conversation he had with his parents. Any reckless action on his part could have escalated into a significant problem. The group processed his words, understanding he wanted to avoid any incidents too soon, but they couldn't shake the feeling that there was more beneath the surface. He turned again, staring at the ceiling, and despite the distraction of Roswei's features, he felt a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. However, her concerned gaze pulled his attention away from that. He pondered how long he could maintain his facade as Spectra Phantom, expressing a desire not to start off on the wrong foot. Something told him that this identity would be helpful in the future. He closed his eyes, concluding his thoughts. He added that he didn't want them to have a bad experience, where they might be forced to fight or get hurt. They all understood what he meant, especially Kuroka, Griselda, and Valerie. While the likelihood of injury was low, it showed that he cared for them in various ways. Meanwhile, he was deep in thought. The encounter with the Gremry group had drained him a bit. It was undoubtedly an unexpected move by Surzex. He mused to himself about how he truly was a demon king, a small smile forming on his face. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared in the room, alerting everyone, though most relaxed upon recognizing the crest. A young man's voice greeted him, and from the circle emerged two figures. The first was a strikingly attractive man with green hair, Ajuka Beelzebub, the Mao. The second was a distinctly feminine figure, a woman appearing to be in her 20s, with red hair and matching gray eyes, dressed in a maid's uniform. The most notable feature was a scar on her left cheek, which did nothing to diminish her beauty, and she wore military-style boots. Somehow, she reminded him of Grafia due to her professional expression. Ajuka greeted the brown-haired boy as he straightened up instantly. He remarked on how well the boy had utilized the opportunity pieces, glancing at the court surrounding him. It was one thing to hear the report on the noble title from the boy and quite another to see it with his own eyes, everyone possessing immense potential, and in the case of his queen, someone nearly on par with the current strongest queen. Issei questioned the reason for Ajuka's visit, feeling a sense of doubt. Ajuka, with a serious tone, stated that he had come to ask for something. The entire room fell silent, with the girls observing the conversation quietly, along with the Mao's companion. Ajuka introduced Maya, a maid in service to the Astaroth house who had recently found herself without employment. Maya bowed respectfully, expressing her pleasure in meeting the legendary Sekirei, Hyodo Issei. The boy felt slightly out of place with the tone she used. Although he was addressed that way by the staff at the Gremry Castle, he had never grown accustomed to such treatment. Ajuka continued, requesting that Issei accept Maya as his personal maid. The girl's eyes widened in shock at such a request, and Issei's jaw dropped in disbelief. Maya blushed slightly as all eyes turned to her. Once Issei regained his composure, he regarded Ajuka with unusual seriousness and asked why. His deep voice sent shivers through everyone present, except for Ajuka. The Mao explained that despite her limited experience, Maya was quite efficient in her work, something he truly appreciated. However, he had quickly realized that her stay within his clan's grounds was not what she truly desired. The girls and Issei listened attentively, casting furtive glances at Maya, who lowered her gaze slightly at Ajuka's words. Ajuka continued, revealing that Maya's family had been supporters of the faction of the ancient Maos, hinting at the unfortunate fate that had befallen them. This statement widened the eyes of those present. Issei hesitated, not wanting to finish the question that lingered in the air. Ajuka explained that he had managed to rescue her and take her into his home, but after the incident with Diodora, things had become somewhat tumultuous. He believed that with Issei, she would feel safer and more comfortable. A heavy silence enveloped the room after Ajuka's explanation. Issei approached Maya, who shivered slightly at his proximity, his expression serious. The red-haired girl lowered her gaze, feeling his hand gently caress her cheek, where a scar lay. When she looked up, she was met with a warm gaze from Issei, surprised to find no trace of pity or sorrow, only acceptance. He asked her if she wished to stay by his side, continuing to slide her cheek. Tears welled in her eyes at his touch and the sincerity of his words. Unable to trust her voice, she simply nodded through her tears. Warmth enveloped her as Issei embraced her. He murmured in her ear that from that moment on, this would be her home. Maya allowed herself to be carried away by the moment, crying silently and soaking the boy's shoulder in the process. The other girls watched with a hint of sadness, recognizing that the red-haired girl had suffered discrimination due to her parents' actions, for which she was not to blame. Rosswise found the scene heartwarming, realizing that Issei understood what Maya longed for most: acceptance. Gabriel smiled at the boy's kindness, a soft blush gracing her cheeks. Griselda nodded in approval of Issei's actions, knowing he had a big heart. Neru crossed her arms but smiled at her master's actions, another reason why she accepted him as king. Penemu wore a slight smile, finding the boy interesting. Kuroka liked her lips, beginning to see him as a potential life partner if he continued on this path. Ophis watched him with a small blush and a gentle smile, realizing that he was the boy she had fallen for. Now that she recognized this fact, she knew she needed to speak to him more directly, just as she had read in a book recently. Lu Fei wiped her tears with a handkerchief in response to the kindness of the brown-haired boy. Watching many romance movies with Rosswise, Valerie, and Gabriel had made her a bit sentimental. Valerie felt the same way, looking at the boy with admiration. Ajuka smiled at this, knowing his intuition had been correct. He asked Hyodo Issei to take care of Maya and wished her happiness as he summoned a transportation circle. Issei assured him that he would do everything in his power to keep her smiling. Rosswise spoke for all the girls, promising to take care of Maya as well, and they nodded in agreement. Ajuka expressed his relief before disappearing from the scene. Only a suitcase remained, belonging to the red-haired girl. He told Maya to go rest and to take one of the rooms on the 4th floor as he separated from her. She nodded, gathering her bags and heading toward the stairs. She paused to welcome them, with a small smile, stating that she was home before disappearing up the stairs. Only the brown-haired boy and the girls remained. Feeling tired, he announced his intention to rest, mentioning the meeting with the Gremory family that awaited him the next day. The others wished him good night before heading down the stairs. Silence filled the room for a long time. It was clear that the girl had been through a lot. Ophis remarked that it was better to stop thinking about it, stating that Maya's past was irrelevant to her as she left the room. The others considered her words, especially Kuroka, who agreed that it was best to look forward. She announced her intention to sleep before yawning and leaving. The remaining girls exchanged smiles before also deciding to head to bed. The brown-haired boy lay in bed, contemplating his new guest. The dragon within him noted the troubles caused by a certain organization. He acknowledged that, despite its destruction, the organization had left scars behind. Only time would erase the mark left by the Cow's Brigade, and he believed that the girl would be of help to them. He recognized that having a maid would allow them to extend their training hours, as well as alleviate some of the tedious paperwork. With that thought, he drifted off to sleep. At the Hyodo residence, Rias and her companions had arrived some time ago and were currently discussing the situation with the present members of their noble family, including the emissary from heaven and the 4th daughter of the Phoenix clan. They occupied the large sofas in the living room while the boys' parents had retired to rest before their arrival. Irina quietly contemplated details that stood out in Rias's story. Ravel tried to imagine what kind of person Spectre Phantom might be. The other girls also thought about the masked figure, as his small displays of power had raised concerns for everyone, especially given that he had Valerie and Kuroka among his servants. Valerie was showcasing new abilities, while Kuroka had a high level of mastery over Senjutsu. Irina expressed her concern, noting that he seemed dangerous, especially since he had used sacred power, albeit in small amounts. The small phoenix reminded them that he had neutralized Rias's destruction power. Rias decided to leave things as they were for now, stating that they would have more answers the following day. The others nodded in agreement before heading to their rooms, leaving only Rias and Aquino behind. Rias was lost in thought, particularly about a certain missing pawn of hers. She stood up and made her way to a specific room, followed closely by her queen. Aquino asked if Rias was okay, noticing her troubled expression. Rias admitted that she was worried about neglecting one of her servants. Aquino frowned, recalling that she too had not given the boy the attention he deserved. They entered the boy's room, finding it clean but devoid of personal items or any trace of him. Issei stirred in his sleep, mumbling unintelligibly as he drifted between dreams. In that moment, a maid entered his room. "Ayase-sama, it's time to wake up," the red-haired maid announced as she opened the curtains, allowing the light of the new day to flood the room. He shifted slightly but continued to sleep. The maid gently approached and nudged him awake. "Ayase-sama," she insisted, successfully rousing him. "Good morning, Maya-chan," he replied sleepily, stretching before sitting up on his bed. "Breakfast will be ready in 15 minutes, and I've prepared the bathroom along with clean clothes for you," the maid informed him. "Thank you, Maya-chan. I'll be down in a moment," he said with a small smile. The maid bowed slightly before leaving the room, leaving him to consider negotiating their master-servant relationship so that she would treat him more casually and with less formality. Yawning again, Yi slowly got up and headed to the bathroom to start his day. Minutes later, Yi was dressed and making his way to the dining room. "That was a nice shower," he murmured, now fully awake. Upon arriving, he saw all the residents of the castle seated at the table, where a wide variety of dishes and snacks were laid out. He greeted the girls and gave a quick kiss to the albino before taking his place at the table and serving himself. At the castle entrance, a magical circle appeared, revealing two figures in front of the grounds. "Yuan certainly received a grand gift by rising in rank," one of the figures remarked, admiring the structure before her. "Indeed, Hyodo is quite lucky to have such a lovely home for his nobility," the other figure replied. "Come on, Tsubaki, we still need to clarify some details for the meeting with Rias," the first figure said. "Yes, Sona-sama," Tsubaki responded. Sona Citri and her queen, Shinra Tsubaki, had come to the current residence of Hyodo Issei. She was concerned that he might make a mistake and that all her efforts to remain anonymous would go to waste. Yet, as she thought about it, it didn't really affect her, so why was she so invested? He had asked her as a favor, but it wasn't necessary to go through so much trouble for it. Still, she didn't want to disappoint him or make a bad impression in any way. Shaking her head, they stepped into the garden, admiring the various flowers that bloomed there, until they reached the large wooden door with a dragon-shaped knocker. Searching with her eyes, Sona quickly found the doorbell and pressed it. Both girls jumped slightly at the unusual sound, resembling the growl of a beast. Sona couldn't help but sigh. This detail was undoubtedly from her sister Seraphol, recalling what the boy had said about it being a gift from the BGMI family and the four great Maos. With a creak, the door was opened by a red-haired maid, who filled the Citri duo with curiosity. "How may I assist you?" she asked professionally. Both demons noticed how the maid scrutinized them, her image momentarily replaced in Sona's mind by that of Graphia Lucifuge, recalling the analytical gaze of the Queen of Mao Lucifer. "Good morning, I am Sona Citri, and this is Shinra Tsubaki. We are looking for Hyodo Issei," Sona introduced herself. "I understand. Please come in, Asama will see you shortly," the maid replied, gesturing for them to enter. The two girls stepped into the castle as the red-haired maid guided them toward the stairs. In a few minutes, they found themselves comfortably seated on a sofa in the living room while the maid disappeared down the hall in search of the owner of the house. A few seconds later, they heard footsteps approaching. "Sona, Tsubei, I really didn't believe what Maya-chan said about the heir of Citri being in my castle," he said with a smile as he entered the room, followed by the red-haired maid. It was evident that Sona and Tsubaki slightly widened their eyes at the comment, as it resembled the way some high-class demon spoke. The boy had taken a seat on the sofa opposite them, a look of discomfort crossing his face. He admitted that he found it difficult to adjust to the idea of living in a castle, so he had tried to mimic Lord Gremry's manner of speaking to feel more at ease. However, he realized it wasn't quite his style as he rubbed the back of his neck. The three women present exchanged glances, a bead of sweat forming on their brows at his words. Clearing her throat, Sona composed herself and stated that she had come to prepare everything for the meeting, emphasizing that they didn't want all this effort to be in vain. Now understanding why his way of speaking felt familiar, she recalled her many visits to the Gremry castle and her conversations with Lord Gremry himself. The boy acknowledged her point and asked Maya, the maid, if she could bring some tea. Without hesitation, she responded affirmatively and went to fulfill his request. Sona remarked, somewhat unexpectedly, that she hadn't thought he had servants aside from the members of his noble family. The brown-haired boy smiled slightly at Sona's question, beginning to wonder how long it would take to address the topic of his household. He explained that, honestly, the idea of having servants didn't appeal to him, at least not anymore, murmuring the last part. Both demons raised an eyebrow at his comment, and Sona couldn't help but picture the former boy surrounded by beautiful maids with a rather mischievous expression on his face. Still, he noted that for a place like this, certain staff was necessary. Although the girls handled most of the tasks, he didn't see why he shouldn't hire Maya when she came looking for work. Sona and Tsubaki considered his words, realizing it had been quite convenient for her to seek employment in his home when only a few knew about his rise to high-class demon status and the castle's location. He added that she had come accompanied by a juka, which made it even less of an issue in his eyes, noticing how both girls pondered his earlier statements. Sona looked surprised, clearly impressed by how well the boy had read their thoughts, deducing what she and Tsubaki were contemplating. The Queen Citri also wore a somewhat incredulous expression, acknowledging that the boy had matured mentally during this time. At that moment, the castle maid returned with a tray holding a teapot and a couple of cups, proceeding to serve the tea in front of both Citri girls. Simultaneously, the boy's entourage made their entrance, taking various places around the room. Rosswise and Ophis settled beside him, while Neru filled the remaining space on the sofa. Sona took her cup of tea and took a sip, still amazed by his noble title. She commented on her surprise regarding his title, placing her cup back on the coffee table. Tsubaki agreed with her observation, noting that having various races among his court provided a wide range of battle strategies, especially with specialized individuals like Kuroka, Rosswise, and even Griselda. The boy simply smiled awkwardly. He thought to himself that she couldn't even imagine the extent of it. Changing the subject, he asked if they had decided who would accompany him. In response, he adopted a serious posture, revealing that this was indeed what he had planned to discuss with them. He had been contemplating this during breakfast, considering several factors. Rosswise stated firmly that she would stay behind, not wanting to deal with Rias Gremory so soon. Sona nodded in agreement, though she felt a hint of concern at the underlying firmness in Rosswise's tone, especially when she noticed the boy gently squeezing her hand. Penemu crossed her arms and mentioned that she and Brichan would frequently be around, so it wouldn't be convenient for them to accompany him. The blonde seraph nodded in agreement with the purple-haired girl. Lu Fei added that she wouldn't go either, as it would draw too much attention since she was supposed to have a contract with him. Sona and Tsubaki exchanged puzzled glances at the blonde mage's comment, wondering what it meant. "That's right, she is my second pawn," Lu Fei Pendragon Issei confirmed, surprising both Citri girls. Sona simply removed her glasses and massaged the bridge of her nose. Tsubaki opened her mouth slightly at the news. "I would say I didn't see that coming, but seeing Kuroka in your court made me consider that possibility," she commented while adjusting her glasses. Lu Fei blushed slightly at Sona's words, while the brown-haired boy smiled a bit awkwardly. "Obviously, I can't go, although the idea of intimidating Zenobia and Irina sounds tempting," the exorcist remarked with a kind smile, capturing everyone's attention. The others felt a bead of sweat trickle down their necks at her comment. "I will go, that way, I can see," Gasper Valerie said calmly with a small smile. This was enough to steer the conversation back to the main topic. "As a knight of the master, it is my duty to be by his side," Neru added, her expression firm as she proudly crossed her arms. "Naya, I will go too," the Nekasha chimed in afterward. "I will go with Ehi wherever he wants," was all that was said by his queen. Sona and Tsubaki exchanged doubtful glances at the black-haired girl, who was clinging to the boy's arm while smiling sweetly, surrounded by a rosy aura filled with hearts. Curiously, the brown-haired boy seemed unbothered by it. Lastly, "May I ask you to accompany me as my personal maid?" he asked kindly. "It will be a pleasure to accompany you, Asama," the girl replied respectfully. He could only sigh in resignation at her response. "Then they will be your companions," the Citri girl murmured, taking mental notes. "Yes, with them it will be enough. Our first visit will be the occult club, followed by the student council," he said, resting a hand on his chin while wearing a thoughtful expression. Sona nodded. That order seemed more feasible. After finishing matters with Rias, The brown-haired boy could spend more time in the student council with her and her servants. She mentally scolded herself for such a train of thought. This way, can spend a bit more time getting to know each other better, don't you think, Sona? He added with a playful smile, noticing her expression. Her mind was in chaos. Had he guessed her previous thoughts? Or was it merely a fortunate coincidence? Although, thinking about it, that would be a much more acceptable theory. Sona shook her head, trying to control the blush threatening to reveal her growing embarrassment. Tsubaki suppressed a small laugh at how her king was losing his composure in response to the boy's comment. Rosswise simply shook her head at her partner's antics. Ophis remained in her pink world, paying no attention to anything else. Kuroka, Neru, and Valerie radiated a dark aura at the sight of the two. Penemu and Griselda also felt annoyed by this, though they quickly shook their heads to dismiss it, failing miserably as they felt irritated by the atmosphere once again. Gabriel puffed her cheeks slightly before wearing a doubtful expression. She didn't understand why that image bothered her. It's not like she liked the boy, right? Lu Fei watched everything while munching on a handful of popcorn, entertained by the soap opera unfolding before her. You should start getting ready because we need to be in Kuo in 20 minutes, she managed to say to change the subject, glancing at the time on her phone. The brown-haired boy nodded. The morning had certainly passed quickly. Instantly, several magical circles appeared around the members of his court who would assist him in the meeting. Kuroka, still in her pajamas consisting of a small short and a white cotton shirt, now wore her distinctive black kimono. Valerie had been in purple pajamas adorned with happy little bats, but now she wore a white dress with red details that exposed her shoulders and neckline. Neru, who had emulated Kuroka's sleeping style with a small black short and a light blue shirt, now donned her daring red outfit, though she didn't carry her sword, as with Rosswise and Lu Fei's help, she had created a small dimensional space to store it. Ophis wore pajamas similar to Valerie's, only black with happy little red dragons. Now she sported a black kimono like Kuroka's, except the sleeves were detached from the rest of the garment, while her hair was styled in a bun held up by chopsticks. Maya maintained her maid attire. The last to change was the brown-haired boy, who had initially worn black pants and a white shirt. At that moment, he was still in the clothes he had worn the previous night, with his hair slightly tousled, the only change being that he had let it grow for some time. He declared that it was enough as a mask appeared in his right hand. Sona couldn't help but blush at the boy's appearance, feeling a twinge of envy toward the albino girl for their relationship. Rosswise also felt her cheeks warm at the sight of him. The fact that this handsome boy was her boyfriend did nothing to help her blush. Ophis shared the same reaction as Sona and Rosswise, overwhelmed by these new feelings. Instead of trying to understand them, she preferred to let herself be swept away. Kuroka felt her instincts as a nekasha urging her to bond with the man in front of her, while her heart told her to stay by his side and not let him go. She was grateful that it wasn't her mating season, or she might not have been able to control herself as she was now. Valerie and Neru also had a slight pink tint to their cheeks, as memories of everything they had shared with the boy flooded their minds, causing them to see him in a new light. The other members of their group approved, with Penemu and Tsubaki giving a thumbs up, Gabriel and Griselda smiling slightly and blushing, while Lu Fei murmured about how incredible he looked. The boy simply rubbed the back of his neck, feeling embarrassed as he noticed all the girls' reactions, especially from Rosswise, Ophis, Sona, and Kuroka, who looked at him as if she wanted to keep him for herself. Shaking those thoughts from his mind, he turned his gaze to the red-haired maid. Maya-chan, while we are in Kuo and while I'm dressed like this, my name will be Spectra Phantom, he announced as he put on the mask. In that instant, his hair changed to blonde, and his aura transformed completely. Face art activated. A message appeared in his visual field from the electronic visor within the mask. At the same time, he saw each female member in the room being analyzed by the device, displaying real-time data, especially their measurements. He exclaimed in his mind at that detail, his eyes widening comically beneath the mask. Sona and Rosswise noticed a slight change in the boy's expression despite the mask, immediately concerned. Is something wrong, Issei-kun? The brunette asked, noticing how tense he had become moments before. Are you feeling okay, Issei? the albino inquired, growing more worried as she saw him startle slightly in his spot. This situation caught the attention of everyone else, quickly realizing the boy's nervousness. "And no, it's nothing, I just thought that the guys and I wouldn't be able to rehearse today because of the meeting with the high-ranking demons overseeing Kuo, that's all," he explained with as much calm as he could muster. Everyone sensed that there was more to it, but they let it slide, attributing it to his nerves about meeting his former king. "It's all right, but you shouldn't worry. I assure you everything will be fine," Rosswise said with a reassuring smile. "Yes, you're right, thank you," the boy replied, feeling more at ease. This eased the tense atmosphere that had formed. However, a thread of thoughts began to form in his mind. This must be the work of Sensei, that troublesome Arokarasu. He's a bad influence on me, he thought, a tick forming in his eye that the mask concealed. Setting those thoughts aside, those who were going to Kuo gathered to teleport to the academy. Meanwhile, the now blonde boy stood in front of the albino girl. "I'm leaving you're in charge while I'm gone, Rose-chan," he said with a small smile before momentarily removing the mask. The albino nodded before he pulled her close, closing the distance between their faces for a brief kiss. Everyone present averted their gaze, some to give the couple privacy and others feeling a bit uncomfortable and envious. Once the gesture ended, they both looked at each other, blushing, before the blonde joined the group. "I'll leave it to you, Sona," he kindly requested, to which she nodded. Raising his hands, he invoked the circle with a singular purpose. Kuo Academy Occult Research Club Building. The members of the club were anxiously awaiting the masked figure, each feeling a sense of nervous anticipation. Azazel observed them with boredom, hoping the boy would make things more interesting. Rias had summoned him to provide a report to her brother if necessary, as a precaution in case things turned problematic. In the center of the room, a magical circle glowed, representing the Citri house. Then, a new group made its presence known in the club room. Most of the newcomers were unfamiliar faces, with only Kuroka and Valerie able to recognize a few. Sona Citri and Shinra Tsubaki seemed to have taken on the role of guides. The masked figure greeted them with a small smile, surveying the room as he spoke about the Gremory girl, her servants, and the guests at the meeting. The Gremory group tensed at the sight of him, recalling the abilities he had displayed the previous night. Ravel and Irina cast analytical glances, trying to see through his mask. This character was unlike anyone they had encountered before. His mere presence warned against any foolishness, sending a chill down their spines as the electronic pupils of his mask briefly met their eyes. Azazel felt an urge to whistle in admiration. If he didn't know this boy was Hyodo Issei, he would truly believe he was someone else. Rias showed clear annoyance at being addressed in that manner, a fact that everyone noticed immediately. She expressed her irritation, insisting that she had a name. The Gremory group watched as their master struggled to maintain her composure despite her frustration, shifting their gaze back to the masked figure, who was distractedly attempting to open a small package of cookies. At the same moment, Rias opened her eyes, also taking in the ridiculous scene. Feeling all eyes on him, he lifted his gaze, meeting incredulous looks from the club members and a red-haired girl with a vein pulsing at her temple. He innocently asked if she had said something. Rias felt something snap inside her. This person dared to mock her not once, but twice. The previous night, he had brushed her off as if she meant nothing to him. This was something she could not overlook. Laughter erupted in the room. Neru, Kuroka, and Azazel couldn't contain themselves at the sight, while Valerie and Kurumi giggled softly, covering their mouths elegantly. Even the Gremory queen joined in the laughter. Sona and Tsubaki chuckled discreetly. For Sona, it was amusing to tease her best friend. A crimson aura surrounded the red-haired girl as she clenched her fists in anger. She glared at him with a fierce intensity. The servants of the red-haired girl shivered at this rarely seen furious side of her. Azazel watched the unfolding events with interest, a small smile forming on his face. In contrast, the masked figure remained impassive. He advised Rias to calm down, reminding her that they had matters to discuss. His neutral and somewhat cold tone tensed all the members of the Occult Research Club. The members of Hyodo's group shifted from the light-hearted moment to a serious yet calm demeanor. Sona and Tsubaki were taken aback by the authority in the boy's words, and Sona smiled slightly, intrigued by this side of him. Azazel found the situation entertaining, clearly enjoying his current life after leaving Shemhazai as the new governor of the fallen angels. Rias quickly regained her composure upon hearing his words, especially since he had addressed her by name. She firmly asked who he was and what he desired in their territory. The blonde moved calmly, taking a seat on a sofa, flanked by Kurumi and Naru, while Valerie sat next to Gasper and Kuroka joined Kaneko. Maya positioned herself behind her master, maintaining a neutral expression. As he had stated before, he introduced himself as Spectra Phantom and explained that he was there to fulfill his part of the job. He spoke in a calm tone, resting his elbow on his knee and his cheek in his palm, relaxed. Rias narrowed her eyes, questioning the masked figure about his statement regarding his work. He revealed that he was also a high-class demon assigned to oversee the city alongside the heirs of the Gremory and Citri clans, a revelation that left Rias and the members of the Occult Research Club in shock. Even Aquino, who was preparing tea, froze at his words. Rias immediately responded, expressing disbelief that Lucifer had informed them of this development. The masked figure calmly explained that this decision had been made recently, which was why they had not yet been notified, but reassured them that they would be soon. As Rias processed this information, she sat back down, contemplating the implications. The masked figure then introduced himself as Spectra Phantom from the House of Dragons, bowing slightly. This simple gesture snapped everyone out of their astonishment, especially Rias. She introduced herself as Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory house. Aquino followed suit, presenting herself as Rias's queen while serving tea to the guests. Kaneko, blushing and seated on her sister's lap, introduced herself as the Tower Piece. Yuto Kiba, with a friendly smile yet alert demeanor, introduced himself as Rias's knight. Gasper Vladi confidently stated his role as Rias's bishop, standing beside Valerie. Zenobia Quarta, serious in demeanor, introduced herself as another knight. Asia Argento, worried yet determined, concluded the introductions for Rias's pieces. Irina Shidu introduced herself as an ace of Michael and a representative of heaven, while Ravel Phoenix, the manager of the Dragon Épée and a member of the Occult Research Club, introduced herself while scrutinizing the masked figure. Azazel, the fallen angel and professor in charge of the Occult Research Club, finished the introductions with his arms crossed. The masked figure acknowledged their introductions and noted that only his pawn and second tower were missing, a detail that made Rias feel slightly uncomfortable, though everyone chose to remain silent about it. He then instructed his group to introduce themselves. Tokisaki Kurumi introduced herself as Spectra's queen in a playful tone that left everyone, including Kiba and Gasper, blushing. Even Azazel felt a familiar flush, recalling her first introduction in the Citri Music Club. The members of the Occult Research Club quickly set aside their reactions as they sensed Kurumi's restrained power, realizing she was holding back. Kuroka, the playful Nekashu, introduced herself as a tower piece while affectionately petting Kaneko's head, surprising everyone since Kaneko had received the same piece from Rias. Valerie Teeps introduced herself as Spectra's bishop with a gentle smile, while Naru proclaimed herself as Spectra's knight, striking a proud pose that made Kiba and Zenobia feel somewhat diminished. Finally, Maya introduced herself as Spectra's personal maid. Rias and Aquino couldn't help but compare her gaze to that of Graphia, though her power level was not comparable to the queen of their group. Shaking off her thoughts, Rias addressed Spectra directly, demanding to know why he claimed to be a high-class demon while exuding the aura of a dragon. Aquino, maintaining her serious tone, questioned how they could trust his words when none of his pieces displayed demonic power. The masked figure smiled with a hint of mockery, managing to irritate the Gremory queen, who stared back at him intensely. He explained that he was a special case, still considered a demon in the human world, and the same applied to the pieces that formed his noble title. He lazily displayed a case to the red-haired girl and her companions. Their eyes widened slightly as they recognized the signature of Ajuka Beelzebub on the case. When he opened it, 6 pawn pieces were revealed inside. He added that he only needed 6 more pawns to complete his noble set before closing the case and placing it in his pocket. The red-haired girl begrudgingly accepted that he was telling the truth. Lastly, he mentioned that he was a dragon, which should have been clear enough, as his gaze shifted to the small nekasho. The nekasho felt a bit shy under his gaze, especially with that mask he wore. The black-haired Gremory girl pointed out that his servants were not demons, expressing her dissatisfaction with his explanation. He remained unbothered by her tone, which Rias mentally appreciated. Taking a sip of his tea, he savored the liquid calmly, further exasperating the dark-haired girl. He explained that it was due to his own nature. The reincarnation effect had been altered when he received the king piece. Therefore, when someone received one of his pieces, their nature was not affected beyond certain specifications. The room fell silent. Azazel watched them with amusement, knowing he had played a significant role in creating that set of pieces. Sona and Tsubaki internally chuckled at the stunned expression on the red-haired girl's face as she grasped what he meant. Rias and her group wore looks of utter astonishment. If he was correct, he possessed the rarest set of pieces, something that even the mutation pieces could not achieve. Instinctively, their gazes turned to the blonde girl in revealing clothing, easily noting her human nature, but also sensing the aura of a knight that the piece always granted. Not only that, but as they studied the other members of his nobility, they felt the vampire aura emanating from Valerie and the yokai aura from Kuroka, as well as the dragon aura from the black-haired girl, explaining why her power felt so potent. Akino was the first to break free from her shock, acknowledging the revelation. The others regained their composure, though they remained internally impacted. The masked figure remarked that this answered their questions, and they only needed to discuss how to manage the surveillance of the city. For the club members, his nature as a dragon was evident, as he appeared quite carefree and somewhat disrespectful when he propped his feet up on the coffee table while sipping his tea. However, they could also say he could be elegant and polite when the situation called for it. Rias turned to Sona with seriousness, asking for her thoughts. After taking a sip of her tea, Sona looked at her friend and suggested forming teams with members from all 3 groups so they could get to know each other better, as they would be fighting side by side if things got tough. Trust was an essential requirement among allies. The red-haired girl nodded in surprise at Sona Citri's words, recognizing the importance of her point. She noticed the masked figure had a small smile that reflected admiration for her friend, which somehow irritated her. He expressed agreement with Sona's plan and then turned to the red-haired girl, asking for her opinion. She looked at him with doubt, recalling that he had previously called her by her name. She replied that it seemed fine, but noted that she thought the issue of how he addressed her had been resolved. The masked figure gave her an impassive look, though he found amusement in teasing the red-haired girl. He remarked that, unlike her, Sona had been courteous when they first met and hadn't tried to intimidate him like a certain Crimson Ruin princess had. Although it was difficult to tell with the mask on, Rias still managed to blush at the boy's words while holding his gaze. As the leader of the Gremory group, she expected more from him, but losing composure over being ignored felt rather childish for someone of her stature as an heir of one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. She felt deeply offended by his words, yet she couldn't argue, as he had a point. The others present were stunned by the boy's remarks, and the Gremory group prepared to defend their leader, but the masked figure continued speaking. He noted that it was natural for a girl her age to feel that way. After all, she was just a girl carrying a great responsibility. Here in Kuo, she could be an ordinary teenager, separate from the Gremory clan. His tone softened as he spoke. Rias's eyes widened in shock at how easily he had read her. He expressed that he wasn't interested in her status as the Gremory heir. To him, she was simply a Gremory girl, someone childish and easy to tease for his personal enjoyment. As he finished his tea, Rias stared at him in disbelief, and even her entourage looked at the masked boy in astonishment. Azazel commented with amusement that he expected nothing less from a dragon, as they often overlooked certain things. Rias snapped out of her stupor when she saw the boy rise from his seat, followed by his companions. He announced that their discussion was over and that he needed to talk to Sona Citri. Rias immediately protested, insisting that they were not finished. He stated that he had answered her questions and that Naru, Valerie, and Kuroka would be part of the groups. If he found new members, he would assign them tasks. Rias glared at him, displeased with his response. She asked if he could do one last thing: remove his mask, as they couldn't trust someone who didn't show their face. The masked boy smiled slightly and shook his head in refusal. He playfully told her that she hadn't earned the right to see his face. Rias and her club members looked at him incredulously, but before she could respond, he turned to leave the room, stating he still had matters to discuss with Sona-san. Tsubaki, the last to exit, bowed respectfully before following her leader. A deep silence fell over the room, broken only by Rias's audible sigh as she sank back into her seat. Akino remarked seriously that she didn't like it. The atmosphere had grown tense as the club members contemplated what they had just witnessed. Rias expressed her frustration, stating that she now had more questions than answers. Kiba, trying to be conciliatory, mentioned that the boy seemed interesting and that he felt no ill intent from him. Zenobia expressed her desire to test her strength against his knight, whom she believed to be strong. Kiba agreed, sensing that there was something formidable about her. Gasper timidly added that Valerie seemed happy with him, suggesting he might not be a bad person. Rias sighed wearily, deciding she would ask her brother about the situation. Once again, silence enveloped the room until Rias proposed a new topic. She asked Yuto, Kaneko, Zenobia, Asia, Irina, and Ravel to go and find Issei. The blonde boy nodded, and the tension in the room eased slightly as the female members of the club recalled the boy. However, it didn't last long, as the named group exited the room to fulfill Rias's request. I hope they find him. He has much to explain, and his help will be needed for the groups with Spectra and Sona, she said as she gazed out the window. The fallen had vanished without anyone noticing, which didn't surprise her in the least. Akino, feeling uneasy at the mention of the word wife, asked Rias if it was true what Otu-san had said about I having a spouse. Rias could only respond with uncertainty. The Dampire had retreated into her cardboard box after Valerie left, listening silently to what her one Samus from Kuo were saying about a certain pawn, surprised by the information. She hadn't heard from him in a while, which worried her, and she had mentioned it to the Dampire when they met, who told her he was part of the masked noble. Now she had an idea of why she hadn't seen him lately. In the student council room. Sona and Tsubaki arrived at the student council room, followed by the blonde and his group. The remaining members of the Citri group were present. The pawn Ruruko Nima. The pawn Genshuru Saji. The rook Tsubasa Yura. The second rook, Lugaru, nicknamed Rugal. The knight Tomo Meguri. The second knight, Benya. The bishop Rei Kusaka. The second bishop, Momo Hanakai. Completing the team were Shinra Tsubaki as queen and Sona Citri as king. The masked individual greeted Saji and Rugal with a fist bump, then raised his hand toward Tomo and Yura, giving a friendly nod to the rest while gently patting the head of the little Shinigami. He then suggested a game of chess to Sona, pointing at the chessboard on the president's desk. Sona smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with interest as she accepted the challenge, though she doubted he could give her a real fight. She took her seat at the desk while the masked individual arranged a chair and sat comfortably across from her. As he looked at the board, a wealth of statistics and strategies unfolded in his electronic visor, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and sigh. Sona noticed his sigh and inquired if something was wrong. He reassured her, mentioning he had discovered something new about the article. Intrigued, Sona couldn't help but wonder if he was worried about being discovered. The boy rested his chin on his hand, his elbow on the desk, eyes closed, yet a faint smile graced his face. When he opened his eyes, they locked onto Sona's, revealing a striking fiery red that captivated her. He calmly stated that he had taken precautions and asked if they could begin. Sona nodded with a small smile, feeling more at ease, and focused her attention on the board, moving a pawn first. Meanwhile, the servants of the brunette were chatting with the blonde servants while the maid and Tsubaki stood beside their master. The blonde suddenly asked about favorite colors, catching Sona and Tsubaki off guard. Sona quickly recovered and answered, revealing her favorite was blue, then asked about his favorite food. He responded playfully, saying his favorite color was white and his favorite food was curry. Sona smiled softly at this exchange, leading to more questions from both as the game progressed. 1 hour later, in the occult research club, Rias observed her servants and Irina returning, though defeat was evident on the girls' faces. The blonde Gremory apologized, expressing their failure to find him. Irina added that she had asked Matsuda-san and Motohama-san if they had seen him, but they said he hadn't attended classes in a month. Murayama-san had told her the same thing, leaving Irina surprised. Zenobia shared that Keitase had mentioned something similar, noting that she had set aside her mischievous behavior to focus on her studies. Rias and Aquino processed this information with concerned expressions. The lowly mentioned that she had heard Ise-senpai met with the teachers every weekend to submit his assignments, though she was unsure why. Ravel added that she had heard similar rumors, including whispers about a mysterious girl, suggesting that this was the reason for his transformation and newfound seriousness towards his studies. This revelation clearly irritated all the girls present. Rias concluded that they should ask Saji-kun or one of Sona's servants for more information as she stood up. Aquino quickly joined her side. Kiba, sounding somewhat uncertain, addressed Rias. She declared her intention to go immediately, noting that even if Spectra encountered her, her interruption would serve as a small revenge for the times she had been teased. With that, she summoned a transportation circle, and both girls vanished from the sight of the occult research club members. In the student council, Sona and Issei had played several matches, with Issei losing each time, though Sona had to admit that he had put up a good fight. They were now in the final round, and the spectators watched in surprise as Issei cornered Sona Citri. Sona, focused, remarked that Issei had improved but that it wouldn't be easy to defeat her as she moved her knight. Issei quickly countered by moving his bishop to eliminate one of Sona's pieces, losing his last pawn in the process when she moved her rook. Issei complimented Sona, acknowledging her skill as he moved his remaining knight to deal with her last bishop. As he surveyed the board, he noticed the opportunity he had been waiting for and prepared his next move. Sona declared that this was the final move as she observed Issei analyzing the board. His eyes widened slightly before he picked up one of his rooks, causing Sona to smile slightly, knowing that one more move would secure her victory. Issei admitted that it had been enjoyable, stating that he usually struggled with the game but was now able to think more clearly about his strategies as he made his final move. Before Sona could recognize the position of Issei's last knight, a magical circle appeared in the center of the room. Rias Gremory and Himejima Aquino emerged from it, blinking in surprise as they saw Sona's servants and Spectra completely focused on the chess game between the two leaders of their respective factions. Their eyes met Sona's, who widened her gaze in surprise before glancing at Issei's back, noticing a mask on the desk beside him. It was Spectra's mask. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she realized she had a clear view of Spectra Phantom's face without the mask. Aquino also noticed this, and the thought of discovering the identity of the masked figure quickly crossed her mind. However, before either of them could take a step toward the desk, Issei noticed Sona's slightly alarmed expression as she looked at something behind him. He turned to glance over his shoulder. For Rias and Aquino, Issei's movement felt like it was happening in slow motion, both feeling the anticipation of finally seeing Spectra Phantom's face. They caught a glimpse, though not as they had expected. Issei had only turned enough to see over his shoulder, revealing one fiery red eye that looked at them with mild surprise before it sparkled with amusement as he returned his gaze to face his opponent. Issei expressed that it had been fun and hoped for another encounter soon, but he had to leave as he had things to do. He stood up, and Sona blinked, coming out of her daze before offering a small smile. She echoed his sentiment, hoping for the same as she stood up as well. Issei smiled gently as he picked up his mask and put it on, activating the electronic iris that appeared. He turned to Rias and her queen, a teasing smile on his face as he waved goodbye. In a magical circle, the boy vanished along with the members of his noble house and his maid. A silence fell over the room, broken only by Tsubaki's surprised gasp. Sona-sama. The mentioned one observed her queen, realizing that she was staring intently at the chessboard. Lowering her gaze, she examined the board closely before her eyes widened in surprise. The boy's last move had put her in check, forcing her to move her king, only to find herself in check again. This could only mean one thing. There was no doubt. She remembered the position of all the pieces perfectly, and the possibility of the boy cheating was out of the question since he had taken his eyes off the board. Checkmate, she whispered in disbelief. Thanks to their enhanced senses, all the demons in the room heard her words. Rias, who had approached the desk to see what was causing such commotion, wore a look of astonishment. After all, her friend hadn't lost a game in a long time, with only her parents and sister managing to defeat her. Casting another glance at her friend, she was surprised to see a faint blush on her cheeks, which shocked her even more, as she understood what it meant. Sona Citri was interested in Spectra Phantom. She recalled that Sona had decided to marry whoever defeated her in a game of chess, which was why she had managed to escape her arranged marriage and why she had never lost. But this guy had just accomplished something nearly impossible, something she herself hadn't been able to achieve since she met her. What brings you here, Rias? The Citri heiress asked once she regained her composure. I was just coming to ask Sakun a few things, the redhead said with a tense smile. The mentioned boy was curled up in the corner of the room, enveloped in a cloud of gloom, murmuring unintelligible things. Momo and Ruruko grimaced at this, fully aware of the reason for his behavior. Together, they lifted him as if he were a rag doll and placed him in front of Rias, who had a bead of sweat on her neck from the peculiar scene. Ahem. Sudkuin, do you know where I can find Issei? She asked with a serious expression, mirrored by Akino. The blonde maintained his gloomy aura but managed to respond. Hyodo. Nice girl. Living. A month ago. He mumbled. Rias hardened her gaze at the confirmation of a girl. Sona and her entourage watched this with serious expressions. The bearer of Vritra shook off his gloomy aura, sighed, and looked at her seriously. I'm sorry, I haven't heard from him in a while. The last thing he told me was that he had a girlfriend and was living with her. I'm sorry, Ria-senpai, he said with utmost seriousness. Rias closed her eyes, her mind a whirlwind. I see. Thank you for the information, Saji, she said, feeling a bitter sensation inside her. Rias, is everything okay? A concerned Sona asked, sighing internally at her friend's behavior. It's nothing. But I would like us to meet at the residence after class, she requested before summoning a magical circle. I'll be there, the girl confirmed, watching as the redhead smiled gratefully and disappeared along with her queen. Sona-sama, murmured a worried Tomo. It's strange, but I think this is a good opportunity to find out what's going on in Rias's mind, she said in a calm and serious tone. Hyodo. I hate you. But I also respect you. I hate you more. Saji ranted before two loud thuds were heard, revealing an unconscious blonde. Sona couldn't help but blush, knowing exactly what her pawn meant. Sona-sama, what do you plan to do about Issei-kun? Tsubaki asked with curiosity. All of Sona's other servants focused their gazes on her, waiting for her response. This made her blush deepen even more. I don't know. I'm terrible at this kind of thing, especially with everything going on, she murmured awkwardly. The fact that the boy had beaten her at chess allowed her to make a decision. But matters of the heart and relationships were something she wasn't familiar with. She also had the dragon ritual in mind, so she wasn't sure if it was a good idea to try something with Issei. Brea suggested, somewhat hesitantly, that they could ask Serafal for help. The image that formed in her mind terrified her. She quickly responded, looking away and rubbing her arm, insisting that it wouldn't be necessary. This was a devastating image, especially with the shy expression on the face of the Citri heir. Saji, who had regained consciousness, was once again out of commission due to a powerful nosebleed from witnessing such a scene. Momo, with bright eyes, declared that they would help. Tomo, Ruruko, and even Rhea joined the determined albino. Sona felt a bit intimidated by the eager expressions of the four, feeling like a helpless animal before a predator. Instinctively, she glanced at her queen with a pleading look. The queen recommended that they give advice and tips, emphasizing that they didn't want Issei to fall for a false image. Sona felt all her hopes fade at her queen's words, and then she felt herself being taken by both arms. Momo assured her that there was no problem, while Ruruko added that Issei wouldn't know he had been hit. Sona opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Rhea announced that they were leaving and Tomo, excited, exclaimed that there were several places they needed to visit, pumping her fist in the air. Without wasting any time, the four dragged a paralyzed Sona, who was unsure how to react to her servant's actions. The others watched the scene with a bead of sweat on their brows. Bennia suggested that they should head to class, a bit uncertain. The silver-haired member of the group nodded in agreement and left first, followed by the Shinigami, while Tsubasa placed the unconscious Saji over his shoulder. Tsubaki also stated that she needed to leave. Sona's tower simply sighed as she headed toward her classroom, the same one that belonged to the Citri pawn. In the Occult Research Club, Rias and Aquino appeared through a magic circle. The club members focused their attention on them, but the affected expressions on both girls did not bode well. Asia, worried, asked if something had happened. Rias looked at her seriously before sighing and explained that they had discovered something about Issei, but it wasn't pleasant. Aquino added, with a complicated expression, that Saji had said Issei had a girlfriend for a month. Rias stated that Saji claimed Issei had told him, but he hadn't heard much from him since. Upon hearing this, all the girls present felt a wave of irritation. Kiba and Gasper, sensing the uncomfortable aura they were emitting, quietly left the club to avoid being the target of their frustration. Once they processed the information, all of them sighed, trying to calm down. Rias suggested that they could ask Okasama for details later, but for now, they needed to go to class. Everyone nodded in agreement and headed to their respective classrooms, leaving only Rias and Aquino in the club room. Aquino questioned whether the girl was someone knowledgeable about the supernatural. Rias replied that she didn't know but hoped she was just an ordinary human. Aquino commented that if that were the case, then it wasn't serious. Yet, deep down, the thought of Issei being in a serious relationship lingered in their minds, and it bothered them. In the underworld, at the Dragon Castle, Issei had just returned from his meeting with Sona Citri and Rias Gremory. Rosswise quickly approached him with a hug, which he returned warmly. He softly greeted her, saying he was home. She admitted after a sigh that she had been a bit worried. As he removed his mask, his hair and eyes returned to normal, and he looked at her tenderly, a playful smile forming on his face. He reminded her of the time they discussed someone who couldn't recognize the four great Maos and Graphia disguised as Super Sentai, even after Seraphal had almost mentioned she was the Mao Leviathan and the five had shown their characteristic powers. The albino girl looked at him in disbelief upon hearing that, and even he hadn't realized that the other members of his group were watching him with the same expression. The Valkyrie couldn't believe it and asked if he was serious. He confirmed that they had used Celsius Cross-Trigger, Formula Kankura, and Ruina Y extension from Surzex, and she hadn't recognized them. At this, everyone present began to laugh. Naru, Kuroka, and Penemu were nearly rolling on the floor with laughter, while Griselda, Gabriel, Valerie, and Ophis laughed more discreetly. Rosswise and Lu Fei simply wore amused smiles. Even Maya chuckled softly, imagining a Juka Beelzebub in such a disguise. At Kuo University, a certain redhead sneezed just as she felt an arrow with the word "Oh" pierce through her. Meanwhile, a certain Mao felt his reputation take a hit without knowing why. Back with the brown-haired boy and his companions, he remarked that there was no need to worry as the laughter began to subside. The girl admitted she had worried for nothing. He then wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer to him. He whispered that it made him happy she cared about him, sending a shiver down her spine. Griselda, feeling awkward, pointed out that there were places for them to get affectionate. Both the brown-haired boy and the albino girl blushed and slowly separated, only to immediately hold hands. He apologized for the moment and excused himself with the albino as they left the area. Among the remaining girls, Kuroka, Naru, and Valerie frowned. Griselda, Gabriel, and Penemu shook their heads in mild annoyance, while Lu Fei let out a tired sigh. Only Ophis maintained an enigmatic smile as she retreated to her room. In the training room, Issei and Rosswise were present, as he had guided her there. He stood in front of her, holding her hands and gazing intently into her eyes. The albino girl expressed her doubt, calling his name softly. With extreme seriousness, he revealed that there was something he wanted to discuss. Her concern grew as she sensed his tension. She asked if it was something serious. He explained that it depended on her perspective and that it was about Ophis. The albino girl quickly grasped what he meant and asked if it was related to Ophis's feelings. He was surprised at how quickly she deduced it, mentally chiding himself for underestimating her intuition. He confessed that a few days ago, Ophis had shown him her feelings, but due to recent events, he hadn't been able to speak clearly with her. She understood that today was the day he would spend time with Ophis and assumed he had reached a resolution. He swallowed hard, feeling exposed in front of her, yet it also showed how close they had become over time. He confirmed her assumption with a tense smile. The albino girl observed him, almost trembling under her neutral gaze, though inside, she melted at how adorable he looked. He began to open up, stating that Ophis was important in his life. She had saved him when he died fighting Shalva Beelzebub, protected those who mattered to him, and stayed by his side when he was cast aside. The albino girl already knew this but didn't interrupt, allowing him to express what was in his heart. He continued, saying that she held a place in his heart alongside hers. He wanted to make Ophis happy, just as he wanted to make her happy. Since losing his perversion, the idea of a harem seemed foolish to him, and he felt embarrassed about his former self. He noticed his gaze drop, tinged with a shadow of sadness. He expressed his fear of going through that pain again but didn't want to be selfish regarding Ophis's pure feelings for him. He admitted he had feelings for her too but didn't want to hurt the albino girl by disregarding her emotions. He then lifted his gaze once more. Rosswise looked at him with a hint of sadness, seeing a whirlwind of emotions swirling in his eyes. The boy was afraid to open his heart to anyone else besides her, which made it difficult for him to accept the feelings of the girls who were in love with him. She had noticed that Kuroka and Sona had feelings for him. She also realized that Valerie and Naru were starting to see him in a different light, and it was possible that other members of his group could develop feelings for him in the near future. She understood that she might have to share him, and she accepted this, knowing it could help heal the small wounds still lingering in her heart. However, she hadn't anticipated it would be this serious. Rose placed a finger on his lips to silence him when he began to speak. She expressed her gratitude for his concern but reassured him that she had anticipated this possibility. She told him that it didn't matter if she had to share him, as long as he loved her and she had a place in his heart, she would always be with him. The boy felt disarmed by her beautiful smile, and at that moment, a great weight lifted from his shoulders. He couldn't help but smile warmly, unaware of the tears that fell from his eyes. Rose was slightly worried when she saw this, but she instantly realized that a part of his soul had been healed, as she could see it in his eyes. Closing the distance between them, she embraced him tightly. He returned the hug, somewhat surprised, until he felt the moisture on his face. He thought to himself that he understood, closing his eyes with a small smile before applying a bit more pressure to the embrace. Lost in the warmth of the moment, he inhaled the scent of her hair before leaning closer to her ear. He softly apologized for worrying her, assuring her that he was now okay. Rose enjoyed the closeness, especially when he increased their contact, though hearing him breathe deeply made her blush. His whisper sent a shiver down her spine, but she smiled at his words. Without saying anything more, they decided to stay in that position for a little while longer. 30 minutes later, the boy had changed from his costume into a more suitable outfit for what he was about to do. He wore black pants and brown boots, leaving his torso exposed. He told himself it was time for his daily routine as he made his way to the parkour obstacle area. Rose watched him with a slight blush, admiring his well-defined physique from constant training. Neither of them noticed that Kuroka, Penemu, and Naru had arrived a few minutes earlier and were now watching him with mischievous expressions. The fallen angel had even taken a couple of photos of him while he was changing. He called out to Rose, asking her to help him without turning around. She responded affirmatively while directing her gaze to the control panel beside her. This was a master control that managed everything in the large room. After pressing a few buttons, she configured the type of setting that would be most suitable for him. The entire room lit up intensely, temporarily blinding everyone present. When the light faded, they could see that the entire place had transformed into a city with tall buildings and structures unlike those in Japan. They found themselves on top of one of these buildings. "This is New York City. I know you'll like it, she said with a small smile. The boy grinned with excitement before putting on a bracelet adorned with various Nordic runes that she had created for him at his request. In seconds, he felt his powers and abilities being suppressed almost entirely. "All right, let's get started," he exclaimed with a wild smile as he ran to the edge of the roof. With the 4 girls watching, he jumped into the void. "Whoa!" he shouted as he leaped from the rooftop. This was something he did several days a week, having perfected it just 4 days ago. This was the second time he had requested a setting of this level. The quartet of girls approached the edge of the roof, watching as he grabbed a pole and spun a couple of times before letting go and landing on a small balcony on the 2nd floor. He jumped from there to the ground level, quickly running toward a car, using it to reach a small ledge on another building, where he grasped it with one hand. After balancing a couple of times, he let go, gaining the momentum needed to reach a fire escape. He quickly climbed the smaller building, leaping onto its roof and running before jumping to the next one. As he landed, he rolled to cushion his fall and continued running. Kuroka observed the boy disappearing into an alley and remarked that he seemed quite happy. Naru, resting her chin on her hand, agreed, noting that it felt as if he had left a heavy burden behind or overcome some fear. Penemu added mysteriously that it was as if he had shed something that had been weighing him down. Rosswise listened silently, but Penemu's words made her turn quickly, catching the amused expression on the girl's face as she winked and turned to leave. The other 2 blinked in confusion at Penemu's comments before shrugging them off. They had noticed something troubling the boy, but it seemed that whatever had been bothering him was resolved. Following Penemu's lead, they decided to leave, planning to talk to him in the future. The albino girl remained surprised for a few moments before turning to gaze at the city with an uncertain expression, eventually forming a small smile. Penemu clearly had a knack for reading people, and she had picked up on the slight concern Naru and Kuroka felt for the boy. With a sigh, she decided to leave, knowing the boy's practice would last a couple of hours, making it pointless to wait for him there. In the underworld, Gremory Castle. Azazel was in the office of Mal Lucifer, giving a brief report on the events that had occurred a few hours earlier at Kuo Academy. He noted that the mysterious figure went by the name of Spectra Phantom, a revelation that brought a small smile to his face as he relaxed in his chair. A folder containing information about this character lay on his desk, and he was surprised by the appearance the figure used to remain anonymous. He admitted to the fallen angel that this time he was genuinely surprised. Graphia also expressed her astonishment at the information shared by the fallen angel. Azazel decided to send a message to Rias to maintain appearances, acknowledging that the new identity would be helpful if the boy accepted the proposal. As he glanced at another file on his desk, a proposal from Ajuka Beelzebub caught his attention. Unexpectedly, Azazel inquired about the engagement between Surzex's sister and the boy. Surzex grimaced slightly before sighing with regret, explaining that the engagement would be cancelled. The boy no longer had feelings for her, and according to McGregor, she would not be able to enter his heart again. Graphia lowered her gaze in disappointment upon hearing this. Surzex continued, sharing that he had also researched the ritual and found it to be quite grim. Unbeknownst to them, Graphia shuddered slightly as memories of the boy covered in blood surfaced in her mind. McGregor's explanation had been particularly informative, detailing that if the Detenryu had multiple partners and all betrayed him, the suffering during the ritual would be so intense that he would wish for death. Additionally, if he expelled love for one of his partners, he would never fall in love with her again. If his heart remained empty, his feelings would be sealed for 100 years, turning the dragon into someone cold and indifferent. She was grateful that Rosswise had not abandoned him, as she could not bear to imagine Issei as someone devoid of warmth and emotion. Azazel, with a slight grimace, acknowledged the situation. He decided to take his leave, mentioning that he would pay a visit to his student before disappearing in a transport circle. The red-haired individual rose from his desk and walked to the balcony of his study, gazing at the sky of the underworld with an inscrutable expression. Grafia, the silver-haired woman, noticed her master and husband in this state and softly murmured his name. He reassured her, stating that once the classes ended he would contact Rias. Grafia understood what the Mao meant, so she remained silent, though her mind was already imagining the reaction of the Gremory couple when they learned that the boy would no longer be marrying the red-haired girl. Hyodo residence. After classes concluded, the girls from the Occult Research Club returned home, their minds filled with questions, all related to a certain brown-haired boy who had disappeared a month ago. One notable aspect was the company of Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra. Rias was the first to enter the building, announcing their arrival. Issei's mother noticed Sona and Tsubaki and commented on Rias bringing a friend. Sona, sitting on one of the sofas in the living room while knitting small garments, bowed respectfully, and Tsubaki followed suit. Rias, with a serious expression, asked her mother if she could pose a question. Her mother encouraged her to ask anything. Rias inquired about her father's statement from the previous night regarding Issei having a wife, trying to ignore the discomfort the word wife caused her. All the girls listened intently, eager for the answer. Sona raised an eyebrow at the question but couldn't help but smile slightly at the absurdity of the situation. The mother explained that upon returning home, she decided to tidy up and noticed Issei's room was devoid of personal belongings, prompting her to call him. In a flashback, she recalled dialing her son's number, waiting for him to answer. When he did, she and his father greeted him, expressing their happiness to hear from him. However, concern crept into her voice as she mentioned that his room seemed untouched for a long time. Issei revealed that he had moved out, which shocked both parents. His mother questioned if he no longer wanted to live with them, while his father exaggeratedly lamented the news. Issei clarified that he had a girlfriend and had moved in with her, leaving his parents in stunned silence. His mother, still processing the information, asked if it was Rias. She had checked the other rooms and confirmed that they were occupied, with Issei being the only one absent. Issei replied that he and Rias were no longer in that kind of relationship, a revelation that took them by surprise. His mother exclaimed in shock, while his father remained frozen, seemingly speechless. Issei explained that the girls had found love elsewhere, which had affected him deeply, but the person he was now with had always been by his side, leading to a serious relationship. Hearing this, both parents felt a sense of pride at the love conveyed in their son's words for this special girl. However, his mother expressed concern about what would happen with Rias and the other girls. Issei reassured them that the girls could continue living in the residence, as he owed them much and couldn't harbor resentment for their newfound love. Both parents were surprised. Their son was truly growing up, which made them feel proud, though they were also somewhat disappointed that he was no longer with Rias. They had already begun to imagine having beautiful grandchildren. The sound of a notification chimed from the cell phone they were using. Checking the device, they opened the newly arrived message, their eyes widening in shock. The message contained attached images, showing a couple of photos of their son with a beautiful woman with white hair and blue eyes. In the first photo, they were embracing and smiling at the camera. The second showed them sharing a kiss, a clear gesture of affection. Looking at the sparkle in their eyes, the parents could see the depth of their feelings, but they also sensed something was missing in their son, though they weren't sure what it was. Their son mentioned that the woman was named Rosswise, a former Valkyrie, which meant she was part of the supernatural world. His words pulled his parents from their stupor immediately. They urged him not to let her go and to marry her as soon as possible. The father expressed his pride, humorously shedding tears and giving a thumbs up. Their son explained that they had discussed marriage plans, as in the underworld, marriage was legal from the age of 17, but he wasn't sure when it would happen. Upon hearing this, both parents cried tears of joy. He reassured them that while having children was still a bit early, they didn't have the same issues as demons, so they could enjoy their grandchildren sooner than they thought. This news filled them with happiness. Then, the mother noticed something that made her feel uncertain. She questioned him about what he meant by not having the problems of demons, since she knew that the white-haired woman was a servant of Rias, just like their son. He explained that they were no longer Rias's servants, as he had been promoted and now had his own servants, which meant they could have descendants without any issues. Both parents blinked in surprise, beginning to understand what their son meant. He asked them not to tell Rias about Roswise being his fiancé, about his promotion, or that he was no longer her servant. The mention of fiancé nearly caused them to faint, unaware that their son knew this would give him leverage over them. His father affirmed that they would keep his secret, filled with pride. His mother, with warmth in her voice, agreed, realizing their son was truly growing up. He thanked them and promised to visit soon before saying goodbye. The couple remained silent for a while, looking at the photograph of Issei and Roswise. As the couple finished their explanation, they had obviously omitted what their son had told them and the name of the white-haired woman. That was what they had shared. A heavy silence fell over the room. Issei had been dating someone for a while. A month ago, he had moved out to live with her. He had told them she was now his fiancée and that they had plans for marriage in the near future. He had also promised them grandchildren soon. Details aside, all the girls had serious expressions, even Asia, as knowing all this greatly bothered them. Sona and Tsubaki wore curious expressions. Hearing the conversation Issei had with his parents truly intrigued them. Sona, being the most intelligent of the group, sensed that they knew more than they were letting on. Rias thanked her mother for taking the time to explain. All the present girls immediately noticed Rias's forced smile. Her mother dismissed it, saying she only wanted to know the whereabouts of their irresponsible son. This comment eased the tense atmosphere a little, or at least that was what Sona hoped. Sona requested a conversation while they took a bath, her tone friendly. She nodded and headed to the upper floors of the residence, followed by Tsubaki, while Rias was accompanied by Akino. The others quietly retreated to their rooms, reflecting on what they had heard regarding a certain brown-haired individual. The woman sighed softly, continuing her thoughts. The man had diverted his gaze from the newspaper, analyzing the girls' postures. It seemed they had made an irreparable mistake. However, they also sensed that Rias's friend appeared to know more than she let on, as she showed no surprise at what had been shared. They had a faint impression that she had smiled at the bewildered expressions of Rias, Akino, and Asia. The woman murmured her hope that they could face the consequences of their actions before returning to her own thoughts. Her husband heard her and nodded silently, resuming his reading. In the underworld Dragon Castle. The brown-haired individual had just completed his parkour routine and was currently perched atop the torch of the Statue of Liberty. His breath was heavy, sweat glistening on his body as he felt every muscle ache from pushing himself to superhuman levels. He spoke to himself, acknowledging that 6 hours of training was not bad. The agility and flexibility he had developed had come at a cost of blood, sweat, and tears, which made him feel a sense of pride. He had aimed to train his body to extreme levels, though he was aware he couldn't match Serorg Bale's training regimen. Suppressing his power to almost human levels helped him build physical strength and endurance, which would be useful in battles. One of his current goals was to fully control the power granted by Ophis when he was revived in the dimensional gap, recalling that the first time he used it against Rizavim, he ended up in a coma. He had also utilized it in the battle against Trihexa, and although he had taken precautions that time to avoid side effects, he still couldn't unleash his full power, resulting in a defeat without inflicting as much damage as he had hoped. This was why he trained his body to withstand the pressure of such power and learned new tricks to enhance his arsenal, all inspired by a small collection of manga he had gathered in recent months to distract himself from his past emotional struggles. With Roswise's help, he had managed to master a couple of powerful spells to an acceptable level, one of which required using his magical pistol to cover the necessary range to reach his opponents. This, combined with the magical potential he had developed from mastering them, marked significant progress for someone like him. His thoughts were interrupted when a magic circle opened in the training room, which had returned to normal. The magic suppression bracelet deactivated immediately, releasing his power, and in an instant, he summoned his magical weapon, aiming it at the intruder. A relaxed and slightly teasing voice greeted him, asking how he was welcoming his teacher. Azazel stood before him. In response, the boy summoned a second weapon, aiming it at Azazel's vital points. Azazel, slightly nervous, raised a hand in a gesture of surrender while assuring the boy he meant no trouble. The boy sighed and let both weapons vanish from his hands. He asked Azazel what brought him there while grabbing a nearby towel to wipe the sweat from his body. Azazel chuckled, commenting on the interesting toys before shifting to a serious tone, stating he had come for a visit but also to extend an invitation. The boy understood and mentioned he had been planning to call Azazel for a couple of favors, specifically seeking his help with some artifacts. Azazel's expression turned curious as he followed the boy to the top floor of the castle, where Issei's office was located. Azazel admired the space, intrigued by the small library filled with interesting titles. The boy rummaged through a drawer in his desk and pulled out a couple of sheets, extending them to Azazel. Azazel took a moment to open his eyes slightly, surprised by what he saw. He remarked with a teasing smile that life was indeed full of coincidences. Issei blinked in confusion at the comment from the former governor of Grigori. Azazel explained that he was about to extend an invitation to create some artifacts based on the sacred gear, noting that the main purpose was to test them. He admired the papers handed to him by the young man, who looked taken aback by Azazel's words. However, Azazel mentioned that he would need the help of a certain person to create these items before tucking the papers into one of his pockets. Issei expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that it would be very helpful. Azazel waved it off, saying it was simply what he enjoyed doing. Issei smiled back, but then recalled something else. He asked, with narrowed eyes and a slight blush, why the mask showed him the measurements of women. Azazel laughed, confirming that Issei had noticed. He explained that the artificial sacred gear provided precise and detailed information about enemies, the battlefield, various strategies, as well as the ability to read magical formulas and energy signatures, which he found quite useful. Issei understood that part but pointed out that Azazel still hadn't answered his question. The fallen angel casually admitted that the gear was originally intended for another purpose, and some configurations remained unchanged even after he recalibrated it for Issei, though he had thought Issei wouldn't notice. Issei had a twitch in his eyebrow at this revelation. Azazel then added that the gear could also disguise Issei's aura, explaining that one of its functions was to alter the nature of his aura, although it couldn't completely hide it. He simplified it further, saying that activating that function would make Issei appear like a normal human, yet he would still be himself. His dragon aura would fade, but his Issei aura would remain. Issei acknowledged the impressive nature of this feature, feeling a sense of surprise. His mental acuity had improved thanks to his Piece of King, making it easier to grasp difficult concepts. The time spent with Roswise had been beneficial, as he aimed to be a good king for his nobility. They had concluded that the opportunity pieces granted him the abilities of his nobility members, albeit to a lesser extent, allowing him to utilize a bit of the holy aura from the angels derived from Gabriel's tower piece. The same applied to the mental acuity of each member, which he greatly appreciated to avoid future mistakes. With that said, Azazel announced he was leaving. He mentioned that he had spoken with Surzex, who would inform Rias about Spectre Phantom, and suggested that Issei should visit the Gremory Castle. Issei blinked at this last statement, recalling a matter concerning Rias's parents. He acknowledged that he had forgotten about it and resolved to speak with Lord Gremory and Venelana-sama when he had some free time. A deep silence filled the room as Issei began to reflect on all the events of the day. His meeting with Rias had gone well, and he had genuinely enjoyed teasing her. His time in the student council had been enjoyable, especially the matches with Sona, although it took him 4 attempts to finally win against her, as deciphering her strategy had proven quite challenging. The conversation with Roswise had been perhaps the most difficult so far, but it had helped him overcome his fear and guilt about admitting that he was in love with Ophis. With a sigh, he decided to take a shower, planning to take the rest of the day off and spend some time having fun with Ophis.